Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Indeed. Welcome to the show, everybody, to the Wednesday edition of High on Politics. We are early and late at the same time. How is that possible? Well, not really early. Not when that's my schedule, and I'm late. So, I'm late. So, how is everybody? Hope you guys are doing well. We have a lot to get to. I know that we ended the stream with a little bit of, on a fun note last night with the covering the protests. Oh crap, I just realized that I gotta go and, I gotta take care of some of that video. I took care of, most of it, but when I, upon further review, I should, probably take care of that a little bit better. Anyway, we are going to be covering some more fallout from yesterday's actions in the East Side. Also, the mainstream media is kind of catching up, which, yeah, really didn't expect much from them. But also have a update on the fence situation from Broadview. I know that you guys were definitely watching my content and to know exactly what was happening with the fence in Broadview. I hope you guys were. There's also some active protests that we will be checking in with. Right now, there's not a ton of action. There is also a scheduled press conference down in Broadview today. Hopefully, we'll be able to catch that. It's going to be a earlier exit tonight. I have to make sure that I am signing off by 7. So, it's one of damn situations. Little bit of personal news. We're having a little bit of a better day today. We're just she made it public yesterday that she is we're waiting on a PET scan, and yeah, we're just in the waiting limbo stage of things. So that's where we're at. Either way, hope you guys, like I said, if you are joining us, hit the like button. You know how it goes. Also, if I seem a little bit off today, yes, today is an allergy meds day because the weather changing is driving me insane. What up, Hermit? How you doing, bud? Hope you had a good night last night. Oh, guys, you know what? As you guys file in here, I'm gonna start asking if you guys went and followed the protest after I signed off, because I heard that things started popping off a little bit. So I went back and watched the VOD, and I was just like, wasn't there. I'm pretty sure that the guy had the same problem I had with it. So, hey, Anna, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Man, okay, so, hey, what's going on with Twitch? I noticed that they, did a purge recently. I saw, a few content creators just, straight up get banned. So yeah, I'm a little concerned. I don't know what's going on. If you guys hear anything, please, let me know. I will definitely be interested to hear that. Hey, Sylvie, what's up? How you doing? You know what? You can go to voicemail. I don't know who you are. Right now, I hate this. So, with everything going on, I have to take more phone calls from, unsaved numbers, because it doesn't matter. They always call from, do they have, personal lines that they're just calling from? I swear to God, that's the only way some of this makes sense. Because I've had the same office call me, and it was 3 different numbers. So, it's just kind of confusing to me. So yes, I have had the unfortunate situation where I picked up on a scam call. Ugh. And now it's, I'm not sure if you guys knew this. I paid attention to this because I hated spam calls even when I had a landline. They were ridiculous, and especially when you had a landline. Guys, I know this is going to, number one, age me, but this is also going to bring back some nostalgias for some of you. So you guys remember, right before Obama got into office, it was at its peak, where you just had every single call to your house was a scam call, and you would do the same thing that you do now, where you just ignore every number that you didn't know. And some people obviously didn't have like the caller ID, because that was a luxury item there, folks. So one of the things that the Obama administration did very quickly was they did this this thing with the FCC, and they punished pretty much every telecom company for allowing the abuse that they were. So we just had this sweet spot where scam calls were pretty much non-existent, and then as we moved into the cell phone era, they started becoming a little bit more prevalent, but then I felt like they got hit too. All of a sudden, maybe, and this is where I might be misremembering, but it seems like when Trump got into office, something was, they repealed something, and all of a sudden, just spam. So many spam calls. Oh, Discord link doesn't work. Hey, Cademan, what's your Discord name? I'll just invite you. I have to do that now, unfortunately, with everything going on. I kind of had to lock the Discord down a little bit. That might change in the future here. We'll see. But I'm just being cautious. I've given up on politics. I'll solve everything myself. What? Carl, what's your ideas? And I hope you don't mean what I think you mean, and that's not cool. if what I think you mean is what you mean, then no. But if I'm wrong, which I am frequently, then okay, I'd like to hear your ideas. How can we solve things? And yes, I get it. Politics suck. Like, dude, politics suck, but they're important. Like, Vosh he has a good moniker there where he's like, yes, politics are stupid, but they're very important. Yeah, time to press the big red, what? What big red button? I feel like that's what's happening over on Twitch, though. I'll just say that much. But yeah, Cademan, let me know your Discord name, and I'll you sent me a PM. No, you didn't. Where? Here? I'm looking. No, you didn't. All right. Wait, on Discord? Where the hell did you do that? All right, anyway. Oh, man. What was I talking about? I don't even remember. I'm having one of those moments. Like I said, having a little bit of a... It's not even Benadryl. I take Allegra when I need to, which it's one of those ones that you need to take frequently for it to even really work. But even the small antihistamine, I just need it right now. It is just, oof. That's why one of my favorite channels is called I Hate Politics. Well, honestly, yeah, I would have gone with that, but High on Politics is just... I hope that people get the insinuation that it's just like, yes. We get high on politics. Dude, could you imagine where it's like that's your kick? Oof. Tried to kick on your Discord. I know the Discord link is dead. I need to just remove that. My bad, Cademan. And I know that here. You did not PM me over on Twitch. So, no, I still have a Discord. I still have a Discord. It's pretty much private to invites only right now. I'm not just dropping the link anymore because we had a situation. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but somebody snuck in, and it was, yeah, snuck in. I'll equate it to this. It was like leaving a portal open for a very small amount of time, and yeah, you know, one of the evil entities came in through, and yeah, they were causing some issues. Or threatening to cause issues, I should say. Which, the nice part is, our Discord is so wholesome where it's like, what exactly are you doing? Because this is, I'll just say it was around the time of when, you know, Charlie Kirk left this earth, so. And now you got, you know, the heads of everything meeting up with, you know, the government. Dude, we live in it. I don't need to reiterate this, but we really do live in some fucking scary times, and I don't think that it's going back. That's what sucks. Unless something happens like quick, like fast, and it comes from the opposition, as far as like the Democrats, where they actually do something legislatively to kind of block some of what's going on, or they actually sue the crap out of him and get, you know. Where is the ironclad case that even the Supreme Court can't ignore, and they would just openly have to just have, like, no regard for the Constitution? I understand that it's, the 14th Amendment is important like that, but dude, you got so many people out there that are just like, 14th Amendment, what now? Had a very nice conference earlier today with some writer and authors in a book Discord in Swedish. Oh, cool. Hate politics. Well, honestly, you know what's weird? Politics, like, there's always been when you're in the know of, oh, all these people suck. But guys like Bernie, and when you finally did find like a grassroots campaign that had legs, that's why AOC was so exciting. I'm just gonna say it. Like, pretty much all the members of the squad. But yeah, like, when you get older too, like, I'm one of the weird ones. Like, I started paying attention to politics when I was like in 8th grade. And I remember being in high school and having one of my civics teachers being very surprised that I even knew who my representative was. Which I was also of the mind of, how is this not a requirement of everybody that's about to vote? So, oh, your mom's here, BRB. Hey, yes. Hey, always make time for your mothers. I am 1000% if your mother's calling you or your mom is there, you make time for your mother. Bring out the book streamer from you. Bring out inner book nerd? What? I mean, I don't really I'm not really a book nerd. Honestly, I've been having this problem where I can't just sit down and read, but I also have a lot going on in my life, so. Just sitting down and slowing down is a problem. Actually, last night I had a really scary panic attack that I think it was the most self-aware I've ever been during a panic attack. Because that sucked. I just realized I was like, oh, I got a lot going on. And then my brain, like I said, when it really kind of feels it, yeah. That's why I don't like those slow down moments. That's why I love coming here and spending time with you guys. Being honest. But, so you can't relax? Not lately. Not lately. I have been having trouble with that. Yeah, it all kind of changed. Was it last Wednesday or 2 Wednesdays ago? Time is just kind of a big ball of mush right now, so I don't know. But yeah, unfortunately, I can sit and read a book half a day and enjoy that. See, I'm not like, I have been there where I could do that. I've tried recently and it's hard. Like, it really is just hard for me to sit down. Like, I keep doing the thing where I'll start thinking about something else, even though I'm reading the book, and I'll just be like, and I'm interested in it too. It just, I don't know, man. I dare say that that's a side effect of, minor bouts of depression. So I did sit down and read a comic today, though. So that was nice. It was like a little step in the right direction. So, but like I was saying about like paying attention to politics, and just, I was about to kind of lecture why we should, because I have been very vocal about getting angry at people that bury their heads and they do willful ignorance until it's too late. It's kind of why we are in the position that we're in. But sitting here blaming, centrists, independents, or anybody that is now waking up to the fact that it's like, this shit is wild. Like, anecdotally, from the people that I have been speaking to that are just like, in the center, and they're like the most apolitical people I know. They're not cool with any of the ICE shit, and they're starting to feel like things are slipping. I know that my one buddy, he's a libertarian, right? And even he has just finally like come out and said, I am very scared of the language that Trump is using, and he is doing something extremely dangerous where he is setting up for anybody that does not agree with him to be arrested and like tried and like shipped off. Like, he is just trying to get rid of his oppositions in any way. And honestly, there is now hints that the final solution is there, because they keep using not just inflammatory language, dude. They are literally using like murderous language. They are calling essentially for the, wiping out of their opposition, which is just absolutely crazy. Not even half a year, guys. And this is why it's so hard for people to also process that. We're not even we're almost a year. We're not even a full year out from the election. We're getting close to the full year of January. And again, it's so hard to process, like, all of it. But you know what? Just to kind of make this about me for a second, how the fuck do you think I'm feeling about all this? Like, this just tidal wave of bullshit from November to now. It's like I haven't had time to really process the political side of things and my life side of things. And then I do this where it's like trying to process it all. But you know what? The most important thing that we need to process is whether that was a dragon or a seahorse costume at that protest last night. If you guys haven't seen already, I did post that. It was kind of funny. It's just like, seahorses don't have arms. One of the few times that I remembered to actually go clip something, because I was just like, yeah, that was hilarious. We dismantle it. Listen, that's not what's gonna happen. I'm telling you right now. Like, don't go so far the other way where it's just like, we're gonna restart. That's not how this works. Fight for the things that, like, we can get done. I hate the fact that I have to go back to a goddamn argument that I was having pre-election, but it's like, nah, dude, like, this is part of the problem, is always just, if you have too broad of a vision, you're not focusing on the steps to achieve it. That's a problem. I can speak for me, where it's like, when I'm doing like a big project, like specifically a painting or an intricate drawing. Actually, this is kind of lame to admit, but one of the most intricate drawings I've ever done was of a transformer. Yeah, I wanted to have like all the circuitry done, and it took me a long time. I'll find that. There's all my other portfolio shit. But when I'm doing that, you can kind of tell, like, where I like in my projects where I focused on the big picture too much and not just the little steps to getting to the really good one. And that's why I point to my Transformer one, where it's like, I took my time and I let myself just take forever. It essentially took me years to finish. It's actually not really finished. But it's just, I feel like my art is so much better when I focus on the smaller things. So I kind of attribute that to, or like I try to take that to just my everyday life, not just politics, but I was quoting the administration talking about dismantling every leftist institution. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're saying. They're going to dismantle okay, my bad. I thought... I did kind of miss the context on that. But with them saying that, they have just come out and said it. And honestly, this is where we need to really just make everybody aware. It's like, you do realize that they don't, when they say leftists, they're not talking about us. When they say Antifa, they're not just talking about us. They're talking about you. They're talking about this centrist American who would even dare think about not voting for Trump this next time. Because, trust me, they're still going to do the election thing. Like, the people that are like, there are no more elections. It's like, no, there's no more fair elections. The way that they're doing gerrymandering, and honestly, if the Supreme Court rules in favor of, in that one case where it was Louisiana against whoever, but the stakes of that case is racial gerrymandering, and they're not I have a feeling that they're going to say that it's unconstitutional and that we can't, like, look at the way that they've just been in favor of getting rid of DEI everywhere else. So yeah, guys, we're gonna have a right-wing house for generations to come. Cool. Very cool. You know that this all stems from Merrick Garland not getting into the Supreme Court. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun how you can always tie it back to one thing and it's like, oh, so the Democrats rolled over on that one. Wonder why. Bush v. Gore in 2000, I learned that elections are a farce. Well, I mean, the Electoral College is a thing, but at the same time, not necessarily. Why would you... If the election... I've always held this stance. If the elections are such a farce, why do they work so hard to disenfranchise your vote? No. The thing is, dude, you know what happened? A lot of people got so fucking down on, I hate to do this, but it's the America bad shit, where it's just like, America bad here, America suck here, America bad here, and never focusing on what we could do to, like, genuinely change this shit, except just have, like, again, a lot of just idealism outside, and not focusing on just small steps. I haven't seen a lot of city council movement, and every time that I look at my city council, it's always fucking Republican. I don't know, man. You're making fine sense, Pep. Thank you, Golf. I appreciate that. Howdy, folks. When they're talking about Antifa, they mean everyone that, but fascists. Exactly. You know what's weird? The guys that sent those text messages, they're way too comfortable right now. That should tell you something. A lot of them are not losing their jobs. A lot of them are probably going to get put into positions of power a la Big Balls. Like, for real, man. We live in a, like, you can say that I'm being cynical, but we live in a fucking cynical time. Again, Big Balls is the reason that we have the military in D.C. Remember that. Just remember that. Like, remember how profoundly stupid everything is, but also just where we're at. And what the opposition is. Like, dude, that's why I'm saying we need to focus on bringing people, like, to the just awareness that Trump is going to come after them for if they don't support the regime. Like, start using regime. That's a big one where you have to be like, no, this regime. They're defended by the admins. So, who? Oh yeah, those guys. Yeah. That's what I mean. But now that they've just come out and said it, the left, they're not gonna have a great time. I'm going to cover this where Donald Trump made a mockery of Charlie Kirk's second memorial. or not memorial, the medal ceremony. Because even Erica Kirk is just like, no, he prayed for his enemies. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, he didn't like his enemies. He definitely didn't like his enemies. You know what? That's why we love him. That's why we love some Charlie. It's just like, fucking A, dude. The way that they're cynically using that guy, it's just so obvious. All of it. Like, For Alex Jones, again, and I say this a lot, to miss the blatant false flags that they've been executing, the fact that the most interesting conspiracy theory online right now is legitimately the Charlie Kirk conspiracy, which both sides of the aisle are looking into and going, nah, that doesn't make sense. That's why they're not talking about it. That's why you don't see it pushed anywhere in these mainstream circles. It is crazy, but this is also where some of those guys are starting to wake up. Like the fact that in the did you guys know that there's like this big fight in the evangelical circles where you're either a MAGA Christian or you're a Antifa Christian? Like they're doing the thing where they're just labeling everybody who doesn't agree with them Antifa. Which, again, they're admitting that they're fucking fascists. Like that guy that was handing out the pins with the anti-Antifa. It's like, do you understand what you are handing out? What are my thoughts on the? It's an obvious false flag, dude. It's obvious It was a professional job. I don't know who did it, but it was. The more and more I see from conservative commentators who happen to, have served in the military and have a lot of expertise in, things like 30-06s. So yeah, the way that they're cynically using it to go after everybody that is of an opposing political thought, gee, it's not fucking obvious. But again, we've done this thing where it's like, no, you know what? They wouldn't do that. So fucking... It is so wild, man. I just like how some people on the right are still not seeing the connective thread. Like, why would they do that? Those lefties. It's like, what? Yeah, because like I've seen some of that where they're coming out and they're just like, it was a professional Antifa squad. It's like, Jesus Christ. All right, man. You know what my favorite part is? Somebody actually had a theory. So when we were watching those protests, that one idiot was following a bunch of dudes that had like the little wagon and they couldn't get in. Somebody pointed out that those were ICE agents, and that's like they're dressing what they think Antifa looks like, and that's the infiltration squad. It's like, oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a ton of sense. Meanwhile, everybody else is wearing, onesies and freaking inflatable costumes, but you got the two people that show up in full, battle gear. As I covered yesterday extensively, if you see people like that, just tell a protest warden and also get the cops involved. Just let them know. It's like, hey, watch it. It's like, we don't want this. Because honestly, right now, you can also cynically think that like every cop is like, don't go too conspiracy brain where you think that every single cop is going to be like that. Trust me. As much as I don't trust cops, I will just go up to one and be like, hey, then I will reserve my judgment after they don't do something. And then if they come after us and, don't give us dispersal orders or whatever. But as we come into Saturday, remember that. Do not let anybody get antagonistic. Or antagonize you into doing something stupid is what I was actually meaning there. Yeah. One of my favorite ideas that I saw where you can even apply a COVID rule to it. 6 feet. Just stay 6 feet away from these people, but make sure you ruin their photo ops. Like, if you see a bunch of opposing protesters, just go stand right next to them. You're the silliest people on earth. I'm a silly Billy. That's exactly it. What's so silly about everybody kind of seeing this just blatant push towards fascism? Like, dude, when you have a president that's ignoring the rule of law, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You can sit there and support it. Just get used to being called a fascist. If that makes you butthurt, you might know that you are indeed one. If you're going to start owning it, just own it now. Seriously. I'm so tired of these people that are just like, I'm a patriot. It's like, are you? Are you? Do you actually believe in, the protections that the Constitution has warranted us up to this point? I mean, dude, he's literally blocking Congress from, the power of the purse, which is the whole point of Congress. That should bother someone like you. Even on the right wing, this should bother you. When the president is not fixing or giving money to cities that were going to fix their infrastructure. He's punishing people for literally living in a city. So you do realize that there's a bunch of people that are just living in the city and still support Trump that are going to suffer from that. And there is a reason there where it's either they're going to try to get them to move, which, trust me, you're going to see some red state subsidies come in from the fucking federal government. I hope that our governor can actually have the balls to start withholding funding from red states that support this shit. Because honestly, I would love to see Missouri and Kentucky and Indiana lose their subsidies from us and just realize how bad that is. Because they're the ones that keep pushing where it's just hey, Illinoisans, you guys want to secede? You guys want to join a new state? Come join our state. It's okay. Who knew one guy making all the decisions was a bad thing? I thought we may have evolved past that stupidity. Oh no, dude, we're devolving. I've watched it happen. I've literally watched us progress so fucking far. We're living in one step forward, two steps back. We are doing the cha-cha through history. You know what? That's appropriate for the TikTok generation. But yeah, so silly. Because also, you do realize at this point, I'm actually speaking for and to pretty much everybody that isn't just hardcore MAGA, and then that's still all they have is you people are silly. You people just keep using the Nazi word, and all you people use inflammatory language. Are you a Devo fan? Are you talking whip it good, Devo? What? Fascism doesn't have kings? Well, yes, it does, technically, because fascism was a term coined by Mussolini, and then you can go back to most regimes that were, again, one person, a dictatorial rule, if you will. And yeah, it's never been good. And honestly, I thought that, Flex, why would you even do that? The founding fathers made sure that that would never be a thing. This is also why they instituted so many checks and balances on the power structure that we have instituted in this country. This is where I blatantly call you guys anti-fucking patriots. You guys are not patriots. You can't, just because you want to and you love your stupid flag and you love everything about this country except the people that live in it that don't think like you. Again, fucking what? King v. dictator is not the same. Is this really what you're going to do? You're going to wax semantical about our, the way that we've actually branded it, and it, it's good. It's good branding when everybody's trying to rebrand. Much more than whip it, don't ridicule the spots. I mean, listen, that's all I know of Devo. They wore pottery on their heads and said, whip it. Whip it good. I don't know. I'm just getting kind of sick of the, that shit right there. Flex, you know that you're next. That's all that you know. You should know that. He's gonna do something that you don't agree with at one point. Whether or not that's the point that breaks you, don't know. But realistically, once he starts going after everybody, dude, which you're already watching the start of it. You're also seeing it happen in Britain. That's why they're using the same exact tactics and the exact same language. Dude, they just literally said illegal immigrants, and sometimes they don't even change that, and then they're just illegal Muslims. Fortunately, for Donald Trump, we don't have, that big of a problem, with the Muslim immigration. So they had to do, like, literally blanket illegal immigrants, and we're going to profile brown people specifically. Not that I want a kingdomship, it's just different. So we can call them both. Trump wants to be a king, and the rest of these people want to be, they want a dictatorship. Because, again, we live in, like, this new modern era where a kingdom will not work. There's a reason that you really don't hear much about the kings and queens of any land anymore. Most of them are just fucking figureheads. With literally, like, no power, so. Dennis Paco, what up? How you doing, buddy? Hello. I always love a good, kind, just hello. How are you? Now, whether or not... that always does kind of, like, make me go, What's the next sentence going to be? Nothing, chilling in Europe. You are chilling in Europe? Are you... Well, okay, so are you European or are you on vacation? Because if you are on vacation, I got some questions for you. I got questions for you anyway. Yeah. Oh, wow, guys. Hit the like. Only seeing 3 right now. Oh, yeah, guys, what are you doing? Yo. Hey, thank you, Golf. I appreciate that. German. You are German. Nice. Yeah, you guys, you got some wild shit happening in your country right now, too. We live in a time of tyranny for the civilized and anarchy for the rest. Not really. Like, where's the anarchy? Where is this anarchy? Dude, again, even with all these ice raids, there is no fucking war zones. And again, if they want, like, this is what's really weird. If they wanted these optics, honestly, they could just go into the hot areas. But, dude, when they went to the east side, they didn't even go to, like, the hot spots of the east side. They went to the safe zone of the east side. Jesus Christ. They really are just, like, it's kind of funny. It's like they got that, like a white friend, right? Well, they all have white friends as far as ICE is concerned. It's whether or not they have their Mexican friend to join them. Actually, this is where it could be the opposite, where the Mexican guy's just like, actually, I know where they might be. And that's also why you're seeing a bunch of, like, those that video from Status Quo where the guy just calls him out for being, a traitor to his race. Literally, his ancestors are sitting there with their hands in their heads. How many stores closed on Michigan Avenue? From none. Literally none. Dude, the Louis Vuitton store was open the next day after they had a fucking raiding. People living in the streets with no regard for others. We don't have people living in the streets like that. We don't have tent zones like Portland or any of that shit. We actually do have, like, a lot of homeless shelters, believe it or not. And they're not like the Austin ones, because I heard the thing where it's like if you walk past the Austin homeless shelters, it's, sketch. Honestly, that also kind of points to the whole, like, dude, you're such a bitch. People are such bitches, dude. Like, they don't know how to handle themselves. They don't know how to handle adversity. They just want their own little comfort zone, and they want to have like the Spider-Man movie existence of walking through the city where they don't ever have to see anybody that they don't like. They don't want to sit there. They don't want to see trans people walking by. They don't want to see even gay people holding hands. They just want to live in their white utopia. It's fucking stupid. Meanwhile, have fun with your bland-ass chicken, motherfuckers. And awful mac and cheese. There's shit people everywhere, dude. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, honestly, I'm getting a little tired of you. There's a lot of shit bums in Chicago. What the fuck do you know about it? Dude, seriously, what the fuck do you know about it? Pretty sure that the last time we had a conversation about this, you came in and just said, I haven't been there in a while. Like, fuck you. I hate people like you. Again, you're proving my point. You're a scared little bitch boy that sits at your computer saying how big, scary world is. I don't go out into the big scary world. I don't do anything. I don't know. But honestly, it's absolutely ridiculous the way that, like, keyboard warriors, I mean, they're the ones that always say that. Oh, look, the leftist keyboard warriors coming to defend people. The social justice warriors, because again, that's something they appropriated to make you embarrassed about. Oh my god, guys, you want social justice? They're doing the same thing with Antifa. They want us to be like, no, I am Antifa. That's why I got mad at a whole bunch of these boomers that are like, yeah, here's my Facebook photo. I'm saying that I am. It's like, so triggered over the truth. It's not being triggered over the truth. I'm being triggered over your fucking bitch ass white boyism. You remind me of literally everybody I went to high school with. That would just be like, I went to the city this weekend. I saw a black person. Like, seriously, people that are like, I had to walk from my car to the Blackhawks game. I was scared. Honestly, it's lame. Like, I used to feel bad because I was just like, they don't know better. But now I don't care. You don't care to know better. You're sitting here trying to speak like you're an authority on it, saying there's a bunch of fucking people. I'm not telling you where I went to fucking high school. Just telling you right now that it's like... Although it was white as shit, I will tell you that much. I went to a private high school. I've told you guys, I grew up in the suburbs. That's how I know all this. That's how I know all these little bitch-ass white boys. That's what you guys are. The ones that are, again, scared. Like, you would never just ride the train, you know. You would never just take, like, again, you probably couldn't navigate the L system. Did you go to college, Flex? Either you guys are racist as fuck or extreme left. Where are the normal right wing, left wing? What's the normal left wing to you? Seriously, what's the status quo that you guys are clamoring for at this point? You guys got it with Biden. You saw how they fucked that. Seriously, how they fucked that up. They were just like, hey, maybe we can lean on status quoism and the fact that this is boring. Nah, they somehow made a dead dude, like a literal fucking corpse of a fucking man, into some fascist that was coming for everything. They, like, honestly, they believed that, like, they were living through what we are living through. They really did. It's so crazy. You went to UIC? Oh, no shit. Well. It's a nice area, though. UIC is actually really nice. Again, shit-ass bums. What, you saw maybe two? Did you know, like, the one by name? Fucking A, dude. You went to UIC. How in the fuck are you this bit... Like, how are you still this much of a little bitch boy? Holy fuck. What do you mean we're racist? Or are racist? I mean... I don't think he's talking about us, Sylvie. I think he, unless I'm misinterpreting, but I think that he's talking about how, like, the extreme racism is starting to show its head. No, he misses when people didn't, like, they were so mask off, you know? So, I explained for me. Oh, right, I keep forgetting. You're not American. My bad. Right wing, not a racist, is... that they see first, yes, you guys have an immigration problem, and instead, like Trump trying to deport anyone you can, try to reduce it little by little, and not radical and left wing. I mean, with the extreme left, I mean communist, who are many leftist people. Sorry. I'm gonna correct some of that. Good job, though. You know what? I will always compliment somebody's typing in English when it's not your first language. Of course. He set all the records at the racetrack. South of Roosevelt was ghetto, but they turned it into condos now. Yeah. Well, yeah, they gentrified. Dude, they literally knocked down Cabrini Green, and it's gentrified to shit. Where you yeah. That entire area is, it's honestly, it is kind of crazy how it transformed, but at the same time, yeah, it also tanked our housing market, and those condos they're all sitting empty. We're starting to have the problem that New York has, where it's like they're all Airbnbs, and half of them they are just unoccupied because nobody's buying. Flex is the kind of guy Jesus threw out of the temple. Well, that's like 90% of Republicans right now. They're using his name in vain too. Like, that's what, when I used to talk about this when I was a Christian, that when you read the Bible and they talk about using the Lord's name in vain, they literally interpreted that as the most childish bullshit way of policing language instead of actually looking at their actions. So what he meant was using his name and saying, I think that Jesus would have done this. This is why you need to be oppressed. That's using Jesus's name in vain. Because in Christianity, you either believe that Jesus has this or doesn't. That you don't necessarily have to do that. There's nowhere in the Bible that actually says you need to go police other people. They say spread the word. Spreading the word doesn't mean policing other people's actions. And that my favorite part is when they, like a Christian does, the whole thing where it's like, well, you got to believe this. It's like, no, you have to. You believe in Christ. Therefore, you need to read the Bible and you need to practice that. Pep talks when you were a Christian, please. You're nothing but another self-loathing left-wing pussy. I am a Generation X former Democrat of 25 years. You guys are Simpson weak as fuck. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. The Gen Xers. The ones that sit there lamenting, just like, oh, the millennials had it so easy. Okay. Self-loathing pussies, and good luck finding the moral high ground for your party. Is that the best you have, is just calling me a pussy? Really? Yeah, I don't know, I'm take a nap, Grandpa. Damn, the forgotten generation. Well, you're pretty easy to forget about, so. Yeah, insults are weak, sir. In Germany, we have big problems too. Example, our economy doesn't grow much and even reduce, and we have an immigration problem. But so here's the thing: how is your economy like? How is the immigration thing a problem? And your economy, like, you do realize that even getting rid of those people. I'm not sure if you guys have the same type of tax system. I genuinely don't know. But like here in America, we have a tax system that generally, like, this is also why people that, like in states that don't have like the income tax or the sales tax, those are the ones that tend to freak out a little bit more, because like here in Illinois, we have a sales tax and we have income tax. We tax the shit out of everything. I will admit that it's annoying, but in that regard, anybody that's here and spending money is essentially paying taxes. So now, whether or not they're, like, this is where, again, I'm not, like, the leftist of left, where I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Open border, blardy, blurdy, blur, crime everywhere. Like, dude, no. Again, as somebody who is recognized, because I've lived in rough areas where it's like, no, having police presence isn't always a bad thing, but they abuse the shit out of it. Like, it's all, just because having cops around is technically, like, a net good, it's a bad thing when the cops abuse their power consistently and always target people. Like, dude, I've watched it happen. This is the weird part, because of, like, you know, looking like a hippie when weed was illegal, dude, there were times that just based on how I looked, I got pulled over for sure. They say that it wasn't that. I smelled your car. Uh-huh. The right wing has no morals. You guys voted for a PDF felon. I mean, for real. The fact is, like, he's protecting Even if he's not protecting himself, he's protecting his friends, and he's come out and said that. He literally came out and said, just like, it could actually, you know what, we released the Epstein files, that could really hurt some people. Whatever, keep doing your, like, keep spinning in your little fucking whirlpool of stupidity. No, I mean, you misunderstood me. Oh, my bad. I mean that's the biggest problem, and we have the immigration problem have nothing to do or a little to do with our economy problems. We don't get integrated into Germany, that's a problem too. Who gives a shit? Like, oh my god. Like, you guys are doing your thing where it's like, this must be a little harder where you guys actually have culture. Like, being a white American, I've always just accepted it's like, oh, yeah, we really don't have much. What do we got? Mayo? Like, come on, man. This is why everybody does the thing in America where they're just like, I'm Italian American. Like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Shut the fuck up. What are you, third generation? Oh, so you got some Italian genes. But it's like, it's always these Guido-ass motherfuckers that are just wearing, like, the little fucking pepper necklace, and they got the, you know, Italian flag on their car. Their names are always, like, Gio. It's like, come on. We get it, dude. And then they always do the thing like, yeah, you know, my family, we got connections. It's like, oh, God. Are they saying you stink? I guess so. I should do an Indian Trump. What? How? What do you mean? I don't know. An Indian Trump. If you're talking about the Indians, then Columbus. You know what? We brought back Columbus Day. You should be very happy about that. Nothing pisses me off more than a fake right-wing tough guys who would have served, but yeah. No, it's the same guys that, like that asshole that's been going to these protests. I love ICE, but I won't join. Oh, it's also because he has a record. You know, doesn't have a job. His wife is always waiting for him in some capacity, but also simultaneously working, and I don't know. That guy is an interesting fella. Right. Nobody likes having crime around. That's disingenuous right-wingers, right-wing smear. We didn't need to give it air to it. Yes. I know. But I will also just say, like, it's like, no. Yeah, I don't know what the German economy is like, but also I think that isn't your economy more based on European, like, success, like just whatever the EU and around you? Because, I haven't really put that much thought into this. Because you guys are all on the euro, so yeah. Technically, wouldn't that mean that what's happening in your economy is kind of reflective on the rest of the EU? I'm genuinely asking that. I don't know. If you don't answer, then I'll look it up. Maybe it is because immigrants need to learn German. What? Like, do you think that you can get a job only speaking your native language? I mean, yes. Yeah, we have that here, man. It's called low-wage labor. Trust me, a lot of white dudes love taking advantage of it. Now, there are some exceptions. For example, Turkish people can get a job with most speaking Turkish, but when you want to work in a hospital or something. So you're just assuming that everybody's going to go work one of these, like, higher labor jobs? What are you talking about, dude? Yeah, he's coming off as racist, but I'm not going to blatantly just say that he is. He might be, I don't know. This kind of seems, I hear this a lot from white European dudes. So it is interesting to see the different types of racism throughout the world. Not all immigrants want to work at a low-paying job. I understand that. So if they don't want to, that's personal merit. So then they can technically learn the language to go and do that, right? Through your logic. So your logic is shut the border down until we can get the ones that want to work in hospitals and learn German? What the fuck? Fuck off, dude. You would have no problem with me moving to Germany, and I can guess that there's a reason why. And I don't speak a lick of German. Well, I know, sprechen Sie Deutsch? No. So what's the alternative, Dennis? Get rid of him? No, for real. But that's the thing. Like, I am not seeing where it's like, okay. Also, I don't really think it's this huge problem that he's making it out to be. I think that it's like they get uncomfortable when they go to a sporting event and see a brown person. Like, it really, like, this is the problem that we have now, where they have all, like you said it earlier, where it's like they're also doing the same thing with racism, where they're trying to make you embarrassed to call somebody a racist. It's like, no, fuck you, you're a racist. Like, if you see a person of a different skin color and immediately think something, you might be a fucking racist. If the first thought isn't, hey, look, a dude, or just, hey, a person, hey, look, hi. Like, most people that wave to me, I'll wave back. Don't have a thought about who it is, what it is, I don't care. If a dog waves to me, I'm raving to the dog. Actually, I'd stop my car like, holy shit, puppy, you're waving. Can I take a video? Holy crap. It's just a big German Shepherd going. No, my alternative is that the state invest more into the low living standard of the immigrants and helping them learning example German and giving them jobs. Honestly, if this dude was a American racist, I'd be like, oh, that's actually not bad. More state investment into low living standards. Yeah, oh, I was about to say, I retract my statement. It seems like you actually, yeah. See, Sylvie, this is where I was actually being fair. Race science was invented to justify slavery. Yes, I do understand that. Live in a school sports hall? No, that's fair. But then. Like in Chicago, God forbid that you start actually housing, refugees. Then all of a sudden everybody's losing their shit. Then all of a sudden the right wing, they care about homeless vets. Notice you haven't heard dick about them. So what do you think is causing the issue? Well, I think that isn't that kind of just stated in what he was saying. They are not investing enough into helping immigrants or integrating immigrants. So seems like there's some racism in the German parliament. Trying to think who would the American equivalent of this be? I'm thinking like Texans. I don't know. Pinkerbell. You might have more insight into like who kind of thinks like this. Threw me for a loop with that answer on the state investment. Got to be honest. Because it's like, yeah, you actually see like what. I was just asking if like who then the ones who use kind of like racist language, but then they actually kind of recognize it's just like, yeah, but we should be able to like help them integrate into society. And I'm just like, yeah, is that technically the Democrats now? I'm just asking because you live in like a red area, so anyway, not really that important. I do think that kinda. That's okay. It's the guy that's just like, what are you talking about? I love black people. And then they're just like, but a black family just moved into my neighborhood. I gotta go and check how much my house is worth. Dude, I swear to God. I caught my buddy was saying that shit. And that was one of the first times that we ever got into like a pretty heated argument. I was just like, bro, what the fuck? I'm like, because I just pointed out, I'm like, dude, that's racist. He's just like, no, it's not. It's an objective reality. I'm like, just because they made it a reality doesn't mean that it's not a racist fucking reality. Like, dude, what the fuck? Because he thought he was making a cute joke where he's like, yeah, when I looked into the area I moved into, it was like 80-something% white. He's just like, yeah, that's how I knew I made it. It's just like, fucking Christ. Yeah, liberal white women. See, I think that's the reason that I respond to IHIP the way that I do, because they kind of remind me of that, where it's just like, a bunch of women that live in a house that's worth, like $1 million and, sitting in their nice kitchen. They always have a, whoa, Sylvie, you just triple sent. I'm assuming that you had a little bit of an internet problem there. But, and then they always bring it up where it's just like, actually, like, I noticed this with my landscapers, and I also noticed this with my maid crew. Yeah, it's always that shit. It threw me for a loop because saying why don't they learn German implies that they have easy enough access to resources to learn the language enough to hold a job that requires it. I don't know why it triple sent. Huh. That's weird. I'm gonna remove them anyway. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't reflect on you, so. Yeah, echo. The biggest problem is getting an appointment into the employment agency where you must wait for months for an appointment, and that is hard to get any appointment in the federal office for migration, to what makes it hard to get documents for you're trying to apply for jobs. So in short, you're kind of saying it's kind of like the problem we have here, where we theoretically are open to refugees and having people come into our country, but yeah, the system gets like literally, so clusterfucked, and then they defund the courts that process this, and they also don't give them proper representation. God, you guys remember the days when we were criticizing fucking Biden for just having them, in processing centers? Who would have known that this was going to become even just monumentally worse? It's intentionally burdensome to discourage participation. Yes. But this is also where, like, during, like, economic boom periods, you can always kind of, like, look at this and be like, oh, it's because we also did have stronger integration. Our economy got boosted by a lot of this, and then the working sector was bolstered by that. I don't know. I'm getting sick of the just blatant racism of the shit in America here, though, where they're trying to wear this veil of just do it the right way. I'm getting really tired of that. I think that's why I may have reacted the way that I did to you, Dennis. So my apologies if I came across a little peeved, but the right has for so long made it hard to immigrate and then act all shocked Pikachu when the illegal method gets overflooded. Yep. No, well said. And that's, yeah, that's just the facts. And then they offer nothing of substance to fix the problem. Then they're just like, well, let's blame Democrats and just say they wanted open borders. And then we're also going to say that, you know, the Trendy Agua and the fact that they believe anything that comes out of Trump's mouth. Like, dude, we had a guy in here yesterday that was saying, like, the percentages that Trump was saying. And I'm still wrestling with, like, that had to be a bot. It had to be a bot. Is somebody that stupid, or is this the new troll where they just take exactly what he says, go and be like, yeah, paste, and this is just everything we love about him. Woo! I don't know. Watching that guy yesterday. Damn it. So, guys, I don't think that I may not have been on stream when I had this problem. I can't remember. But either way, I have a reoccurring issue occasionally, and this can happen to any of you guys. I have a like a stone forming in one of my salivary glands. This is actually kind of common for people that smoke. You know, the funny plants. Because it creates the perfect conditions. You know, what we call cottonmouth. Yeah. That's apparently like the perfect conditions for that. And what'll happen is your salivary glands will get so dry that they'll kind of close up. And then a bunch of, like, you know, bacteria and all that kind of crap starts forming a little stone that blocks it up. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. So I have like a minor infection, like right here. It's just like, ugh. I can feel it. Like, it goes all the way up and you can feel it right under your tongue. And, I'm trying right now to actually kind of like get it worked out, because funny enough, I got prescribed. They were like Jolly Ranchers. I was like, what? They're like, there's no pill that we can give you. You need Jolly Ranchers. I was like, oh, and they're like, you always need to be stimulating like underneath your tongue so you can just like it'll essentially like push it out. It happened and it was weird. I could just remember like having something. What the fuck? Yeah, guys, be careful. For real. U.S. schools are, schools are crappy in Germany, more outdated than the U.S. system, and not more outdated. Ours isn't the problem. Like, outdated's not the problem. Trust me, I would go for outdated. Outdated would imply that they actually have a standard of learning and teaching. I swear to God, it's like, it's just, there is very little standard for actual learning. I feel like maybe I am just getting old, and I could be completely wrong about this. This is just a vibe thing, but I really do feel like they made it so much easier on these kids to like get straight A's because they needed to pad like the stats of America. So it's just like, you know what? America's getting pretty dumb. We need to show that our kids are smart by, you know, maybe not making it so hard on them. Okay, so I'll explain that in Germany we have 3 schools where you can go first. Hauptschule. Or wait, Hauptschule. I can't speak German. AKA Realschulen. Dude, I fucking love German though. It's such a... You do real... God. At least to an American, it sounds silly. And then... We're people who are not bad, but not perfect. And then there is a gymnasium that is the elite, where the immigrants, 80% of them go to Hauptschule, who, let's say, are toxic. Like our school system is more unfair than the Russian one or Turkey one. Huh, I did not know this. Dennis, I'd look into that because you're talking like you're unsure about that last bit. You might have been lied to. I mean, yeah, where'd you hear it? Like, did you hear it like this in like a conversation with somebody? Or like, do you just, it's like, I know a teacher. I'm always careful with this because it's like the Joe Rogan thing where it's just like, yeah, my wife heard this from her friend where they had a kid who was a catkin that wanted to poop in a litter box. It's just like, bro. Oh, man. See right there? Like, I can feel all of it. It's actually kind of painful. Oh. Alrighty. We are past the first hour, so I think what I will do is start pivoting into news about the school system, because it's basically basic information about the school system in Germany. Listen, basic information in the US doesn't apply to me because I haven't literally really seen it outside of anecdotal evidence of my friends' kids. You know, so have I taken ibuprofen? Inflammatory? Oh, I mean, yeah. No, that's also what they tell me to do, is just take an ibuprofen. Ibuprofen. Just don't take that acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Dude, okay. As someone who couldn't say it himself, it was very funny to hear him like fuck it up even more than me. Acetaminophen. God, we live in an era where they're blaming Tylenol for autism, and then foreskin. Like, it's just, we live in the dumbest fucking time. We really do. And the fact that you got so many Republicans that are just like, yeah. By the way, why is that in the USA that kids allowed to be homeschool? Like in Germany, you must go to school. If not, then your parents need to pay a lot, or they go to prison. I honestly don't like homeschool, and the way that it is totally, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Because also, like, the homeschool classes, like, courses and classes, I can tell you right now, they're not learning shit. I actually, you know what? Without saying too much, I do have a situation in my life where one of my friends, their kid, she was having a hard time reintegrating into school because they had just moved. So instead of, having her go through the adversity of like actually trying to make new friends or just, live life, he's protecting her by bringing her back to homeschool. And then he's shocked when she is not being properly socialized. I'm just going to say, I wasn't. As an outsider to it, I heard what he was doing and I was like, oh, okay, that's going to backfire real bad. And then sure as shit, just yesterday, actually, he told me, he was just like, yeah, she missed this thing with her friends and just, yeah, okay. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I was homeschooled. My parents were missionaries, and I went to public school in Fiji also. I was the only white kid. No kidding. I don't know. As a private school kid, we always made fun of the homeschool kids because, like, we were always treated differently, like, by the average high schoolers, especially when, God forbid there was ever, like, a mixed event where I had to go and meet the local high schoolers or... But then we met homeschoolers, and it was just like, okay, we're not that bad. Like, I had a few things where it's like, okay, I just didn't know how, like, a cafeteria necessarily worked, because we didn't really have a cafeteria, and stuff like that. And I'm like, wait, I never really, like, had to ride a bus. Like, I always got, like, taken to school, which... But then I did a little thing where... A little thing. I had to make up a class, so they put me into summer school, and I wish I could say it was from failing, but it was just because the way that our what do you call it? It was like a college prep system, so they would give us credits in, like, we had pre-college credits, and I was at one, I was missing one to get me to the next point where I could block off like half my day the next year. So I decided, I was like, fuck it. I want that credit, and they said, they're like, if I go to public or like a public summer school, I could get that credit. I was like, fuck yeah. Dude, I passed that not just with flying colors, but to the point where the teacher was just like, you don't really need to do anything. Because it was a literature class, and they were reading books that I had read in like 6th grade. I was just like, can I just do my report on this? I've already read it. And they're like, sure. Yeah, that's my first time ever like riding a public bus. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? But that also, that was nice too, because that actually like trained me for my real life, where, you know, there have been times in my life where I didn't have a car, and it was just like, oh, I'm gonna ride the bus, you know, just. Trains in Chicago, though, man, the L system, thank God for that. Like, seriously, we really do have one of like the most walkable cities. Although right now they got a few of the lines down, like the Brown line. Yeah, it sucks. The only available homeschool curriculum was religious-based ACE program. Yeah, see, that's when I was in school. That's kind of what it was, though. Like, homeschool kids it was mostly religious. I don't think I ever met a homeschool kid that was not like super religious. But yeah, to be honest, Corona hit Germany so hard, aka the school. Well, that's honestly, dude, like you're living a microcosm of like what America's going through. Like America is having that problem. Because I think too many like reporters or just in general, like too many parents, and this is gonna be one of my hottest takes on the show today. But too many parents refuse to recognize how stupid their kids are. And I can say this. I can literally, because I have to just objectively view this shit where I'm just like, nah, your kids, the kids these days argument is a little more applicable, because it's like, no, they don't know how to socialize. They actually don't know how to do anything. And they, like, you want to talk about having, like, social anxiety. They have social anxiety over everything. Like, God, good luck in the next 20 years are going to be awful, because the next workforce, if you think this one's bad, holy fuck. Holy fuck. Good luck. I left school at 13 and started working because I couldn't integrate. Oh, no shit. Handful of homeschooling families I know who aren't religious are laid-back hippie types. Ah, okay. Who do vaccinate. Interesting. Yes, I will do. Actually, hold on. The vape is not helping. So you know what? I'm gonna lay off the vape today. That also does not help when you have like the thing I have. So. I went to university and done a degree in information systems, and the kids who had no social skills in my class but could code in several languages. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we used to have oh God, what the hell was it called? Because we had CCD class, which it was essentially like our Catholic, like, you know, learning system thing. It was weird. But what was weird about it to me was the ones who were in like the CCD program specifically, that like stayed in it, they were all like the, you know, autistic kids. Like, I'm gonna just say it. Like, it was like the pretty autistic kids. I wonder what the correlation is with that. Because it was just hyper-religious studies. Actually, hold on. I'm wondering if, like, that it kind of plays into, like, who becomes a priest. Interesting. But like I was saying, back to my point about, you know, the next generation being kind of cooked, and just in general, like, I don't know, man. I'm not saying, especially to like all you guys, like you can tell me where I'm wrong here, because obviously you spend more time if you are a parent with kids. So you got new glasses today. Nice. I need to get new glasses. They will be the exact same frames. I will just get new lenses. But awesome. I could technically do here. Let's see. Do I have any? No, I don't. I got the pair glasses, so I can like literally put the little what do you call them? Like the frames on. I've never really used them though. I just like the design of the glasses. Completely real. But... I don't know, guys. I used to have a lot more faith, borderline jank level of faith in like the way that the next generation was going to be politically, and the next generation is going to be progressive. Boy, was he fucking wrong about that. Oh my god. Like, dude, egg on his face. Like, I mean, there's always egg on his face, but that was like a whole fucking omelet on his face on that one. I don't know, man. After reading those texts yesterday, too, and then seeing JD Vance where he's just like, yeah, it was just a bunch of college shenanigans. I'm like, no. And honestly, cool. If that's all college shenanigans are to you, then that you just kind of told on yourself. Awesome. Like, trying to find my my happy zone where I don't necessarily pay attention to that. You rode your bike. Good for you. Bike rides are great. I wouldn't be able to ride my bike right now because it's nasty out, dude. Today's one of those days where it's just like, it's gloomy outside. The wind is just hitting. It is just awful. I hope it's not like this on Saturday, by the way. You don't get to use college shenanigans when you're already an elected official. But that's where we're at. They're doing it like, dude, Trump, it's locker room talk, whatever, man. Like, we live in fundamentally unserious times of politics that is affecting everybody's lives in negative ways. And, well, not everybody's lives. There's a very, very small collective that are actually, you know, very happy right now. Dude, I had a thing yesterday where I saw this one dude, he was posted on X, and I noticed that where he was posting from was like one of our, you know, beef spots, and he's talking about how there's this this Rolls Royce pulls up, and he's just like, even the rich know where to get a beef. And I was one of the first comments on there, and I was just like, dude, oh, look, the rich graced us with their presence. Yuck. Dude got ratioed out. It was pretty funny. Because god damn it, dude. I can't fathom being that much of a fucking just like, what's the term? I don't even know what the term is. Like a bourgeois wannabe? Like, because this was the owner of the establishment, so I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You run a rundown beef store. Like, for real. The beef is good, but the whole place is falling fucking apart. What happened to the progressive movement? It was so strong after 2000s. I think it's possible there was orchestrated elitist psyop to make billionaires more relatable by pushing them on JR, etc. Nah. I mean, honestly, that's a dumb one. Because nobody's really buying the relatable billionaire shit. That's not why people love the idea of billionaires. People love the idea of billionaires because they are helpless. Like, they're so helpless, but they don't, like, they have given so much of their lives to Donald Trump and Republican state of mind that they need to think that they're going to be, you know, graced with some of that money. Like, they believe in trickle-down economics, but the trickle-down is like, yeah, the billionaires will eventually reward me. You know what's a great example of this? My shithead cousin. My shithead cousin drives for a billionaire. Like, he literally is one of his, like, part-time chauffeurs. So anytime he gets invited into, like, a Cubs game or something like that, he's always just like, oh yeah, well, see, look. It's just like, dude, you do realize you're the hired help. How's that feel? Like, just, and not even just hired help. Like, the guy legit just looks down, like, he looks down on you and is just like, oh, this guy, you know, I can exploit him, and I can exploit his situation into anything I need. Because guess who's going and running to get the beers? You guys are all were autists? Were. What are you talking about? The thing is, dude, like, if everybody's gonna start using that shit, then you need to probably recognize that you are retarded. Like, I'm sorry. If we're gonna do this where you're gonna start, like, shitting on people for ADHD, autism, yeah. Hard R for you. You probably rented that car. Oh, yeah. He did. No, actually. No, what he does is he'll drive one of his, like, this dude's cars. Because the guy is a drunk. He's a fucking massive alcoholic. So... You know, billionaires be like. I think he's not even a billionaire, to be completely real. I think he's like a multi-millionaire. He's one of those guys that when you see a billionaire, then you're just like, oh, that's real money. Jesus. And that's the thing. Think about this. When have you ever been in the presence of one? Like, nobody can really conceptualize the fact that it's like, no, these people exist on a totally different plane of existence. Like, they have a totally different plane of existence. I almost doubled down. I don't know. Petite bourgeois. That's what it is. The petite bourgeois. Did you guys know, actually, from history, that the idea of fast food is actually like it's medieval. Medieval. I don't know how to actually say that. It's medieval, right? But it is. It's crazy to think about this, but I just watched this historical thing about, like, God, it was a meat pie instructional video, and they were just like, this dates back to, and it gave you like the whole history of the meat pie, and then how technically it was you know, part of their fast food in the medieval age. And then he did a little side thing where he was just like, most people didn't have kitchens in their living facilities, so everybody would go to common eateries, and they actually had like high ass standards, because if you got sick from an eatery, you could, like, if you were a chef, you could literally get your hands chopped off. They would like just execute you, because if you got a royal sick. So like, you had a bunch of these cooks that would understand like how to tell, you know, rotten meat, all that stuff. And then you would have like the ones that were like that would live in areas where they weren't frequented too much by royalty, where even with the, you know, community, they would know kind of, and then they would just, you know, eventually it would be it would get to the point where they would just let it happen, where they would let that establishment essentially exist for travelers to send, like, as a joke, essentially, to just be like, here, go visit this guy. He's got real good food. But they knew there's this twice baked, or reheated. The concept of reheating food in the medieval age was a no-no. So if you had the reputation of reheating food, like, dude, people knew just not to eat at your establishment, and that's... I found that interesting. Did you watch Max Miller? Was that his name? I don't know. It randomly popped up on my algorithm, and I was just like, huh. It was really cool. Is Max? He had a Pokemon behind him, like a random Pokemon. He had a really nice kitchen. I remember saying to my wife, because he has one of those faucets that like you can just fill the pan from your kitchen. I was like, oh, whoa. Reheated rice is good via fried rice. Yeah, fried rice. Yeah. There's certain foods though, like when you make it, if it sits for a little bit, especially like actually. My homemade spaghetti, that's one of them. You let it sit in the sauce overnight. It's way better when you reheat it. But also be very careful with reheating any pasta. Dude, I have the rule of, 24 hours in the fridge and then out. I have gotten too much food poisoning from eating reheated pasta. I was just like, fuck that. And then I heard like a horror story about a dude that like straight up just like died from it. And I was like, okay, no. His husband loves Pokemon, so there's always one in his videos. Oh, yeah, so that's totally the guy. Yeah, Max Miller. Yeah, okay. We'll watch maybe I'll check out one of his videos on stream here. Salmonella. Yeah. Don't want I'm not effing with that anymore. I know, especially in, this economy. God, okay, so I also had this thing. Have you guys noticed in your personal life? Obviously, I got other stuff going on, so my budgeting is definitely in hyper mode, but I, like, just with everything that's, like, more expensive, I'm finding myself rationing the things that are noticeably more expensive. Dude, paper towel. Paper towel got, like, fucking really expensive, like, overnight. Like, what the fuck is going on? Well, I know what the fuck is going on. I'm using that just as a term of phrase. But... Alright, guys, I should probably get to the news. We're in the hour and a half mark here. Oh, I meant to, yeah, sorry, my, title of the stream is technically just a placeholder. This is not what I wanted to actually have on here. Weird. What's my bike like? It is an old Giant. I've been wanting, I wanted one, I should just say. I wanted one of those electric bikes. But, yep. Just gotta put some new tires on it. There we go. Okay. Does anybody actually have okay, so this is just a completely random niche question. If you're into riding bikes, has anybody put like the new thicker tires that I've been seeing? Have they put them on like a older bike, on older model bike, and do they work? Because I'll be honest, I saw the price of those tires and I was like, ooh, yeah. I just picked up a GT sensor for $400 from Marketplace. Dude paid $8K for it. Ah, see, yeah, I might look at like Marketplace for something like that. That's what I should have been doing, but whatever. I'm not gonna have time for a while, and it's almost winter. There's just next year. Honestly, had I thought about this, I would have bought it months ago. Because they actually did have one that was on sale for under 500, where I was just like, oh. But even that I couldn't justify. I don't know, man. The weirdest part is when people use, fiscally conservative, it's like, I'm I've been cutting back on a lot of stuff. Hell, dude, even my comic book pull. Like, keep fit. I try. I don't necessarily care. It's more about staying healthy. Like fit, whatever. I can function at skinny fat and still be. I'll be okay. I'm not trying to be like Hassan. Like, dude, I stopped caring about, especially this area, like, long time ago. Like, I also tore my rotator cuff, so that was a moment. Although I've been getting a lot better. My range of, that's why when you see me doing these stretches, yeah, I'm getting better. Like, I can do this now. Look. Now here's the question. Is the muscle just like, is the, whatever, like, muscle that I was having the problem with, is it just deteriorating that bad? Who knows? But all I can say is I'm not in pain anymore, and that's all that matters. Because they were convinced I needed surgery on it, and I was like, no. I have this thing where I won't get like a surgery to heal a sports injury until I am completely done playing that sport. Electric class 3, no throttle, only pedal assist. That's kind of what I was looking for. I don't need throttle or any of that shit. Although, God, only if Chicago was kind of like LA, where it was just always nice. Like, it'd be a lot easier to get around. At that point, yeah. What am I talking about? Anyway, I'm still locking pretty hard today. My bad, guys. Apologies. Let's get to some news. Actually, here, let's check ground news real quick, because I really haven't even gotten a breakdown on what's going on today. Judge blocks Trump from firing federal workers during government shutdown for now. Okay. Supreme Court seems inclined to limit race-based electoral... Yeah, here we go. Districts under Voting Rights Act. On Wednesday, the U.S. Supreme Court heard a major Republican-led challenge that could gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in a dispute over Louisiana's congressional map. Oh, this one up. This is pretty bad, guys. Chill out, believers. What up, Elvis? How you doing? Hey, wait, Elvis, haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing, man? Hope you're well. Also, as you guys file in here, don't forget to hit that like button. Alright, so Louisiana's Republican-dominated legislature drew the 2022 congressional map after the 2020 census, prompting black voters to sue. Justice Roberts sounds skeptical of the second majority black district and described the district as a snake stretching out for 200 miles, while the justices spent nearly 3 hours debating race-based remedies. Dude, the thing is, you're implicitly acknowledging that there is race-based, like, this is all race-based for a reason. They wouldn't all be in those areas if it wasn't for some, I don't know, some history and some this whole, like, economic system that kind of keeps them there. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Fucking A, dude. I don't know. IRA freaked out about this earlier today, off stream. One of my rare times where all right, so more broadly, the court has in prior years limited Voting Rights Act, including 2013. Observers warn of fundamental changes affecting Black Americans. Yep. All right. Here we go. Dude, sorry, my computer's doing some weird stuff. For some reason, this took me to a totally... Like, I'm glad I did that. The wrong screen. I mean, it's not that bad. It took me to this. We're going to watch this one after this. Oh. That's why I did it. I just realized it's because... Hold on. I fucked up. There we go. You need clearance in your frame. Older bikes don't typically have that. Ah, crap. Yeah. That's what I was worried about. Thank you. I appreciate that. Shutdown may start costing the economy $15 billion a day. So the 2-week-old federal government shutdown is costing the U.S. about $15 billion a day, and urge Democrats to be heroes and end it. We could be heroes just for one day. Oh God, could you imagine they actually like use that song and it's just a picture? It's a picture of fucking Cory Booker with his giant eye. Oh, we gotta watch that of him getting called out by I've Had It. You know what? Let's do that first. Yo, dude. Wait, they don't even... I thought they clipped this. Oh, that's why I didn't have it up. It's because it's the whole interview and it's an hour long. Here, let's see. Do they actually have it on...
So are we supposed to start?
The grocery fights we're in right now is that none of them question.
Fuck. Well, this one will be later. My bad, guys. That's what happens. Here. We're actually going to do this one. So Mika Kelly and the Morning Joe crew have finally woken up to the idea that what's going on in Chicago is fucking insane. And I'm glad that they're using the language of like what I just said, fucking insane, and how this is just blatantly scary. So I was a little worried because outlets like MSNBC were kind of shying away from even doing that, which, what a time to kind of like mince your words, you know? But here, this is kind of refreshing.
Teachers in Chicago are speaking out, criticizing immigration enforcement taking place near schools, saying the operations are disrupting classes and traumatizing children. In one incident, a teacher said tear gas drifted toward a playground, forcing students to move inside for recess. In one social media video that went viral, law enforcement officers can be seen dragging two women from a car right outside a school as parents were picking up their children.
Wait, you guys came to the school and to do this?
Do you have a warrant? They have it.
didn't ask for a warrant. My name is Jocelyn from Cicero. They don't have a warrant. They didn't ask for one. They forcefully opened the door of the truck. It was locked. It was locked.
The person who recorded this video said she is a teacher who works at the school nearby. She said she heard students shouting, "It's ICE," and running. NBC News could not independently verify the details of that post. MSNBC has confirmed that both women were later released after that trauma. Chicago public school staff is taking action to assist children affected by ongoing ICE operations. Staff members have organized teams to report and respond to immigration and customs enforcement activity around their schools, including patrolling the area, keeping concerned parents informed, and
This is only about to get worse because of what happened yesterday. A bunch of residents are now also looking at who they can sue.
Escort some families to and from school, according to members of the Chicago Teachers Union. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security defended its actions.
Of course it did.
Quote, ICE is not going to schools to make arrests of children. Criminals are no longer able to hide in America's schools to avoid arrest. The Trump administration will not tie the hands of our brave law enforcement and instead trusts them to use common sense. And Joe, that shouldn't be even happening anywhere,
released them.
let alone near a
They
school.
release them.
They
release. They go into school. They go in, and who thinks this is good politics? Who thinks this is good policy? They go into school pickup lines, attack people, according to this video, brutalize them, and then release them.
And according to this victim, they were in the car and they were dragged out of their car. So there's some problems there with procedure not being lawful if their claims are correct.
Who's telling Republicans that this is a good idea? Who's telling Republicans that not only is this thuggish, but who's telling Republicans, hey, this will really help you out in the midterms. This will help you out politically. Who are they playing to? What 32% of sick people are they playing to who want to see people improperly taken out of court? Because they were released later, we're told. So this is a school pickup line in America. This is a school pickup line. We've all picked up our children in school.
This is crazy.
Right? And here you have masked people that are like yanking people out of cars and then later on releasing them. And we now have people who are here legally. Reports that they're now getting treated like this across America. And again, the question is, who's telling Donald Trump this is good politics? Who's telling Republicans who's telling John Thune this is good politics? Who's telling the Speaker this is good politics? They can run around screaming illegal immigration. Americans want a secure border. Americans want people to get here legally.
He's such a
and
fucking...
at the same time, two truths. You can hold them in your hands. They don't want to see that shit. They don't
just his framing
want
of it.
to see
It's
that
like,
happening in school pickup lines. And tell you what else they don't want to see. They don't want to see a president threatening people based on how they vote in local elections. Let's just back up now. We now are getting
decency shaming won't work. It hasn't worked in a
entire
decade, and it
cities
isn't about to start working.
from big government, Washington.
No, these
Saying
people
if
are
you vote a
literally
certain way-
they're looking at this and they're cheering it. That's where they're at. This is where we're at.
In your local elections,
Yes. The outrage really worked, and they pivoted.
you're going to get punished. We're now getting threats from big government in Washington, D.C., that just because we don't like a city because it votes for Democrats sometimes, you may not get World Cup games or something. By the way, crime in Boston has fallen precipitously over the past 4 years. Last year, an all-time low for murders, if the stats that I'm getting. By the way, not an all-time low since 2022, not an all-time low since 1978. Based on reports I've read last year, 2024, an all-time low.
Yep.
And yet you're going, we got to invade Boston because it's too dangerous there.
Again, also, like, nobody, Joe, Mika, with all due respect, maybe point out that it's like there isn't this broad, like, war happening. Like, you would think if they're going after these gang members, we would hear at least one story where it's just like, our ICE troops have been attacked by these well-organized criminal gangs. Like, I'm not trying to give them ideas, but Jesus fuck. Like, you would think that, because also, what would that entail? Like, what would come after that?
I know you want to shock people with all this shit. No. We're just looking at it and seeing how stupid.
But they also have to ride this line of like maintaining, where it's like, look, if you join ICE, you're fine. You can do pretty much anything you want to protect yourself. Use all the pepper spray and pepper canisters you want.
It's
very stupid.
How dangerous it is for people, and the fact, again, in 2025, John Lemire, somebody's actually telling the President of the United States it's good politics if we go to school lines where people pick up their children from school and we have masked, I can't believe I'm saying it, masked agents in 2025 in school pickup lines doing this. Hold on, let's just listen to the video. Let's listen.
Wait, you guys came to the school?
But have you considered that getting heckled by a guy in a lemur costume is kind of the same thing?
They have a warrant. They haven't asked for a warrant. My name is Jocelyn from Cicero.
They let them out, or they had to release them too. This is insane.
Not a girl. She knows her rights.
No, apparently she fucking doesn't, Mika. That's the problem. And the Supreme Court has already kind of gone, you know what? They could totally racially profile. That was the first hit to our democracy. That was really it, because they just kind of gave carte blanche. I mean, you could go to them giving, presidential immunity, which fucking Biden could have used for whatever the fuck he wanted. But no.
So they do this. And again, according
Gotta have decorum, people.
to reports, some of these people were later released. They really are going to school lines to do this, these guys in masks? 2025 America. 2025 America. John Lemire, I'm not really good at this politics thing. I don't think it does great in the crosstabs. I think maybe, maybe there are 30% of people who like school.
For real, though? Do you understand that they saw her and they were like, yeah, she should have been a legal immigrant, which she was. They don't give a fuck, guys.
Lines
They see Brown and they say, that's a criminal.
to be attacked by people in masks and people ripped out of their cars. And now we're even getting to the point where they're
Presidential immunity, you say? Bet. What student
Not even
loans?
elite.
Exactly. He could have done anything at that point after the fucking, like, that would have been the moment to push it
not
and be like, oh, you guys want to play this game? Okay.
immigrants that are getting
Let's test that.
yanked out of cars.
Because then he could have maybe pushed back to be like, hey, do you want to maybe revisit that?
Now we're getting to the point.
Also, kind of showing their ass, because this is where I really do think that the election was stolen, and like they did it knowing that it was going to happen the way that it did,
Where you have
and they did it covertly, where it's just they purged voter rolls, dude.
people who are here legally.
Like everything that they were saying about the voting machines, all this bullshit. This is the reason they want to get rid of the voting machines, is because it's not about fucking extra Democratic votes. It's about just having Democratic votes in general.
That are having this
Like I know I'm literally baseline shit right here, but
happen. to
every
them.
once in a while you just need to be
Legally.
reminded.
We have people in America legally that are now having to carry around their papers. I'm sorry. What does that sound like? Show me your papers. You need to show me your papers. Oh, you're going down the street. Show me your paper. That's not America.
I like how you guys are finally catching up,
And by the way, that's not like anybody
and you guys can.
freaking out. This is like, where are the Republicans?
Did you bring this up in your meeting with him when he was when you went to go grovel at his feet to make sure that you didn't get taken off the air?
We're small government Republicans. No, you aren't. You're allowing big government to actually go in and tell people,
That is true.
people, if they vote the wrong way in a municipal race. Think about how screwed up that is. I'd like to use another word, but I know kids are watching. We now have
used
big
enough.
government. I have used it. I do. We now have big government going into school pickup. Listen, I understand that there are a lot of elites in the White House that have, and a lot of elites on Capitol Hill that probably have picked
failure
up their
all
children
around.
in
Yeah, it really
lines, at school. Maybe they've had chauffeurs do it or something. A lot of billionaires work in this administration, so maybe they've never actually been into a school line.
There's no kids watching
like all of us
freaking
have
Morning
to pick
Joe.
up our children.
It's this little 5-year-old with really well coiffed hair reading the New York Times.
That's really screwed up. Like, that's some screwed up shit.
Hey, Dad, did you know that on Morning Joe, he almost said the naughty word?
When you have people
Can you get me a chalky milk, please?
in masks going into lines and yanking people out of cars, some of whom are here legally.
Young Sheldon. Yeah, exactly.
America 2025? I don't think so. And saying, you need to carry your papers. Do you have your papers with you? Are you carrying your papers? It's like a
Does the
movie.
little paper flip where it's like, Dad, I hope that you didn't put all of your investments into gold because gold is down today.
Like a movie about some regime from
And it's just his dad. Do you want some chalky milk? Yes, Daddy, I will have some chalky milk.
past,
There it is.
authoritarian regime. It doesn't happen in America, but it is now. I'm not sure why, because this is not good politics. And I don't know why Republicans don't step up and say, like Rand Paul did earlier, this is not good politics.
Why aren't the Democrats pushing back and explaining the fact that this is not good politics?
Deeply
Jesus Christ, dude.
un-American. And in that video, you can hear the screams, just like the screams in that video that the DHS shot in Chicago a couple weeks ago when they raided an apartment building in the middle of the night with helicopters and pulled children out of their beds. Let's bring in New York Times investigative reporter Michael Schmidt, president of the National Action Network and host of MSNBC's Politics
I'm using
Nation,
my
the Reverend
concerned
Al Sharpton,
voice.
as well as MSNBC senior White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Thanks to you all for being here. Rev, starting with you. This is America 2025, where President Trump, I've never seen before a president who makes no effort to be the president for all people. He's just president for his supporters. And he is declared war on Democratic cities. We're seeing the ICE raids there in cities like Chicago, the threats to Boston, which by almost any measure is the safest big city in America, saying we'll strip the World Cup away from you. And here in New York City, saying if you elect a politician I don't like in Zohran Mamdani, I'm going to slash federal funding, which will,
Al
of course,
Sharpton
have
is shrinking
devastating
again.
impact for millions of people.
I think the challenge is that those that really want to preserve America as we know it, and this is not right,
Maybe don't wear that giant
left,
I
this
mean, he
is-
literally looks like he found his daddy's suit.
dealing with the country that
I'm littler.
stands for democracy, it stands for human and moral
I'm hearing from a lot of people, a tremendous amount of people.
rights.
The true
Are we
enemy of
gonna
America
allow this to happen?
is
I mean, we keep talking about this
Queen
like this is
Antifa.
God-
Believe me. Believe me.
This is for real.
Every
People are
day.
being harassed on school lines in certain cities because it's a democratic city. We're going after certain people that look like an ethnicity and say, do you have your papers in our time? So I think that the challenge, I think we've heard this long enough that this is what Trump will do. They're doing it.
Yeah.
The question is, are we going
I
to
actually hate to say this. You're right. You're not only right about him shrinking, but I'm actually kind of worried about his health now.
resist it? Are we going to stop
know
it?
why.
Our elected officials and others. And now to threaten if New York elects who they want to elect as mayor, I'm going to cut off the money. This is our money. I mean, we are taxpayers. What are you talking about? We are allowing him to do it because
I just noticed in the corner here. So here, check this out. Oh, that's me. Stand cam. All right. So it says Cambot, which if you guys are a fan of Mystery Science Theater
there's
3000,
not a real resistance from top to bottom in these communities. It's not that he's that strong, it's that we've become that weak.
And Mike,
well said there, Al. It's just like when he starts talking, I tune out. I really do. So we got some good news from the Broadview facility.
The fence has come down in Broadview around the ICE facility there.
Feds were facing a deadline on this. We're checking in with Gabrielle.
Feds were
Travis, who
facing
is
a
live
deadline.
right there with the very latest from that scene. Gabby?
That's cold in it.
Good morning, Anthony, Natalie. Well, I will say it does look different this morning here on Beach Street in front of the Broadview ICE facility. That 8-foot fence has been taken down, and Illinois State Police squad cars are in its place. As you said, the feds faced a deadline after a judge's ruling ordered the fence down by midnight last night. Here is some video from shortly before midnight of crews getting to work, loading the fence while law enforcement stood guard. The fence came up back on September 23rd. Now it's down exactly 3 weeks later. It has been a symbol of tension between ICE protesters and even the village of Broadview, which wanted it down. Last month, hours after the fencing went up at the facility, a letter went out from Broadview Fire Department to DHS saying in part it was built without permission, a fence on a public street under the jurisdiction of Village of Broadview, end quote. Now back out live, some new concrete barriers are drawing some criticism. IDOT installed them just yesterday. Broadview Mayor Thompson said the barriers are meant to keep protesters safe and to make sure that protesters don't spill out.
She couldn't even sell that line.
Residential neighborhoods. I will say here this morning there aren't any protesters around closer to the designated protesting zone, but they are standing on the corner. One is dressed as an axolotl, and there's 3 others that are standing by. Illinois State Police has not approached them to remind them about the 9 a.m. start to the designated protesting hours. We'll keep you updated on how they react to the fence being down. Live in Broadview.
Irony. We need a fence group had their fence taken away for being bad play pals.
Fox 32, Chicago.
Okay, Gabby, thank you for that update. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Gabby. Alrighty. Let's see. Alright. Give me 1 second. I got some more news on the Chicago protests from last night. Wait, Candace Owens got banned? For what? Wait, what? Well, that's new. Hold on. Okay, two things that I just found here. Alright, hold on. Wait, it's Philip DeFranco, so I'm taking this with a grain of salt. This motherfucker, he'll put stuff in the titles, and it's not. I know, shocking. It's not what it says. It's clickbait. Ugh. So I'm gonna make sure that Trump and Kash Patel press conference. Well, that's gonna be fun. We'll cover that in a minute. You know, fuck it.
You beautiful
bastards. Blah 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 blah. Literally, where is the Candace Owens thing? SCOTUS hears argument. Australia High Court. Blah 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 blah. Major fallout after texts and young Republicans. But I'm literally. Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me, Phil.
Starting with this. Top young Republicans were just exposed in 2,900 pages of slurs, Hitler praise, and rape jokes. In a chat they very much would not want you to see. And this, coming from Politico, who just released a massive report detailing the contents of a leaked Telegram chat that included leaders of young Republican groups across the country. And over the course of 7 months, these leaders, they exchanged some crazy texts.
She was banned in Australia?
Store YR
okay,
War Room, and
it
it was created by this guy, Peter Giunta, during his campaign to become chair of the Young Republican National Federation. Also, just something to mention here, because I've seen certain people characterizing the situation in a certain way that it is just not. The Young Republican National Federation is not like a group just for high school kids. This is the GOP's 15,000 member political organization for Republicans between 18 and 40 years old. And in fact,
that's a big group text.
Many of the people included in the chat already held positions within the government or party politics. And that includes one who's actually a state senator. Now, as far far as the chat mixed in with formal conversations about social media strategy, logistics, and earning votes were comments from Giunta like, if your pilot is a she and she looks 10 shades darker than someone from Sicily, just end it there. Scream the no-no word. With him also appearing to respond to a question about watching an NBA playoff game with, I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch monkey play ball. And at one point it appeared that he made a comment about
dude!
loving Hitler and
Fuck, did you guys just go like watch a bunch of 80s videos and they're like, this is how they talk?
saying that anyone voting against his bid for leadership of the Young Republican National Federation, quote, is going to the gas.
This was hack even back in the fucking 90s.
And adding, I'm going to create some of the greatest physiological torture methods known to man. We only want true believers. But it also wasn't just Giunta saying off-the-wall shit. And so you had people like Joe Maligno, who previously identified himself as the general counsel for the New York State Young Republicans, responding to that last comment from Giunta by saying, can we fix the showers? Gas chambers don't fit the Hitler aesthetic. Also, at one point,
I'm glad that he's covering this because you know what?
Young Republicans, Luke Mosman, told
I didn't
the chat,
know
quote, the Spanish came to
how
America
the quotation
and had sex
system
with
was
every
working
single
on
woman,
YouTube
and then
these
responding
days.
to someone else's comment that sex is gay with, quote, sex, it was rape. And to that, you had Bobby Walker, the vice chair of the New York State Young Republicans at the time, responding by saying epic. Right, and all of this, it's in the midst of a lot of slurs, right, including slurs about Black and Hispanic people, as well as the LGBTQ plus community. With, for example, William Hendrick.
Why would they be so comfortable with this? What kind of system are we living in where these guys would be so comfortable?
The Kansas Young Republicans vice chair being specifically called out for using variations of the N-word more than a dozen times. And again, like, this is just a bit. Politico reports that this goes on for roughly 2,900 pages. Right, and all of this is, it seems like the people involved were aware that what they were saying was deeply, deeply controversial. Right, according to Politico, there were occasionally messages about how toxic the chat was and what the fallout would be if anyone outside of their group were to read it. Or with Walker at a point explicitly saying, if we ever had a leak of this chat, we would be cooked. And it appears he may be right, though. To what degree, we'll see. Because the fallout from this chat, even just a day after Politico's article went up, it's been substantial. Hell, at one point, Politico noted in the article that since they began making inquiries into this story, one member of the group already lost their job and another had a job offer rescinded. But also, since its publication, both Joe Maligno and Peter Giunta, they've been removed from their positions. There have also been calls for the state senator in the chat to resign, and the Kansas Young Republicans was disbanded by the state GOP. And we've also seen demands for all the people involved to resign from Young Republicans, and that includes from the organization itself. I
literally read it and I was just like, yeah.
With the Young Republicans National Federation putting out a statement on X saying, such behavior is disgraceful, unbecoming of any Republican, and stands in direct opposition to the values our movement represents. Those involved must resign immediately from all positions within their state and local Young Republican organizations. We must hold ourselves to the highest standards of integrity, respect, and professionalism.
Wow, I will be honest. Little shocked at that.
We then also saw Republican leaders on the national level chiming in, quickly condemning the chat and the people in it. You had a senior advisor for Representative Elise Stefanik, who had previously applauded Giunta's leadership, saying that she was, quote, absolutely appalled to learn about the alleged comments made. And adding, according to the description provided by Politico, the comments were heinous, anti-Semitic, racist, and unacceptable. If the description by Politico is accurate, Congresswoman Stefanik calls for any New York Young Republicans responsible for these horrific comments in this chat to step down immediately. You also had Representative Mike Lawler saying something similar in his own statement, saying the deeply offensive and hateful comments reportedly made in a private chat among members of the New York State Young Republicans are disgusting, saying they should resign from any leadership position immediately and reflect on how far they have strayed from basic human respect and decency. And that sentiment was also echoed by others, including New York.
I gotta be honest, wow.
Governor Kathy Hochul and Vermont
Wasn't
Governor
expecting
Phil
that.
Scott. But that is not to say that everyone's on the same page here. Or you had Vice President J.D. Vance, for example, notably not condemning the chat and its participants, and instead drawing a comparison to Jay Jones, who's a candidate for Attorney General in Virginia. Or them sharing a screenshot of Jones acknowledging he'd previously said he hoped the children of the former Republican Virginia House Speaker would die. With Vance saying this is far worse than anything said in a college group chat, and the guy who said it could become the AG of Virginia. I refuse to join the pearl clutching when powerful people call for political violence. Right, you also had some coming to the defense of Giunta and friends here, saying that this is all clearly sarcasm, or at least a lot is. With many specifically pointing to Giunta's Hitler comment, saying that it's a clear response to Democrats calling those on the right Nazis and referring to Trump as the new Hitler. So you had super conservative commentators like Matt Walsh saying, if you actually read the Politico hit piece, you'll see that many of the messages are being taken wildly out of context.
Oh my God, it's always out of context. It's always, you know, oh, they may have said this, but they was just joking.
For example, the guy who said, I love Hitler was clearly being sarcastic. It's explicitly meant to be a sarcastic sarcastic joke.
God
He was saying, yeah,
damn.
I'm so right-wing, I guess I love Hitler. Basic sarcasm of a kind deployed by right-wingers all the time. I have theocratic fascist in my bio. Again, Politico made this the headline of the piece. Fundamentally dishonest, nobody on the right should be giving it any credibility. Though then you had no shortage of people pushing back against this idea that many or any of those comments were meant as jokes. And that includes big creators in the space who you might have thought would land somewhere else, or you were unsure where they'd land on this topic, like Asmongold saying on X. If you think all of these are jokes, you're in for a very bad time over the next 10 to 15 years. Right? And it was
Oh my God,
sarcastic,
you're
doesn't
telling
appear
me
to be
that
the
even
route that
Asmon
Junta
got
is
it?
taking right now. Instead, his response to the situation has been an apology for the, quote, insensitive and inexcusable language in the messages. Though he then appeared to undercut that apology by seeming to imply that the messages may be fake, saying, while I take complete responsibility, I have had no way of verifying their accuracy and am deeply concerned that the message logs in question may have been deceptively doctored, which definitely is a take, and one I'd love to hear your thoughts, opinions, and reactions on, along with the rest of this story. But then next up today, we need to talk about the U.S. announcing that it's revoked visas for at least 6 people accused of celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, with the State Department saying in a post, the United States has no obligation to host foreigners who wish death on Americans.
about to move
And while they
on,
didn't
but hold
disclose
on.
the names or identities of those who lost their visas, they did post a thread of comments, reporting to a Mexican national who allegedly said that Kirk died being a racist, he died being a misogynist, there are people who deserve to die, and saying there are people who would make the world better off dead. As well as a German national who is accused of justifying Kirk's murder by writing, when fascists die, Democrats don't complain. Right, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he previously said that he planned on doing this, and you had tons on the right very supportive of measures punishing those perceived to have mocked or celebrated Kirk's death. But there's also been a ton of backlash and tons of people slamming the Trump administration for officially revoking visas over this. Or with free speech organizations like FIRE writing that you can't defend, quote, our culture by eroding the very cornerstone of what America stands for, freedom of speech and thought, and saying the Trump administration must stop punishing people for their opinions.
Not anymore, dude.
Alone. The Supreme Court has been clear that
How dare you have a... That's a fucking left-wing thought if I've ever heard one. Get him!
non-citizens have a right to freedom of speech. In America, no one should fear a midnight knock at the door because of their political views. Right, in this news about the visas, they actually came as Charlie was getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom yesterday, where we talked about how it was going to happen on the show, and then once the ceremony actually happened, there were a few standout moments that went viral. Great moments like this one where Trump brought up the assassination attempt that he survived.
They've rammed vehicles into federal law enforcement, fired sniper rifles at ICE agents, and me, you know. But
Yeah, except that guy
It
was, I
I
mean,
made a turn
a
at a
right
good
winger.
time.
How come you don't know his? How come you never say his name?
I made a turn at a good time. I turned to the right. Charlie couldn't believe it, actually. He said, how the hell did you make that turn? I said, I don't know.
Right, and then this pair of clips where both
I'm so glad that he made it about himself.
Trump and Erica Kirk discussed Charlie's feelings about his enemies, those got attention as well.
He didn't like losing. And he was able to fight people that were enemies, and he didn't necessarily love those enemies so much. You know, I heard he loved his enemies, and I said, wait a minute, is that the same Charlie that I know? I'm not sure.
He stood for God when it was costly.
Why does he keep pointing?
Called to do.
Does he pointing to Erica? Charlie, hey, Charlie, you know, hey, why is he smiling so much, dude? Like, hold on, I have to put my sad face on. You can only tell because, hold on, I'm gonna push out a poop because that makes me look even sadder.
Surprisingly enough, he did pray for his enemies, which is very hard, but he did. He did. He did. No one else, I mean, I saw him do it. No, he never did it in front of anyone else.
They're 213.
But I can attest to that.
Right, and so you had people comparing, contrasting those clips and takes. Some saying it came off like Donald Trump was kind of calling BS on Charlie Kirk actually praying for his enemies. But of course, most of that, it's connected to the arguments and debates being made around Charlie Kirk's legacy, which is a conversation being had in addition to the one being had around, you know, the government cracking down on people saying things. But yeah, with all of this, like with anything that stands out in today's show, I'd really love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions. And then we've got more news to talk about in just...
Yeah, and that's how I know to dip out. Okay, so with the Candace thing, is he going to talk about the Candace thing? Australia High Courts reject, blah, 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 blah. Oh, here it is.
Of free training. Then next up in the news, let's talk about this Candace Owens drama. Because Australia is now refusing to let Candace Owens step foot.
It looks like a bird shit on her shoulder.
Land.
What the fuck? She wore that?
With the highest court in their country rejecting a visa challenge that she filed after the country blocked her from entering last year. And for some important context here, Candace was set to do a speaking tour in both Australia and New Zealand in November of 2024. But then Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke refused her visa on character grounds, citing the Migration Act. With that filing claiming were she to be allowed to enter Australia, there was a risk.
I mean, honestly, if they're gonna play this game with other countries, then they honestly should. They should do this thing where they're like, okay, you know what? Since you're asking our political affiliations and going through our social media to find shit like that, let's see yours. Only lefties allowed.
She would incite.
Dude, they would flip shit.
Discord in the Australian community, or a segment of the Australian community. And you had Minister Burke saying that because she is a political commentator, he examined her views and found they, quote, amounted to extremist and inflammatory comments towards Muslim, Black, Jewish, and LGBTQIA plus communities. With Burke adding that Australia was already experiencing heightened community tensions, and he believed that Candace's presence would amplify grievances and
objectively hilarious to get rejected by a whole ass continent.
Hostility and violent or radical action. And then actually after Australia made their call, New Zealand followed suit and blocked her visa over there as well. But a judge later overturned that one and said that she would be allowed, citing free speech. But then, back in Australia, Candace unsurprisingly did not agree with the decision, and she appealed it to the High Court. And she argued that it violated the implied right of freedom of political communication. So sort of a free speech claim, but also Australia doesn't have a First Amendment free speech right the same way the U.S. does. But again,
Taylor, wait, hold on, guys. I just saw this on my side feed here. Taylor Lorenz chimed in on the Hassan thing.
Seeing as the court
I think I got some fun half bits.
Rejected her, ruling that
Ooh,
the
we got 3
implied
minutes, by the
freedom
way.
of political communication is not a personal right, and it is also not unlimited or absolute. And then actually, on top of having her visa denied, the court ordered Candace to pay the Australian government's costs related to this case. And so Minister Burke calling the court's decision a win for social cohesion and adding, inciting discord might be the way some people make money, but it's not welcome in Australia. Australia's national interest is best served when Candace Owens is somewhere else. But also a big thing is that this is actually not the first high-profile visa denial that Australia has issued on character grounds lately. Right back in July, they canceled Kanye's visa over his song Hail Hitler and promotion of other Nazi ideology. That, it's ultimately where we are with the situation with Candace for now, and we'll have to wait to see if she responds. I imagine she will very soon. But the next up today, we should talk about how today could be the day that the Supreme Court is convinced to gut the Voting Rights Act and, among other things, hand the Republicans up to 19.
The fact that this is a middle story on the Philip DeFranco show kind of just shows like where we're at as a dystopian hellhole.
More House seats. Right, and at the center of this case is Louisiana's 6th district. Because after the 2020 census, Louisiana made a congressional map that was...
It looks like a snake. We can't have snake.
Quickly taken to court. And that because it had one district out of 6 where black voters had a chance to elect a candidate despite making up 33% of the state's population. So a lower court said that this violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which led the state to add a second black represented district. And as far as, what is Section 2, to keep it simple, Section 2 bans racial discrimination in voting. And in the case of congressional districts, this means giving minority voters a meaningful chance to elect their preferred candidates. So it's meant to effectively ban packing and cracking communities to either concentrate their voting power into just a single district rather than multiple, or diluting them across multiple districts. But then you had a group of non-African American voters.
Boy, YouTube really filtering
this argument on its head and suing over Louisiana's redrawn map. And they argued that it dilutes their voting power and that Section 2 violates the 14th and 15th Amendments. And after a lot of legal back and forth, the case made its way up to the Supreme Court, which first heard arguments back in March. And at the time, what you saw was Chief Justice John Roberts not seeming to be impressed with the 6th district. Specifically, one of the things that lawmakers are supposed to do is keep districts reasonably compact. But Roberts, he didn't seem convinced of that, and he said,
if you look at
how come none of these assholes have like something like a congenital heart defect or something?
CD6.
God, we could only be so lucky.
What does reasonably compact mean? It's a snake that runs from one end of the state to the other. How is that compact?
But despite initial skepticism, the court did take the rare move of rehearing the case again today, which, is something that's usually only done in major cases like Roe v. Wade and Brown v. Board of Education. And this time, conservative justices like Brett Kavanaugh, they signaled that they were interested in hearing more about the argument that Section 2 violates the 14th Amendment. Now, very notably here, there is past Supreme Court precedent that has been in place for nearly 4 decades, and it states that representation should be proportional to racial groups. But as we've seen, precedent really doesn't matter these days, and despite that, Kavanaugh hinted that he wasn't happy with Louisiana's map, with Kavanaugh saying that race-based districting puts the U.S. on a
look beer.
most dangerous course.
I will never not see him as
And
that.
that is, he was also concerned about whether states could use race-based maps indefinitely. Or with him saying and asking today, this court's cases in a variety of contexts have said that race-based remedies are permissible for a period of time, but they should not be indefinite and should have an endpoint. What exactly do you think the endpoint should be? With then lawyers representing black voters in the state saying that the Voting Rights Act addresses this already, since state maps have to redraw their maps every 10 years after a census. And then you had Justice Sonia Sotomayor arguing that race-based maps are always a thing and said, race is a part of redistricting always. Race is always a part of these decisions, and my colleagues are trying to tease it out in this intellectual way that doesn't deal with the fact that race is used to help people. Well, right now, we don't know which way the Supreme Court's going to go. I mean, the impacts here, they could be massive, and that's putting it lightly, really. Removing Section 2, it would heavily limit how powerful the Voting Rights Act is, especially since about 10 years ago, conservative justices struck down another provision of the law. And in the long run, I mean, killing Section 2, it could mean that as much as 30% of the Congressional Black Caucus and 11% of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus could lose their districts. And so that, along with what we've been seeing in the news, it doesn't seem like that could be far off. I mean, we've talked about Trump's demands that states redraw their districts to get more votes in the upcoming midterms, which then, of course, sparks some blue states to do the same in response. Right now, depending on which way this case goes, this could be the push that some states want to make it happen. And actually, with that, North Carolina is now the latest pushing to redraw their map. Also, all these efforts are facing their own lawsuits, so even after this Louisiana case is finished, we might be seeing another fight about congressional districts playing out in the court just before the midterms. While I am personally of the mindset of gerrymandering sucks, I wish no one would do it. It is feeling like more and more we're headed towards this place of gerrymandering is gonna need to happen to try to combat gerrymandering happening. Like, it feels like it's all just...
Yeah, that just actually tells me that you don't understand what gerrymandering is and why it happens.
Playing towards an end game.
Like, you don't understand how it works with the census. I don't know, man. Every once in a while, centrist Philly. I don't care what his politics are. It's just the way that he frames it. Alrighty. Oh, right, the Taylor Lorenz thing. Alright, we'll go into that in a minute. Judge Kavanaugh's question. I don't give a shit. I can't hear that dude's voice. Let's see. Don't you know they want you dead? Yep. That's why I keep trying to explain to, like, the poors that are still rah-rah Trumping. They're too... The racism has got them too stupid to make them realize it's like, oh, he's coming for us too. Oh, crap. Leftist first. Woo! Trust me, once he actually doesn't need you to vote, you're on the chopping block too. It's almost like, I don't know, trying to fight for a system that may benefit people you don't like is the most American thing you can do, but whatever. What do I know? I'm just a shitty leftist who apparently is...
But not like Venezuela.
Nationals can still carry apply to actual DC. Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, of course you could drive.
4 years during the last administration, there was a hotel in a town, the middle of a town in
FBI
Alaska,
summer heat
that was being run as a drug den. There were over one.
Enough. When you look at the
Justice, the Department of Homeland
So
power
they're
to be used for good.
literally talking about the successes of the FBI. Okay.
Good Sunday evening to you. I'm Cheryl Mercedes. Thanks for joining us. A victim of an apparent road rage incident tells us he thought he was going to die. The suspect was arrested and is free on bond tonight. But we've learned the suspect once pleaded guilty to another possible road rage shooting 3 months ago. Our Matt Doherty has a story you will see only on KHOU 11 tonight. Matt.
Texas.
The man we met with today says he's concerned the suspect was released from jail and he's worried he'll do it again.
It was insane to me. I did nothing to deserve it.
Connor Gibbs says he wasn't sure if he was going to make it home alive yesterday.
What could I have possibly done to them for them to slam their brakes on the freeway and block traffic and then start following me like that?
Gibbs says he was on his way home after a day of hiking somewhere along I-45 South near Parker when an SUV came to a stop in the middle of moving traffic.
I pass the guy, I get right into the next lane again. He then gets right on my bumper. He's following me, he's flashing his lights and everything. He's tailgating me maybe within 3 feet.
Gibbs says he didn't care about when he got home anymore. At this point, he was just trying to get to safety.
So I'm driving along and shaking, and I take an exit. Well, he takes the exit too.
After speeding ahead as fast as he could, doing a U-turn to get back on the freeway, Gibbs says the driver quickly caught back up with him. Gibbs starts driving in the emergency lane.
He's then speeding alongside me. I then notice that
what is this fucking
he's coming up next
psychopath's
to me.
fucking problem?
I slam the brakes and I have to hit the ditch. I have to go. I'm thinking if I get onto the feeder, I can get away from this
Holy
guy.
shit.
I saw the fence there. I didn't think the fence was going to be that short in length. He then goes over the grass as well.
He says the driver gets ahead of him, then blocks off the feeder. Gibbs manages to get around him this time and escapes to a gas station where he waits for police. While he's waiting, another driver brings him this video taken from his car with that same black SUV. When Houston police showed up to the gas station, they took statements and dash camera videos from Gibbs and all the other drivers. The suspect was arrested a short time later and has been identified as 19-year-old Julio Camarena. Court documents show that Camarena pleaded guilty to felony aggravated assault with a deadly weapon 3 months ago. Prosecutors say on Christmas
Explain yourself, Texas.
Eve last year, Camarena fired 5 shots at a driver on Airline when Camarena couldn't get in front of him. Luckily, the driver and his passenger were not hurt. But Gibbs says something happened yesterday when the driver was behind him at a stoplight on the feeder that he says makes this more serious.
As my light's going green, I'm looking in the mirror, he gets out, and he has a gun.
Gibbs says he told this to police when he gave his statement, but at this point, Camarena is only charged with reckless driving.
What the fuck?
Misdemeanor. The
Are
court
you serious?
documents do not mention a weapon.
And he just gets a reckless driving charge. That's it.
What the fuck?
And he's already bonded out. We checked.
Damn, Texas. I don't know, man. I would go straight to Governor Abbott and be like, hey, what? With everything that's going on in this country?
So he bonded out this morning.
All right.
See, that scares me and my family.
As Gibbs replays what happened
Embarrassing.
yesterday, he says he still can't come up with any
Reckless
explanation
driving,
that makes
that's
sense. And now he says he'll be watching his back everywhere he drives.
Where does that leave me? Yes, it says he can't have contact with me. What stops him from having contact with me?
From West Houston, I'm Matt Doherty, KHOU 11 News.
That's fucking crazy, dude. Oh, you're telling me that New York Post is running the official ICE stuff? Cool. Yeah, that tracks. No, seriously, what the hell is going on in Texas? That's only reckless driving? And he's only 19 years old? And this is his second offense? What the fuck, dude? How is it? Because you do know that reckless driving is just going to be handled by, like, as a petty offense. Dude, that's just a fucking misdemeanor, I'm pretty sure. What? Very law to order much justice. Here, we'll watch this and then we'll, fuck it. Oh, wait. That's right. There it is.
All right, so we just talked about Obama's somewhat disappointing interview with Mark Maron. I still don't think he gets it, what's going on in this country. And now we have an interview which is
You're
even
telling
more
me
disappointing.
That a guy that kind of set up the parameters for
that's
what we're
only
living through?
as it pertains to Cory Booker. in terms of Corey's interviewers, namely the I've Had It podcast queens like Jennifer Welch, they are absolute superstars. So Cory Booker goes on the I've Had It podcast, and Jennifer Welch just, I mean, I got to be honest with you, this is a fucking masterclass, what she did here. She just lays it out perfectly. She knows exactly how to hold him accountable, exactly how to say, look, I felt betrayed. And this was a thing of beauty. So let's watch.
I'm one of a handful of people that don't take corporate PAC money. I don't understand my Democratic
What
Party.
about APAC money? You take APAC money, don't you?
A minuscule percentage of my resources come from
I read it's like 800,000.
Yeah, but that's a lifetime number.
Oh my God, that's embarrassing. I'm pure. Oh, are you? You took 800 grand from APAC and you think that's pure? Well, that's over my whole career. End? Well, what was I supposed to think?
Exactly,
it was 800,000 last Tuesday is when they gave that? Like what? Oh my God, this is horrible.
Of raising tens of millions of dollars. Let me give you the right stat. The majority of my money comes from small dollar contributions. My last report, I think 76% of it came from people that gave $25 or less. Again, we could pick at each other, or we could do what we need to be doing right now, is joining in a chorus of conviction to condemn it. And again, I'm a child of civil rights activist. You think Malcolm X and Martin Luther King agreed on everything? No. But when it came to the fight...
They didn't disagree on genocide. That's sort of the thing, though, right?
They joined together and created a movement that was successful. And that's really what my focus is. And as the only person in the caucus that lives in a low-income black and brown neighborhood below the poverty line.
Did you see Pump? She was just like...
progressives from the suburbs came down to protest me, and they were literally chased away by my neighbors.
So you see what he's doing here? He's trying to make it a racial thing.
How many $25 is he getting?
If you disagree with him taking money from AIPAC and voting for weapons for genocide, that's just because you're racist. This is like exactly how you shouldn't handle these questions. That's what Cory Booker is doing here. And by the way, I read the comments on the video. I watched the full segment. I read the comments.
Crazy.
Everybody.
All right, so when I was going through the thumbnails, the first one I saw initially, I thought that they just enhanced him. Turns out, no.
Like, man,
that's how he really looked.
This is rough. This is
What's
this
up,
is
Edge?
not
How
right.
you doing?
Corey really fucked up here.
Scallywag.
Because we are in an urgency. Every day I see it. We're in an urgency where real people are getting hurt. When I go up and down in New Jersey, they don't care about the fact that
I just cringed at how lame that was.
I took 1% of my money from some group. They care about what are you doing to restore my health care?
I think the Democratic base feels like there is a disconnect. We hear you, like when you did your 25-hour speech, I was like, go, Corey, I love this. That is amazing. And then there's a photo shoot with you with Benjamin Netanyahu. And I was just like, what in the actual fuck? Like, how can he do that? It was heartbreaking. I felt betrayed.
Yeah.
And hang on. And that doesn't just happen in an echo chamber. Democrats like you, where the base, we should make each other better. It's not a purity test. We want credible messengers, because when we are down the middle, beholden to corporate interests, we leave this vacuum. And that's how fascism has flourished. For myself and a lot of our listeners, when I saw the picture with Benjamin Netanyahu, I felt like it diminished your 25 hours. That's how it felt to me.
Wow. What a queen. Holy shit. All right, more. Here we go. She asked him straight up, hey, is Netanyahu a war criminal? Let's watch.
Do you think he's a war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu? Do you think he's a war criminal?
Again, these are questions that a lot of people think are the important litmus tests that are loaded and hot. My urgency is to be an effective leader in bringing an end to this crisis.
The answer was yes. He's a fucking war. The answer is yes. Anything other than yes is a problem. And by the way, I know Jennifer, and Jennifer, when she asked that question, she was probably cautiously optimistic that he would say, yeah, I think he's a war criminal. Or at the very least, like, look, he's been charged with war crimes at the ICJ and at the ICC, and that's serious.
I mean,
and
he hasn't
they'll make that
sucked,
decision
but he's
officially,
proven
but
that he
clearly
really
there's
does.
evidence in that direction. Some shit that's better than this. So, but she asked it, and he fucking fucks himself up over it.
And I get these questions all the time that, to me, undermine my urgency. And
I think the thing that Democrats get so frustrated with, where we are right now, where you see like the Zoran Mamdanis and the Graham Plattners rise up, because they can go on podcasts and you can say, do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal? And they just say, yes. And that's the end of it. It's not all of the rhetoric answering. It's like What happens to Democratic politicians, they go through this like prism, and then we can't ever get like the answer to yes or no conversations like you do with Bernie and others. And that's the frustration for the Democratic
base. Do I think Netanyahu is worse than Trump? Yes.
That's not what she asked. Holy shit.
That's not what she asked at all.
Holy shit. This is a masterclass from Jennifer Welch. All right, more. Now we have Jennifer Welch saying to his face, "That's such bullshit. This is glorious."
No, feels like the Democratic opposition is just not getting it. There are votes that you've made that were heartbreaking to me, like the vote for Kushner. That really pissed me off.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Dude,
Look at literally hitting him with like receipts.
This is diet MAGA bullshit. Any Democrat not voting.
This is how every single Democratic politician that's been, milquetoast and all their bullshit should be dealt with.
No on everything is a fucking problem.
Which is bad for what I do.
Jesus Christ. Literally everybody in this regime is a criminal. And you're given the stamp of approval. Remember, it was like 99 senators voted for Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State. Like fucking 99. Really? Mr. Neocon never met a war I didn't like, and every Democrat is going, oh, I guess he's better than anybody else Trump might pick. Oh, shut the fuck up. Show some balls. Vote no. Yeah, but the next one might be worse. Vote no on them too. Like, you don't have to fucking play this game. You don't have to play this game.
Yeah,
you can say, I'm going to vote no to everything. I'm going to vote no to everything. I know, as a matter of fact, because of who you are and what you represent, you're not going to pick anybody.
That's why we do get the feeling that they have like backroom deals with all these establishment Democrats.
Who's reasonable.
Elise Stefanik, I'm pretty sure, has been bought and paid for.
So if you're going to pick people who are wildly...
At least her votes are speaking that way.
...unreasonable and warmongers and crazy and insane and criminals for all these positions, I'm going to vote no.
Hey, Tamara.
No. And then I'll brag about it. And I'll say, of course I voted no. Look at these psychopaths. What is it about Democrats? Oh, I guess the system has to function, so let's say yes to this person who should be in prison. Like, what the fuck?
This administration, it's not, are they fascist? They are fascist. It's not, we're on the precipice of fascism. Texas is sending troops to...
It's about to eat his lips.
Illinois. I feel like the opposition needs to be no, across the board. We're not giving you a centimeter. And I think there's been a lot of capitulation, Neville Chamberlain type appeasement from Democratic leadership. And
he wants to hang up so bad right now.
Of them that's kind of been disappointing to me because we...
Look, I got to keep it real with you guys, man. There are like two goats of debating, and it's Crystal and it's Jennifer Welch.
Wow.
There's
nice save.
Something about
nice save.
I don't know. There's something about
Life
that
guy.
feminine energy
where
like they're just a little more comfortable being like, you're a disappointment. Whereas, I don't know, with the guys, it seems they're more like, I'll try to be nice if you'll be nice. But they're just like, you really let me down.
Well, again, for everybody that loves how, Trump just says it like it is. People do like it when you just say it like it is, and it's weird when you just do that and you respond to politicians that way.
It's like, you're a fucking piece of shit, and you need to get it together. You understand that?
I mean, I actually got to point out something that Kyle likes to point out a lot is this is why legacy media is dying off is because of shit like this.
Podcasted before.
Where it's like, no, she's awesome. She speaks her mind and she actually is asking the real hard questions that we've all wondered why Anderson Cooper and all these other chuckle fucks do not ask.
They're serious about Project 2025. They're going to do all this shit. What do you have to say about the capitulation that you participated in and where the Democratic Party...
This is so brutal. Look at his face. He knows he's getting beat up.
It's like...
He's like, oh shit, body blow. Oh my God, you hit me with a haymaker in the jaw. I'm bleeding. Oh my God, I'm bleeding. Somebody help me.
Well, first of all, I would say very pointedly that one of the things I dislike about the Democratic Party is that we do a circular firing squad all the time.
Oh my God, are you...
Oh, he's trying to do the left eats its own.
Fucking kidding me. So, in other words, if I support genocide, you need to accept it. If I take a fucking fawning picture with Netanyahu, you need to accept it. Should we have accepted a fawning picture with Adolf Hitler in like 1937? Would that be okay? Like this is the equivalent of the argument you're making. So if we need to be okay with you supporting genocide, do we have to be okay with you doing everything? How about if you randomly came out in favor of, I don't know, jailing all gay people, right? Like, hey, but I'm a Democrat. Don't do the circular firing squad. It's like, come on, man. Let's not play this fucking cheap ass game. If you want to not have a circular firing squad, don't have any beliefs that would make people want to create a circular firing squad. Like, you need to represent your constituents. And if you do that, there won't be a circular firing squad. You understand what I'm saying? It's on you.
Their party, they disagree. There's a wild disagreements in the Republican tent, and yet they don't shoot at each other. And we have a really good way of holding up these purity tests. If I agree with you on 95%.
That's such bullshit. That is such bullshit. They fire at each other all the time. Trump has sent so many people out to pasture, so many people that he calls rhinos. Liz Cheney can tell you that they have the firing squad.
He is not used to being spoken to like this, and it's refreshing to see, too, like his reaction of just, what?
As well. It's not a purity test. It's, are we in?
They're so used to just like the... I hate it. I hate to say this, man, but you know those guys that were always just like, oh, yeah, you know what? They work out their interviews beforehand, like, and they would make it almost like conspiratorial. It's like, oh, fuck, those guys were right.
In this fight. And are we being beholden to corporations and corporate interests? Are we really the party of the working class?
She's just incredible. Everybody go subscribe to the I've Had It podcast. Show Jennifer some love.
Yeah,
this was a masterclass.
I don't want to watch the whole thing.
Her and Crystal are the GOATs. I mean, the number of times we've covered Crystal slicing and dicing like Alyssa Slotkin and other politicians is always glorious. And this,
I keep her and Elise Stefanik. I always mix them two.
I mean,
them two.
This is like this is like she's the student of Crystal and fucking nailing it. This is amazing. So I bet Cory Booker's regretting it. But again, she has a way about herself where at the end of it, Cory Booker was like, you guys are doing great work, keep it up. And it's like, bro, you don't realize you just got annihilated. Like, it was Mortal Kombat flawless victory type shit. But just an absolute masterclass. She's right. She's right. I don't know about you guys, but I think Jennifer Welch should be the head of the DNC, or she should run for president, because this energy is exactly
what the fuck, dude. Why is everybody just like, this person said some pretty base shit, they should be president,
what we need? Hey, y'all,
this is how we got fucking Donald Trump in the first place. Stop it. No, she got good politics though. It's like the Jon Stewart thing. So I kind of get it to a certain degree. All right, there was another fun thing that I have lined up for us. Who is... Oh, damn it. Oh, man. Oh, there it is.
So everyone right now...
All right. What time is it? 2 hours. Okay. Good to know. That means that I can do pretty much everything I have lined up today. Fun times. So this whole Trump is poised for the whole Insurrection Act. I did want to learn a little bit more of like the legality of all this and how much we should be freaking out, because the theory is that he's gonna do it on Saturday. So we should all at least be aware of it, because what's on Saturday, folks?
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, there is the possibility that Donald Trump this weekend could do something that nobody is expecting, and that's because there is the No King's Day protest happening on October 18th. The Republicans are already framing it in a very particular way, and I want to throw to a couple of clips of what I mean.
This Hate America rally that they have coming up for October 18th.
This will be a Soros paid-for protest where
hate rally
protesters show up, the agitators show up.
The Antifa crowd, the pro-Hamas crowd,
they're already doing
they're all
it.
going to gather on the mall.
A Hate America rally in D.C. next week.
I mean, this is serious business hurting real people.
Great.
And I'm beyond words. I can't believe they're actually doing this.
So you can see, Mark, the verbiage that they're using. There's people calling this an Antifa rally. There's people calling this a Hate America rally. And so in light of this branding that you're seeing from all of these Republican officials, does this cause any legal issues potentially for the folks who want to go to this rally this weekend, where we expect millions upon millions of Americans to show up?
Look, I mean, the First Amendment of the Constitution guarantees everyone the right to protest, and to protest peacefully. And that's what's being planned here, and that's what everyone should do. Now, I assume, Brian, you are referring to the fact that Donald Trump has done this executive order in which he branded Antifa, which as far as I can tell is not actually a legal thing. It's not actually like a formal thing. It's kind of like what Donald Trump wants to throw all Democrats and progressives and liberals into.
Yeah, it's basically just a dragnet of anybody on the left that.
Yeah, but now, hey, welcome to the left, guys. Now do you understand?
Because it's this amorphous concept.
Because, like, this is, I'm not going to just let this one go, because these assholes have been doing the, oh, come on, guys, you're being a little hyperbolic with this. Oh, come on, you're a little, you know, these guys are a little too on the left. It's fuck you, dude. How does it feel to literally be lumped in with everybody?
Anybody can get caught up in what he designates as Antifa.
Right. And he said in this executive order that anyone, like, for example, who funds it or who supports it, like, could be, you know, violating a crime or should be investigated. And look, I don't want to tell people not to worry about Donald Trump being an authoritarian, because Donald Trump is an authoritarian. I don't want to tell anyone to not worry that you know, that he can deploy really aggressive policing tactics from federal law enforcement. He's deployed the military in some places, you know, and that's a growing threat because, you know, that's all possible. Like, you know, it doesn't mean it has any legal merit to it, right? It doesn't mean that in the end that anything comes of it. And I do not want to discourage people from exercising their First Amendment rights to peaceful protest. But will Donald Trump deploy the rhetoric, the false allegations against people who he doesn't like? Yeah, I mean, the clips you just...
It does actually, like, I don't know, guys. Are you getting the vibe that they really are bothered by the fact that they are just being lumped in with everybody as Antifa?
Showed that.
So is there any concern, though, from a legal perspective,
because
that
I'm getting that vibe,
if Donald Trump has put forward this executive order, that he's basically using that as a pretext by virtue of branding the No King's Day protest as an Antifa protest?
Question is, do they pivot
as a Hate America protest? That then anybody who goes to this thing,
what's your opinion? Shout out in chat.
Will fall into the bucket of Antifa, and so his executive
I'm dead serious.
order would then apply to all of those people.
Right. So I think there is the rhetorical, and then there is the legal. So rhetorically, that's absolutely what he's going to do. In fact, that's what your clips showed, right? They're already doing. They're already saying if you go to a No Kings rally, the irony, by the way, that somehow opposing kings they think proves that you're un-American. Yeah. Like, they really do need to bone up on the whole, like, how America came into being, what the United States, was about. You know, J.D. Vance probably, needs to get a refund or something from Yale University Law School because he didn't learn very much there. But
no, it's almost like he's cynically using stupidity to get to, you know, push his own, like, his own agenda.
Like, rhetorically, yes, they're going to throw everyone who protests into this rhetorical bucket, but they already are.
Just makes me wonder what they have on them.
And they already have. So, like, people just shouldn't worry about that. Legally, no. I mean, the fact that you show up and hold a sign that says No Kings does not make you a member of a group called Antifa. It doesn't make you a terrorist. It doesn't make you someone violating the law. It actually makes you a patriot. It makes you someone...
Sorry, I'm not picking my beard. I actually got, like, an itch right
who is exercising your constitutional right to speak out and express your political views. It is someone who is a patriot, who is petitioning their government for redress of their grievances, which, by the way, is explicitly the right of all Americans to do. So people should not be legally worried about it. But that doesn't...
a bunch of couch picks.
Doesn't mean that Donald Trump won't try to twist and turn the rhetoric and then deploy the Department of Justice,
We have some pictures of you. Does the word Corinthian leather strike a nerve?
Federal law enforcement to somehow cast a doubt or a pall over people who have done this, the funders.
We told you not to fuck Donald Trump's couch. We have a picture of you fucking Donald Trump's couch. He wouldn't like that very much.
Of it, the people who...
How would you like to be vice president?
Have organized it. But, you know, now is a time where we need civic courage, you know. And
sir, we got this guy, J.D. Vance, who... we got some dirt on him. What kind of dirt? You don't want to know, sir. Oh, better left. You know, the more left unsaid.
It means anything. It means the willingness.
Meanwhile, there's this little white stain
of us all as American citizens to stand up proudly and tall and say, you know what?
Gross.
Donald Trump can call me whatever he wants, but he can also go fuck himself in calling me that. Because the fact is, I am allowed to say,
hey, you getting mad? You finally getting mad?
That we are not ruled by kings. I am allowed to say that I do not believe that what he is doing is right for America. I do not believe it meets American ideals. And if he doesn't like that, call me whatever names you want, but I'm not going to be intimidated.
And by the way, I just want to note that moral clarity is exactly what we need in media that purports to stand up for democracy. So if you're not yet subscribed to Mark's outlet, which is Democracy Docket, the news outlet that he founded to focus on everything voting and elections, please sign up. I'm going to put the link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video to support his work.
Hey, he's a course collaborator.
Get an excellent resource in the news that he posts on a daily basis, and also to support him and his team. And they are fighting on the front lines in the courts where it matters most. So again, that link is in the post description of this video. Mark, I think that that's a great point, and it also is underscored by the fact that right now we are seeing so much capitulation by all of these moneyed interests, by law firms, by universities, by tech CEOs, by media outlets and media companies. And I think the one bastion left that the Trump administration can't exploit or leverage because there's no money involved, because the federal government doesn't have any leverage by virtue of, some projects in front of them or FCC approval or whatever it may be, is the general population. And so I think that that's why they're so scared. That's why so many Republicans, not just Trump, but J.D. Vance, Mike Johnson, all these Republicans are coming out to try and vilify this thing because they know that whereas they had the ability to quash any dissent in the business community, whereas they had the ability to quash dissent among these tech CEOs and these media outlets and universities and law firms, all people who they can control by virtue of their business interests, they're not able to do that among the general populace. And so they're trying to quash dissent wherever.
Well, they're trying to get the general populace to do that to each other, though.
They can.
I'm not breaking any news here that they're trying to keep us divided.
Whatever way they can, knowing that they can't put the same pressure on these people like they do with everybody else. And so,
Chorus brainstorm session. It's football season, so all of you people should need to wear some football gear in your content to get the normies' attention.
That's why the idea of 10 million people
I'm going to be on the lookout for that.
Showing up on the weekend to take to the streets and march is so uncomfortable for them because they can't use the tool.
Dude, you just fucked up my chances to get on Chorus. Thanks, dude. Yes, scallywag.
That they've deployed thus far.
Yeah,
to
live
be
up
able
to your
quell
name.
all of their dissenters into submission.
That's absolutely right. And I want to unpack a few things you said there. The first is the absolute cowardice of the business community will be recorded by history and be reviewed by historians as one of the great tragedies of this time in history.
Yeah.
I mean, just imagine if rather than this just being a mass protest of ordinary Americans,
That would be
of people
50K,
who
please.
are showing up of all walks of life to protest peacefully. Imagine if the business community did stand behind this. Imagine if the business community were leading these protests, were telling the government that they, as the people who care about this country's financial health, people who care about its civic health, supposedly, that they were going to march arm in arm with organized labor and march arm in arm with citizens. It would have an enormous difference. I mean, I would argue that if a fraction of the Fortune 500 CEOs had their companies on the front line of these marches, we would solve the problem of democracy in a weekend. I mean, that is how much power these CEOs could bring to bear, but they're not willing to. So that's point number one. Number two, you mentioned the legacy media. The coverage that the legacy media is going to give this is going to be both sides coverage. They are going to show images of people protesting. Then they're going to show the images that the right wing is going to want shown, that of whatever it is their counter narrative is. They're going to have the White House's lies on an equal playing
God,
field.
I really do feel like John McClane. Welcome to the party, pal.
With the truth that is coming out of these actual protests.
How many times have I said
is an
that?
absolute derogation and irresponsibility on the part of the legacy media. But that's what we deal with now. They platform the lies told by the administration as if somehow they need to stand side by side with what the media knows to be the truth. So one of the reasons why you and I have been doing this series now for almost 300 videos, think about that, almost 300 videos we've done together, is because you and I have an opportunity to cut through that bullshit of the legacy media and go straight to viewers and tell them what's going on. And I put my record in court up against anyone's. And when it comes to what goes on in court, what you say has to be true, and courts will cut through it. And one of the reasons I'm successful is because that is what I do in that job. But please do me a favor, everyone, and click on the subscribe button right in front of you to subscribe to this channel, because
he's learning.
That is where Brian and I will keep you up to date on what's actually going on. I don't mean that in a conspiratorial way. Far from it. We will tell you.
I'm laughing only because it was just like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that to be the subscription drop. Nice.
The good and the bad, right? We don't spin it.
Damn, BTC is almost a 5
if
mil.
Something bad is happening, we don't try to tell it some other way. But subscribe to this channel and then hit the button that looks like a bell, because if you hit that button, what happens is you will then get alerted when Brian and I have new content, and that will help keep you informed going forward.
And we very much appreciate it. 2 notes here. One, if you are not yet signed up or prepared to go to the No Kings Day protest, check Google, go search No Kings Day protest and find out where there's one in your area. There's going to be
because there's one in all these. Like, this is what people need to know, right?
Yeah.
If you're watching this, you don't need to fly to Washington D.C. or New York City or LA, right, Brian?
No,
there's okay. So actually, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of an update on that. They had to split up the main Chicago one from Grant Park. They have now split it into 3 different big ass areas.
25
they just did one in Lincoln Park too.
500 protests across the country, every state in the country.
Lincoln Square.
Often these very, very, very small towns will have protests, and so it's an opportunity wherever you live, without having to travel far, to make your voice heard. And you know, there's as I was mentioning before, there's a huge incentive here to step up and do what so many people in these positions of power aren't willing to do, which is not to capitulate to this administration, not to allow some moneyed interest to leverage you into submission or silence. And so the administration is going to be watching. They are scared of this thing already. That's why they're so hell-bent on branding this thing as some hate America protest, when this is a peaceful protest to show opposition to America's descent into fascism.
No, it's actually 4.
And that is a virtuous cause if ever there was one. So go ahead and Google where the closest No Kings Day protest is to you, and we'll be very happy to see you out with us on Saturday. And the second point, if you are not yet signed up for Democracy Docket, again, I'm going to put that link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video.
Let's see. This will be a good indicator. Have they added extra trains?
It's a great way to support Mark's work, where he is fighting most, which is in the courts. So again, that link is on the screen and in the post description.
I thank you for that about Democracy Docket. But the other thing that I ask everyone to do right now is to leave a comment in this video about where you're going to be protesting on No Kings Day. And there are 2 reasons for that. First of all, I love reading comments. It gives me the strength and inspiration. But the second is it will help let others know that they're not alone, right? They'll see where you're going to be, and that may inspire someone else to go out in their local community. So just take a second right now, go into the comments, put where you're going to be, and let's build some community around this.
That sounds that sounds sus, but I mean, I get what he's doing. Did he think of Sure, comments will trigger the algo. Yes, we get it. This is why I'm very open and honest about it, where I'm like, guys, if you guys can help me out, like, I try my best. I have to play the game. I hope you understand that. I wish I didn't have to. I really do, but you know, I am also a growing channel, so I'll just say, yes. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, what's wrong with you? Come on. I'm kidding. I get it. I get it. I've said this before. Sometimes not everybody's bag. I can understand. But I will say this. If you're enjoying the content, hit that like button if you haven't already, because it's free, makes it awesome, helps me out. That's pretty much all I got. So, thank you. Oh, another way that you can help the channel, though, and help me out on Twitch is if you guys got that free subscription that you are not currently committed to another channel, I will gladly accept it. It goes a long way for me. So every video does that. If you disagree, leave a comment. What's your favorite color? Put it in. Yeah, I get it. I wish they were more on, like, I don't know. I know what I like. When somebody's just open and honest about it, I'm personally more inclined to just be like, yeah, all right. Because that's how I caught myself doing it. So. But I also, even when they pull that shit, I mean, now that I'm on the platform, I really do. I'm just like, you know what? Don't care if you got millions of followers here. Here's your damn like. Defeat Bezos' oligarchy by making him give $5 a month. Yes. I mean, the $5 a month actually goes a long way for me as a Twitch streamer, because whatever algorithm they do have, because their whole, we don't use an algorithm. Go. Yeah, I'm sure iShowSpeed just like, yeah. All organic, huh? But I'll just say that much, that it does kind of boost you when you have some, you know, subs and all that fun stuff. I know, I actually kind of feel bad I haven't been focusing as much on my Twitch. I'll just admit that too, where it's just, yeah, I've been kind of committed to my YouTube page. But I gotta focus on both. And that's how this works. This is how the game works. And just in case, I should probably set up a Kick account. You know, you never know. I have said that, though, and I want everybody here to know that if for some reason something happened to my channels, yeah, you'd be able to look over there, and also, yeah, Discord and all that stuff. But I know I've said this before. I really appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you. Anyway, enough of that. Trump screws up Charlie Kirk ceremony. Let's see. I know, like, we already saw part of the clip, but let's see how he's phrasing this.
5
I'm
weeks
more
ago,
interested
our
in how
nation
he's...
was robbed of this extraordinary champion. He was a champion in every way. I got to know him so well. He didn't like losing, and he was able to fight people that were enemies, and he didn't necessarily love those enemies so much. You know, I heard he loved his enemies, and I said, wait a minute, is that the same Charlie that I know? I'm not sure, but I didn't want to get into it.
Is that the same Charlie? He says Charlie. He says Charlie weird.
Surprisingly enough, he did pray for his enemies, which is very hard, but he did. He did. He did.
So that is Donald Trump speaking, giving an insane speech, quite frankly, at a ceremony in which he's posthumously...
Everything's an insane speech, dude.
...awarding the presidential medal.
There's a part of me that didn't want to watch this because it's just like, I don't care.
Medal of Freedom.
I'm not watching because there's also like the thing that he was doing with Kash Patel. I don't give a fuck.
To Charlie Kirk and a recurring
I'm not gonna
theme
just
throughout the
platform everything that the dude does because literally anytime he speaks, he's gonna try and rally you up.
Each, in addition to Trump's lies, is how much he, and according to him, the late Charlie Kirk himself, hates Democrats, liberals, and leftists. It's a pretty unhinged thing to say when you're trying to honor this person. And the thing that we have been hearing, a constant refrain from conservatives and Republican commentators, is that Charlie Kirk was very much the ideal of the Christian, disagreeing in good faith, hate the sin, love the sinner sort of thing. And Trump saying, no, cool. I think Charlie Kirk hated the people who disagreed with him as much as Donald Trump said that at the Charlie Kirk memorial speech, that Donald Trump, hates Democrats as well. It's just a really unhinged thing to say when you're trying to honor this person and you're ostensibly an ally of them. But before...
Well, the thing is, he was also, like, Charlie Kirk did the thing, and this is why, like, people did engage with him. He would use, like, some of the most inflammatory language, but even, like, this is where I will not question his Christianity, surprisingly, is he did believe this shit. Because he did the thing where he's just like, well, I forgive you. It's like, okay.
Before we unpack all that.
Like, kind of like Erica was saying, but he unfortunately did that with all that bullshit. And that's also where he, I hate to say, like, he would always do the thing where he's like, I don't use the term hate. It's like,
if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure.
That's the vibe that he would give off, at least, or try to, because otherwise people wouldn't go and debate him.
Or to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, friends, we have several clips to play.
God, he looks so fucking old.
In this
what the fuck is going on? All of a sudden, dude, he looks old.
Insane speech, again, full of falsehoods and attacks on liberals and leftists and Democrats.
He looks awful.
But I would not have missed this moment for anything in the world. Nothing. And it's a very important time for our country, and our country is doing so well. It's never done better. We are a country with almost now $18 trillion of investment coming in. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. Previous administration had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have more than 18, it'll be much more than 20 by the time the year, more than $20 trillion. There's never been a country in the world that had anything like that.
So again, this is supposed to be a speech in which he is commemorating and honoring Charlie Kirk. And if you're keeping count, keeping score, he's
make it about him.
Kind of insulted Kirk's memory by suggesting...
And even when he makes it about the country, it's not about the country, it's about him.
That Kirk actually...
Look how much I'm succeeding. My mommy tells me that I'm doing so well.
Actually hated liberals, progressives, leftists, and Democrats and the people he debated, which again runs contrary to what we've been assured by Charlie Kirk's fans. And then number two, he's talking about himself and his accomplishments. But then number three, he's actually lying about those accomplishments in this speech, which is supposed to be about honoring Charlie Kirk. As Daniel Dale of CNN notes, Trump has inflated his imaginary figure from 17 trillion to 18 trillion-ish, even as the White House website continues to say 8.8 trillion. And even though that smaller figure is a big exaggeration, here's a fact check. So let's take a look. The White House doesn't show that $8.8 trillion is, quote, being invested now in the United States, or even that there have been $8.8 trillion in credible Trump-era commitments to make eventual investments into the U.S. Rather, the White House list includes $600 billion from EU firms, even though the European Union has made clear this is merely an estimate of potential private investment, not an actual commitment. $600 billion from Saudi Arabia, even though the Saudis' vague $600 billion pledge encompasses both investment and trade, not simply Saudi investments in the U.S. $500 billion from India, even though the two countries have said the $500 billion is a goal for, quote, bilateral trade, not Indian investment into the U.S., and so on and so on and so forth. So Trump is lying his ass off about himself at a speech which is supposed to be about Charlie Kirk. Not good. Once again, proving Trump is a sociopath. Trump couldn't help but also bring up the fact that Vice President J.D. Vance was recently humiliated by ABC News host George Stephanopoulos.
Thanks as well to Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been fantastic. J.D., thank you very much. Great. Doing a great job. Did a great job on Sunday with George Slopadopoulos. I think put him away pretty good.
Well, as we've seen that clip repeatedly, no, it was Vance.
It was funny like the first few times, but now it's just like, we get it.
Vance who got humiliated and triggered after he refused to answer a question in good faith. And George was like, you know what? Well, I guess there's nothing really to talk about. I asked you about this, this, and this, and you refused to answer. Thank you for your time. And he actually cut off Vance mid-sentence. And Vance was like, no, George, wait. And then George was like, yeah, whatever, and moved on. It was a Chad Alpha move by George Stephanopoulos, and Vance was humiliated. So Trump is trying to save face because ultimately by humiliating Vance, Stephanopoulos was humiliating Donald Trump himself. So he takes it personally. Here's another clip.
Thank you very much. Many members of my cabinet are here. Just about all of them are here. I won't go into every single one of them, but I'll announce a few of the people that have really turned this country around and helped me. Incredible people. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Where is Mike? Mike?
Okay, so this is this just goes to show that Donald Trump is really stupid and he doesn't know, again, fifth grade civics whatsoever. So he's talking about his cabinet. He says repeatedly, my cabinet, members of my cabinet. I won't go through many names or every name, but I'll identify a few. Republican Speaker Mike Johnson. So the Speaker of the House of Representatives is in the legislature. Yeah. So Donald Trump is the head of the executive. The cabinet is in the executive branch. It's not the legislative branch. And by federal law, you can't occupy a role in two branches simultaneously. So somebody should explain.
This is what they voted for. Just remember every time they're like, this is what I voted for. It's like moments like this. It's like, this is what you voted for.
To Trump, again, fifth grade civics. There are three branches, Mr. President. You are in charge of the executive branch. Your cabinet is under you in the executive branch. This guy, Mike Johnson, it might seem like he's part of the executive branch given how much he kisses your ass and doesn't really do anything independent of you. But he's the Speaker of the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives is part of a bicameral legislature. And then his eyes would probably just glaze over and he'd collapse into an aneurysm. But again, just goes to show how stupid Trump is and objectively unqualified he is for this job. Here's another clip.
What a job you're doing, Mike. What a job you're doing. And I watched you this morning and you're in there trying to say, look, just let the country open. Everything will be fine. We're dealing with some radical left lunatics. And I just wish Charlie was here to fight us. I think the fight would have been over already. He would have had a march on the Capitol by people whose average age is about 21, because there's nobody that had that relationship with young people, right?
There's a lot. That was a weird thing to say. There was a lot wrong there. So I don't know if you caught it, but he didn't say, I wish Charlie Kirk was here to fight with us. He said, I wish Charlie Kirk was here to fight us.
Fine. We're dealing with some radical left lunatics. And I just wish Charlie was here to fight us.
To fight us. Why do you want Charlie Kirk?
They keep repeating it, dude. But this is where this is it, guys. If we can't get better about combating this and just being like, dude, all right, Democrats, all right, BTC, all right, centrists, what are you doing? Because he's talking about you.
Here to fight you. Wouldn't you want him to fight with you? Number one. Number two, again, he can't help but, once again, it's a recurring theme, openly insult the Democratic Party, half this country. You're radical left. You're terrible. Far from being a unified person, right? And again, the thing that we have been told about Charlie Kirk is that, again, he was trying to bring people together through peaceful debate, even though he disagreed with people, right? And it was all in good faith. So again, Trump is still violating the spirit of that, in honoring the memory.
but he's going to make it. He's there. He's looking down on us right now. It's so incredible. Look at this, how this turned out. This was supposed to be so dark and cloudy. Not dark and cloudy, is it? Look at that, how beautiful that is.
Again, just someone just needs the one AI thing I'm going to give pardon to is make a AI Joe Biden that just says Donald Trump shit.
There's no artist that can capture it as
honestly, that's actually not a bad idea.
As it is today. Wow. It's final.
He's just like a child. He can't help it. Again, because he does. I'm genuinely convinced he doesn't give a shit about Charlie Kirk.
He doesn't give a shit about anything. All right. That's enough of your commentary. Thank you, Josiah. I don't think he cares about... Really? It's the people like you that are now surprised by this, like, so late in the game that it's like, okay. Oh, boy. Curious, a newborn baby.
Chicago with status coup. Department of Homeland Security stormtroopers have terrorized another Chicago neighborhood, and the video is pretty shocking.
Hey, come on, get back!
Jesus, dude. I was wondering when we were going to get footage from this angle.
Where is she at? I don't
know. Dude. Did it show, like... Oh, it really looks like they fucking fired first. They totally did! They didn't throw shit! They fucking threw the smoke bomb first! And then shot him. He's fucking asshole. Dude. Keep it up, guys.
Hey, come on, get back!
I had a feeling about this when we were watching it unfold yesterday. We just couldn't see a good angle. Fucking A, man. It's gonna be in your car filters.
Where is she at? I don't know.
Nothing says America more than this, at least from the world's perspective. I mean, again, America is so stupid that they don't look at it from the world's perspective. They don't give a shit. You have a bunch of suburbanite assholes that are cheering this shit on, and they're very comfortable with it because, again, it's not them. And they're uncomfortable with cityscapes, and they don't give a shit. And, like, they look at it as these people vote, like, these people's vote, they keep me from having a nice, even more comfortable life. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's a fucking newborn there. Cool. Absolutely fucking awesome. Good job, guys.
That's from Chicago's East Side on Tuesday. And what you just saw there is not unique. It is now a pattern that we have seen repeated in neighborhood after neighborhood in and around Chicago, where Department of Homeland Security officers are going into these neighborhoods and
they were doing this in Elgin,
terrorizing people.
Elgin, Illinois is like a fucking suburb, and like they were apparently doing the same exact tactics.
For the sake of the terror. The cruelty is the point, because they are being followed around by camera crews who are videotaping everything they do and then editing together propaganda that they post on social media for red meat for Trump's base. This is coverage from the Chicago Sun-Times of what happened on the East Side on Tuesday. I want to point out that this picture, I feel like, is just such a symbol of what we are seeing play out in Chicago right now. These militarized law enforcement officers with the federal government. You would look at these and think that these are National Guard soldiers or maybe members of the military. They are not. They are just Border Patrol officers, ICE agents, and similar agencies that are decked out like this, going into an American city, occupying it, and terrorizing people, much like this officer is here, pointing a weapon just inches from a man's face as he raises up his hands in a show of nonviolence. Federal agents chased a car through a residential neighborhood on the southeast side of Chicago Tuesday and then intentionally crashed into the car in a risky maneuver restricted by some police departments nationwide.
Yeah, we
the
watched that
was
too.
Caught on local security
They
cameras,
they literally did a pit maneuver in a fucking busy intersection.
Car being hit by the Fed's vehicle, leading the occupants of the car to fall out while it was moving. The occupants then fled on foot as agents ran behind. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers and protesters who converged near the scene of the crash at 105th Street and Avenue N on the east side. A large number of armed Customs and Border Patrol agents responded to the crowd by hurling smoke grenades, shooting pepper balls, and deploying at least 3 rounds of tear gas over the area, even with children and seniors in the area. At least 4 protesters were detained. Quote, "When you're using these tactics, you are asking people to be hospitalized," unquote, said Oscar Sanchez, a member of a rapid response network that tracks immigration enforcement activity. The situation Tuesday is the latest incident in which federal agents have brought aggressive immigration enforcement techniques to a Chicago neighborhood and resorted to using tear gas and other munitions on crowds nearby. That's the tactic that we saw in the Brighton Park neighborhood. We were on the ground for that at the time, and we saw police officers insert themselves between the Department of Homeland Security officers and the protesters who were there to try and drive the federal government out of their neighborhood because they say that they feel less safe with this federal presence in their community. It didn't matter that the police were there inserting themselves between the federal officers and the protesters. The Department of Homeland Security officers popped tear gas anyway, used flashbangs anyway, and even used tear gas on the police. Because these officers are...
But this is also where CPD, it's, again, to the old superintendent's dismay, they're actually starting to see it where they're like, oh, okay. Like, we see what's happening here. This is not okay. It's not exactly recruiting new ICE agents.
So clearly,
especially from the Chicago PD.
An action movie fantasy in what they are doing. The crash happened around 11 a.m., said a Chicago police spokesperson, who said officers responded to document the crash but did not help with federal operations. I'll note here that for protesters and a lot of people living in these communities, they don't feel like the police aren't helping the Department of Homeland Security. They feel like the police are helping the federal government because what they're doing is crowd control, keeping the protesters back and giving space for the Department of Homeland Security to operate in Chicago, thereby allowing DHS to carry out whatever mission it wants to in these communities. Security video from a local business and shared with the Sun-Times appears to show federal agents in a white SUV pursuing a red SUV before ramming the rear end of the car, causing the car to crash. Here's that video that the Sun-Times is referencing. A U.S. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said in a statement that the Border Patrol agents were conducting an immigration enforcement traffic stop when the car allegedly rammed the
pay for that damage.
Fed's vehicle. And I'm putting a lot of emphasis on allegedly because the Department of Homeland Security has proved itself time and again in these raids that is carrying out in Chicago not to be a trustworthy actor. So many times they have come out and advanced a story or advanced a narrative because it is convenient for their political goals there in Chicago. And then over the coming hours and days, it turns out not to be true. And it's not just me saying this. A federal judge in their ruling also said the same thing, siding with the state of Illinois in a lawsuit about deploying National Guard troops to Illinois, in part because they said they could not trust what DHS's lawyers were telling them. The feds did not say where that initial incident happened, and it was not caught on the security footage shared by the Sun-Times. So you just have to take the Department of Homeland Security's word for it.
Yeah.
The feds admitted to using a precision immobilization technique, or pit maneuver, to stop the car, in which agents hit the rear back corner of the car being pursued, causing it to spin out. Chicago police are barred from using a collision with another vehicle during a pursuit. Other police departments nationwide ban or restrict the maneuver, which has led to many deadly crashes nationwide. And I'll note that near me, there is a police department that largely does not engage in high-speed chases with vehicles because of the danger it poses to the surrounding community. Instead, they just get the license plate off the vehicle and know that they can trace that back to the address that the vehicle is registered to, interview people there, find out who was driving the vehicle, and over time, they will make an arrest because they know that the person who is evading arrest cannot stay vigilant 100% of the time, and they will eventually get the person they're looking for. ICE could use some of those same patient tactics that are more safe for the community if they really wanted to carry out this dehumanizing mission that they are doing in Chicago in a manner that is safe. But the cruelty is the point. The power fantasy for these officers is the point. It's why they're doing this. They're doing it for the benefit of those cameras that are following them around so that they can score political points with Trump's base. After the crash, dozens of people gathered at the crash scene in protest, leading to a chaotic confrontation with federal officers. Some protesters allegedly threw objects at federal agents, Chicago police said. The feds then used tear gas and other chemical irritants on the crowd. In a video posted to Facebook, parents can be seen running from the area carrying a baby in a carrier. In addition to residents, 13 Chicago Police Department members also were overcome by tear gas while on scene to try to
Damn, that was a lot more than actually looked like they were that were at there that were there.
Escalate tensions between protesters and federal agents, police said. So that's that pattern, because that's what we saw in the Brighton Park neighborhood. The feds used tear gas even on police officers who were there to keep the crowd at bay because, again, the cruelty is the point. We saw with our own eyes close up as the Department of Homeland Security officers were leaving the Brighton Park neighborhood after they shot a woman. They're leaving that scene. They could drive out. The road was clear before them. Their vehicles were on the way out, and they were popping tear gas and throwing flashbang grenades out the windows of their moving vehicles even as they left the scene.
And it's just gonna, somebody said it here, it's just gonna keep getting worse.
Those protesters. And in one case, I watched a tear gas canister that was thrown towards the crowd actually rolled under the porch of a nearby home and filled it with tear gas. I went back the next day and interviewed the man who owned that home. He wouldn't go on camera, but he did tell me that there was no one home at the time that happened, but that was lucky. And it was lucky that it went to that house because elsewhere on that block, there were elderly folks and people who could not easily leave their home if the tear gas had gone into their yard. And I wanted to read just...
Yeah, they're trying to get retaliation so they can double and triple down.
This section.
And that's honestly why they keep escalating their tactics, is because they aren't getting the response that they wanted.
And from CBS News's coverage of the incident on...
Also, I do have to give some credit to, again, just the rest of the Chicago residents where they understand this.
Tuesday, because I feel like it so perfectly sums up how people in the Chicagoland area are feeling right now.
I mean, again, they're politicized, because they went and did a lot of this, they got a lot more people that are now aware of the political situation that is happening.
Neighbors said they ended up caught in the tear gas and chaos. Quote, I feel like they were antagonizing us. They were asking, when are you guys gonna leave? We just want you guys to leave. We don't want no drama. We don't want no violence. We just want you guys to leave, unquote, said neighbor Madeline Anaya. And that is such a perfect summary of what I heard from person after person after person, dozens of people who I interviewed in and around the Chicago area on our recent 3-week reporting trip down there, was that nearly unanimously people said they feel less safe with ICE and other federal agents in their neighborhood. They say they feel less safe because of this mission that is going on down there right now. And the only reason they're protesting is because the federal agents are there. When the federal agents leave those communities, as I saw in Brighton Park, when the federal agents left, the crowd of protesters disperses. They go back home. They no longer have a reason to protest because that invading force, that invading federal force, is now gone from their communities, and they relax. The federal government is inserting itself to create a scene to justify further use of force against American citizens. So in addition to this just being about cruelty, I'll also say that what is happening in Chicago right now and in Portland and other cities around the country is also meant to be a distraction. The president has learned that this is a great way to get headlines, so he will continue to do it because right now he wants to distract, one, from the economic pain that so many working class Americans are feeling, and two, wants to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein files and the scandal that he is implicated in there. Representative Thomas Massie and Representative Ro Khanna in the House of Representatives have introduced a discharge petition that would force the Department of Justice to release many of the documents in the so-called Epstein files, their investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, that so far the Department of Justice has not released. They needed one more member of Congress to support their discharge petition, and they have just gotten that support because a Democrat won just a couple of weeks ago a special election in the state of Arizona, giving them that last needed vote of support. However, that member of Congress is not being allowed to be seated right now by Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. Mike Johnson is blaming the government shutdown as a reason for not seating that congressperson. But in reality, it's because that's the deciding vote on the Epstein documents discharge petition. And that's the dynamic that a lot of corporate press is not acknowledging right now, is what a distraction, and a painful distraction to be sure, Chicago, Portland, and these other communities are right now. So if you value the on-the-ground perspective that we have brought from Chicago, going right there in the thick of these protests and into these communities where ICE...
Yeah, Status Coup has actually done some of the best journalism in all of this. I dare say that they're like the new Vice. Because they really do encapsulate everything that I used to like about the Vice network, where they would show up to this stuff and they would have, you know, well put together documentaries, and you know, they're flashy, and I don't know, there's something about them. Easier to interact with, you know. All right, so we got some of the less serious content that we can get to coming up here, but there's Trump panics as disturbing texts. I don't think he did. I do not think he did. Did Trump actually panic over the texts? Nah, he didn't. It sucks, dude. Man. The way that this, they're incentivizing the whole, like, be very vague with your titles and just do, like, the whole clickbait shit. It's all doubling down on the clickbait bullshit. Because has anybody noticed Adam Mockler's thumbnails and his very vague, like, it happened again? Like, I hate that shit. And this is, like, it happened in waves, too, where all of a sudden it started disincentivizing the whole clickbait titles, and now that's all it is. Say panic and bombshell, Trump usually isn't even fazed by the announcement. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that we're all on the same page there. It's kind of nice. Man. We'll get to the truth about Hassan Piker. I haven't seen the Taylor Lorenz take, so I have no idea what her opinions are, and I'm kind of interested to see. I know that it's a nothing burger. We solved that yesterday.
Yeah, tear gas many times.
There we go. Rick Strom on the scene. Let's give him a follow and check out this video. Oh, I'm already following him.
Times I don't really like them here.
We felt safer when they were not here. You leave in fear. People are telling me, carry your passport. Why do I have to do that?
Everybody in America is an immigrant except indigenous people. So what the hell is
Well, again, dude, welcome to the party.
going on?
What grade do you teach?
Kindergarten through 4th special ed. It was a student of mine in 4th grade. Miss Tovar, they took my cousins.
I'm glad everybody's smiling.
No, we're babies.
How do I tell, like, saying I'm sorry?
How long have you lived here?
25 years.
And have you ever seen anything like this?
No, last time I saw something crazy like this, it was Martin Luther King got killed.
Just the other day, there was a 15-year-old waiting to get on the bus, and they chased him. You have random agents with guns chasing you. Of course he's going to run.
You know, you're seeing religious people shot in the head. That's not America.
It's scary.
It's upsetting when you hear a story about like the guy in Franklin Park who was shot by ICE officers after dropping off, I believe, his 3- and 7-year-old at school. There's been people who feel like they've been followed home.
Nice. I'm glad to see that he's finally breaking away from TYT.
I went to the ICE detention facility in
No, he was teasing this for a while.
the sole purpose of trying to
Speed
understand
this up
the
a little
story
bit.
a little bit
Sorry,
better,
guys.
not just about these atrocious actions on behalf of
This is
CHP,
in the interest of getting to the back
but
end of the
also
show.
activists, advocates, and the community as a whole. Speaking with those people
Did I go way
really
too fast?
showed me a ton about
No.
what is being portrayed and how many media outlets are simply missing the mark, including those who have lived in Broadview for over 25 years, and they are basically stating the violence is not here. The
I'll slow
violence
it
does
down in a
not
second.
exist in the community. The violence is being done by ICE. Before we get into it, as always, if you can, please do become a channel member to keep this channel afloat. Hit the like button, and you can always subscribe for free. Thank you for your support. Here is that piece now.
Everybody in America is an immigrant
That's right.
except indigenous people.
That's right.
So what the hell is going on?
So why are indigenous people being rounded up then?
The greedy people, the people who seek power, and they don't seek humanity. They're not humanitarian. They don't care. They just want to control what they can control, and they don't care. Because otherwise, this is what this country was built on. Why change it? There's enough land in this United States for everybody to have somewhere to stay. It's crazy.
How long have you lived here?
25 years.
25. And have you ever seen anything like this?
No. Last time I saw something crazy like this, it was Martin Luther King got killed.
I just recently found out that that building was over there. I mean, my neighbor who passed away some years ago, she knew that there was an immigration building over there. My mom, who recently passed away this year, she knew. Thank you. But I had no idea. It's always been quiet over here. As you can see, you wouldn't know that this would even
He's
be
awesome.
a place something like this would
He reminds me of pretty much like
happen just by looking
90%
at it.
of the just
So it's
dudes that chill. Like
it's a lot of
like if you go to a bunch of like the the popular restaurants in Chicago, you will always find dudes that are just kind of preaching.
chaos.
They're awesome.
It's a lot of chaos. And it's no fault of the people that actually
Preaching street wisdom.
want to fight against it, because why does this even exist? Let alone why is it here?
And also, they will tell you exactly what is the best beef, or like what's the best thing on the
I
menu.
just find it very eerie that it's in the place that
Although,
it's in.
I don't
'Cause
know
it's
why.
So tucked
But I saw this really uncomfortable interaction recently where it was a older white guy who's walking around, and at one point he sees an older black lady who's just she is not buying what this dude's selling at all, because he's just like, why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? She just looks up. She's just like, are you doing this right now? And he just walked away. I don't think he understood where it's just like,
off.
what's wrong with you, man?
nobody knows that that's even.
But everybody's just like, oh, he was cute. I'm like, not really.
Like when I explain
was
to my friends and
patronizing, and I didn't
family
like
that
him.
this is going on my block, many of them are like, where? From where? And I'm like, you know, the big building across the street.
That's what annoyed me. He's like, I like it when I see people smiling.
Behind that
Come on,
building.
put a smile on that face. Come on.
That's where that's where ICE is doing their thing. So yeah.
So overall, it has been a humongous negative on the community.
Absolutely, and it's just the amount of angst
that a light
that it
or a bug
causes.
zap? No, those are lights.
This has always been a huge minority community, black and brown. And so for something like this to be going on when you just are trying to have a nice, quiet, comfortable life, you know, people work really hard to be able to live comfortably in these homes. People own these homes. And so it's like, it's a huge mess, and it's hard, and it's unsettling to have to go out every day. You work hard, you have to deal with people every day, but then you come home and you can't even be comfortable at home because you don't know what's going to happen, because there's this huge melee going on around where you lay your head.
Right. What's your message, lastly, to anybody watching? I just think you're in a unique position being literally across from the facility.
Yeah. Understand that these are actual communities. These are real people. These are real people's lives. These are good people. Not the way that it's being painted online by any means. And this is something that's going to impact people forever. Do your research about these communities that these things are happening in on your own, so you can know the truth about what's going on. They'll paint Chicago like Gotham City if they could, but
they already
find
are.
out more about Chicago.
They literally
on your
use
own.
us to be like, hey, that's what we based Gotham on.
About the suburbs on your own, and like just understand that like people are losing freedoms that they deserve, and so these fights are happening, and it's annoying, but I'm on the right side of the mission, so I understand.
And come to Chicago.
Come to Chicago.
It's the best city in the world. I feel 100% safe. I live in the city. It's the best.
I don't know what's going on. Well, I know what's going on.
Yeah, we know what's going on.
But it's chaotic. It's a lot. It's a lot. To have to lose my mom this summer and then have to deal with this in front of, you know, our home it's just yucky.
Agreed. What is your message to anybody watching as you live across the street from the facility?
Keep fighting, keep protesting, no matter what. I mean, this is the only way where you can be heard. We just got to, you know, not avoid getting hurt, because the things that they're doing is really unnecessary. For what? I know we can't block them from, you know, moving people. Then you people get hurt. Just keep protesting.
Oh, hey, thank you.
I don't like to see nobody get hurt. And we got to do it peacefully, like Martin Luther King
A little
said.
booty for my four-legged matey down there.
And stuff. And I know the horses got to do their job, but it really, you see the military in, that's crazy.
Don't be drunk with power.
Right.
And that's
not communism. It's not communism. But it's looking like dictatorship by one person.
He doesn't usually make that mistake.
Anybody who's supporting that, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Because humankind has conquered everything. And you ain't got to always agree, but you can agree to disagree. But the way they're doing it, it's crazy. The people put these people in office. All I say, I can't wait till election time, and they wake up and put the right people. I don't care if they're Democrat, Republican,
He's got a vet
Independent.
appointment coming up.
We just got to start putting the right people in office.
How would you describe the MAGA movement?
I ain't never liked MAGA. Never liked MAGA. Because it's all about a percentage of people. It's not for the people. Like the Constitution say, we the people. But we might as well say, we don't care about the people. We care about the few. It's crazy.
What brought you out here today?
Today, I've been out here for about a month. So.
What brought you out here over the last month?
Just hearing what's going on in the world and having a really big heart and showing up for community.
And what have you seen thus far in your months-long visit to this facility?
I've seen a lot of illegal activity coming from the other side of the fence.
Anybody gonna do something
about the ICE agents and them just willy-nilly throwing gas canisters of pepper spray, willy-nilly just pepper bullying people. That was earlier in my time. And well, let's fast forward a little bit. In the past, few days, they haven't been doing that, thank God. But I mean, when I first showed up, they were just willy-nilly, just for singing, for using our freedom of speech. Like, we weren't doing anything.
It's almost like they realized that so they got the videos that they wanted, but then they were also like, "Ooh, we're getting some coverage that we really don't want."
And they were still just popping them
all
off.
right, how do we tame this?
Did you get hit?
I've been tear gassed many times. Never directly.
Yo, that dog is digging.
They sprayed with that bear mace that they spray, but like pepper.
I'm more worried that it's like, dude, make sure that he's not gonna find like some baby bunnies or something in there.
It was like
Yo,
a grenade, the flashbang tear gas. The one night they had
also just don't
like I call it a firework cannon, like a pop, pop, pop. They had popped one right in front of me in my service dog area. I mean, at the time,
yeah, you know that there's a groundskeeper just screaming at the TV.
She had her face covering on. I don't have that out today because, like I said, they haven't been popping off, so it's been okay for the past couple of days.
How do you feel?
Oh my God, groundskeeper Willie.
ICE's presence in Chicago.
I kind of don't understand why
I can't really do a Scottish accent.
I have my own theory with it just being such a nice big community, and it was just too positive for them, so they came in with their negativity. I always say it's about balance in life, so maybe it was just too good of an area for us, so they wanted to bring some negativity. I don't really like them here. I mean, I know the whole system, like the law, like deportation happens, but there's a way to go about it, and the way that they're going about it is really disheartening.
How do you feel about ICE being in our communities as a whole?
It's scary. It's upsetting. It makes me really angry when you hear a story about like the guy in Franklin Park who was shot by ICE officers after dropping off, I believe, his 3- and 7-year-old at school. And they lied and said that he was trying to ram them, and video evidence shows that he in fact was not trying to ram them. He was trying to drive away from them. I mean, that's incredibly, it makes me incredibly angry, but also it's very scary because it's just like these guys, I mean, that lie came from the top down. It was like their immediate press release lied. So it's like the whole agency is willing to just lie and cover up for anything that any of their guys do, which completely seems, antithetical to like being a law officer and being accountable to the law. It's very overwhelming in some ways, especially just being out here. Like it's one thing seeing this stuff online, but then like actually coming out here, it's so much crazier. And just like the mental games that they've played with us.
It's nice to see Rick making content.
Over the past,
couple weeks
being out here.
Really happy that he's actually like finally doing it, because I was wondering when he was going to fully get away from the TYT sports
There's been
thing.
times where they like really slowly drive.
This makes me wonder if he has the Jimmy Dore deal, where it's like he technically owns that.
At us in their military gear and their masks. There was a protester. They came out in like I don't know, like 20 of them. They pulled up in like 2 cars. No, probably not 20. It was probably like 10, 15 of them. Two SUVs pulled around this way. They hopped out and like chased this kid down the street and basically like kidnapped him. And we didn't even know where he was for like a whole day until finally we got in, like someone got in contact with a politician who got confirmation that ICE did have him. But it's because dude was a pretty big TikToker. So they like saw that he was posting stuff on TikTok and they were like, let's go get him. And I think he's like a DACA kid. I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, he's a dreamer. So they were like, hey, he's not a citizen, so we're just going to take him.
So he was the perfect target.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, I think of there's been a few TikTokers and influencer type people out here who'll be live streaming or doing whatever. And I think he had like, I think the biggest following out of any of them. I think he's from LA originally and was covering the protests out there. Mm-hmm. And then he came out here and then like within like a week was when they got him. I think it was actually the day after, we were out here and we saw them, we caught them bringing in Bud Light into the place. And like they said on camera, like I was like, is that Bud Light? And they were like, yeah. And it was like the next day was when they started like threatening this kid. Mm-hmm. He got like anonymous messages, I think, saying like, hey, you better stop or whatever, or else I guess. I don't know. Okay. But
so
I don't know the dude very well. Like
is
I said, he's some
he-
random guy from Cali. But
They actually deport
fucking insane.
him?
Last I heard, they had sent him up to like the detention center in Kenosha.
It sounds like I'm having a conversation with my lawyer. It's like, yeah, I kind of heard this, but I don't know, man.
In contact with an immigration lawyer.
What are you
so-
talking
What
to
brought
me?
you out here today?
Well, we're here for our people, our friends, our family, our community. You know, they say that they're here, whoever these people are, because they don't even identify themselves. For crime or whatever, we've never seen Chicago with so much chaos. And it's hard to breathe anywhere we go because they're doing tear gas everywhere. Yeah, we felt safer when they were not here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about ICE and their tactics on Chicagoans and just people overall within the area?
It's scary. It's scary because you don't know. You leave your house and you don't know what's going to happen. You leave in fear. You don't know if you're going to be the one targeted. Like, you're just going to a regular store, you're eating, they're going to hop off and target you. Like, people are telling me, carry your passport. Why do I have to do that? You know, it's just scary. And I'm a mom. So what if, and they don't care, they're going to schools, and I don't want my daughter going through that. I don't want my daughter seeing agents attacking me just because my eyes are brown, my hair is dark, just because they think I'm an immigrant. It's scary. It's scary. Everyone's scared. It's tensions, and their tactics, they're bad. We're here every other night probably, and we've witnessed them just, my English is not that good, so.
Is that status quo in the background?
How do I
That's
say it?
that's status quo in the
They
background.
told us to come up to the fence and get our flags down. We stepped to the fence.
That fence up there?
Yeah, because we
Okay.
were here before this was
Okay.
up, and we'd be up there, and we stepped close to get the flags, just like they told us. And as soon as we stepped there, it started shooting at us.
So they
like,
set you up a
setting
little
us up, yeah. And then now they're recording for what? Now we look bad, but you just gave us an order. We followed it. We're complying, and then you're shooting at us.
Did you get hit?
Barely. They kind of missed me, but the people next to me, there were like 4 people on the ground. They were struggling to breathe. Yeah.
So what happened to them?
Well,
Yeah.
some went to the hospital to the
Sorry.
medics, and then
Just
we
drop-
were.
that
I mean, the
drop-
tent over
yeah.
there, they're much help. They're always helping. You know, we had to wash their eyes out. Some kid was like down to his boxers because his clothes kept. It's so strong what they throw at us. Yeah. And for nothing, you know, we're just protesting peacefully.
You said that you have a child in school. What are the schools doing to protect the kids in case something were to happen?
Luckily, my child does not attend the schools that they have like targeted. So the school she goes to has been pretty okay, pretty safe. But I have heard that, you know, once they know that they're in the area, like ICE, lockdown, which is scary for the kids, but it's necessary because to protect the kids, but locking them down, just like if there was an active shooter out there. Yeah, locking them down, contacting their parents, like, hey, they're in the area, like, you know. Yeah, just locking them down. There's groups available too that are offering to go get children and leave them at school, pick them up, take them home. Yeah, helping them walk home. I mean, just the other day, there was a 15-year-old waiting to get on the bus, and they chased him.
In Chicago?
Yeah. He missed school because he had to run away from these people. And, I mean, he's not a criminal. He was going to school, but you have random agents with guns chasing you. Of course he's going to run.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A 15-year-old.
It's crazy that schools are locking down against their own government. Yep.
How do you feel about ICE's presence in Chicago?
I think it's a disaster. It's uncalled for. What has it really done for the city? Like, crime and valid interventions were finally being put into place. Alternatives for mental health resources that didn't include law enforcement. And now it seems to be that this is like a huge step in the wrong direction because now we're invaded by the wrong type of people. I mean, you have all these people going around, but where did they put out any social workers or any resources for the people affected, which is everybody? Who is not affected?
What brought you out here today?
Humanity, doing what's right, my students, just seeing what's happening and living it, seeing it, students leaving, students scared to come to school, families scared to come to school. I'm of Mexican descent, I'm a child of an immigrant, just doing what's right.
Right. And you said you're a teacher. What grade do you teach?
Kindergarten through 4th special ed.
Okay. So they're afraid to go to school?
Damn.
I actually had a sign that I brought to one of the protests the other day downtown. It was a student of mine in 4th grade, and she made a sign because she said, Ms. Tovar, you know, we're not supposed to talk politics with students, which I understand, and I don't. But when she's talking to me about Miss Tovar, they took my cousins. How do I tell, like saying I'm sorry? Like, oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm sorry that that happened to you. And
that's what they're
told her, I
expecting.
said, well,
And then you're gonna, dude. I bet you that there's one mom that's just like,
go out and I try to help. And
you're not teaching my student.
if you wanted me to bring a sign, I could bring a sign for you. And she made me a really nice poster, and that was my way of helping her have an outlet to share her voice. But they know what's going on. They see it. Nothing has ever happened without people on the front lines with what we're doing right now. Nothing has ever changed. It's not lobbying. It's not any of that. It's people.
Will this actually like have that? Like, will this have like that traumatic impact of them actually carrying this into their politics like later in life? Because for everybody that's like what she was kind of saying, don't make it political. Like that's where everybody was kind of trained to ignore it.
The stance that this is not okay.
God damn, dude, we're at a new era of needing to pay attention to things, but then also simultaneously having these people like, this is what's really funny about Trump, though. I will admit this, where he doesn't understand that it's like, hey man, if you just shut up, this would probably be easier for your the people enacting this shit.
You look downtown and we have 100.
Do you think that Stephen Miller every once in a while just has like, God damn it,
hundreds of people, thousands of people, not hundreds,
this
thousands
generational
of people outside? That shows you how many people are committed.
Yeah, this generation of kids have gone through a lot.
To
Yes.
changing this. I just wish more people were out here, but I get it. I understand it's scary. And
it just makes me wonder, though, will they just be fodder for the regime, and will they just kind of comply?
I don't want to. Sad. I have people telling me all the time, think of your daughter. Think of your daughter. This is bigger. You're putting your face out there. You're putting your image out there. Think of your daughter. I'm not only thinking about my daughter. I'm thinking about other people's daughters. I'm thinking about my students. I'm thinking about the kids that have to go home and their parents are missing. I have to go home and think about how many kids are being separated from their parents at the detention center. I'm thinking about all the different kids. And so, yes, I understand and I appreciate, family and friends saying, be careful, be careful, be careful. And I get it. I understand. It's scary. But this time takes bravery. This is not any time in my lifetime, in your lifetime, in any of our lifetimes that we're facing something like this. This right now. This is an even bigger issue. I do believe we are on the verge of a civil war, if not already. We're in the beginning stages of one. The hard part is it's not like a north-south thing. This is your neighbor thing. This is your neighbor that you feel you have to be at war with. I don't want to be at war with anybody. I don't think any of us want to be at war with anybody. I think that there's just so many.
Well, it's also, our government.
Powers that be that put things into the air and put things into our hearts and put things into the.
Tyranny's actually coming from above this time.
Hate. I know that I'm not gonna get stopped as often as a person who's not white. I know that they're going to get pulled over. I know that they're getting followed in stores. I know that they're getting, hit left and right.
Okay, we get it.
Grateful seeing so
into our country, and they can't, and they try to do it legally, but the path is so clogged up, and so I just feel for them. So I just felt I needed to be here today. And seeing the things that have been going on the television with this particular area is, like I was telling these guys, is one of the catalysts that made me come out. You're seeing religious people shot in the head with...
We spoke with 2 witnesses that witnessed that as well.
Yeah, that's not America. That's not America. That's not America I know anyway. So so a lot of those things is the reason why I'm here. And my sign, it's wrong. This is wrong, and what's going on is wrong in our country.
I'm sorry.
And I don't care if you're...
It looked like it had a bunch of holes. I didn't realize he just had that. Yeah, that's actually pretty smart, the way that he...
Democrat, Republican...
Has that as almost like a handle.
Independent. It's just
Good
not
use
us.
of cardboard, my friend.
Okay, and it's wrong. So these behaviors that our government, what they're doing and chasing these people down like they're, they've done something wrong. Yeah, maybe if it wouldn't take 10 years for them to apply and get in, if our system was fixed,
That doesn't matter. The fact is they keep using, like, bring it back to what they keep saying. They keep saying that they're arresting criminals. You know,
so it's just
they're not though. What was it? 76% of those arrested right now don't have criminal records.
Disheartening.
Tell us why you're out here today and what you're doing out here today.
Well, for me, it's about safety.
To be honest, our neighbors voted for this and are a part of ICE. That is why they have the masks on. It's the government, but they're but also their supporters. No people, no power.
And rights. I think we've all been stepped on. We've worked very hard in these last few years to make our communities safer and to bring healing and wellness. And this is just chaos in the wrong direction.
Tell us a little bit about the tent and what you're working on here.
This is a mutual aid tent that's been, I believe, out for over 2 weeks. It's 24/7. They've been very gracious with us, and they've left us alone for the most part.
As in ICE?
Well, everybody. Like, it's been very well greeted by the community. It's a lot of love. A lot of people have stepped up and made an incredible amount of donations to the point that we have tons of overflow.
What are they donating?
Everything. Everything. People will bring food, water, Band-Aids, soap, towels, anything you can think of, clothes, blankets, umbrellas, masks. There's just an abundance of love, and it shows.
Hey, very cool. And you said that you're the only nurse here, correct?
We are looking for some sort of official professional to be on site for emergencies. So we are trying to have somebody present at the tent, and I am.
Okay.
I'm here.
And has your career been put to the test over the last few weeks here? What have you seen?
Well, I've mostly come up at night to make sure that we have what we need for safety purposes and treatment, but I don't think so. I think this is exactly what we were all. The people who are here were born to do this, right? We're very passionate. We're strong advocates for our community. It's very neighborly. So everybody's just kind of taking turns and everybody's doing everybody's job, which is great. From my understanding, I haven't witnessed yet, but there was more like people complaining that they couldn't breathe. There was issues with people's eyes burning, skins needing to be cleaned off, a lot of scrapes, a lot of wounds, so they didn't know what to do with the wounds. So a lot of that, people being tossed on the ground, needing help, maybe an ice pack.
That's a weird place to end that. An ice pack. No, that's awesome. Honestly, like that's what we need more of. I do know that they're looking for nurses in other like protest settings, especially this weekend. So if you guys know anybody in the healthcare system or are part of the healthcare system, consider letting your protest marshals know that you have some expertise in that. Okay, so now we're going to go to the less political stuff and revisit the ridiculousness of Hassan's dog situation. But now it's funny. It went from like the sensational coverage of XQC and all that to literally the next day, everybody's just like, this is stupid. But I haven't seen the Taylor Lorenz video, so I don't know where she's coming from with it. I just know where this video is coming from with it, and it's hilarious.
Hey, did you hear? What? Infamous radical extremist and charlatan Hassan Piker electrocuted his dog while streaming live to his thousands of brainwashed fans. Seriously? What the hell? Yeah, he reached off screen for like a button or something, and then his dog yelped. That's terrible. Damn. Yeah. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, why? Hey, did you hear?
Wait, why?
Beloved celebrity and social democrat content creator Hassan Abi refuted the claims that he shocked his dog. Wait, I thought he did, though. That was a mass smear campaign. He showed the actual collar he uses, and it doesn't shock dogs, apparently. Okay, well, I'm glad he didn't do that, then. Yeah. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Wait. Political opportunist and con man Hassan Piker actually did shock his dog. There's new evidence. Any updates? Several. The idea of a person known as Hassan Piker is possibly, though without certainty, using maladaptive methods of animal training. However, the subject has hit national attention, and at this point the nature of truth is highly unknown. I'm not following. Thousands of reports, videos, deep dives, and investigations have churned up seemingly contradictory information. The incident, as it shall forthwith be known, has attained
a
status only comparable to crisis events. Crisis? A comic book event wherein timelines are reset or organized and or restructured for continuity. Did he shock his dog or not?
Hassan crisis event.
The political thought have shifted the reality through which we previously measured scientific.
The anti-monitor just shows up and it's just like, we will have multiverse.
Phenomena has broken down. It's become clear that all that can be unknown can never be unknown, and vice versa. What do you think happened? I don't know.
I don't know.
Is this just how the internet works now? Or...
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Perfect. Wait, is this just how the internet works? Yeah. All right. So here it is. Here it is. Let's see what Taylor Lorenz has to say about it, for better or worse.
So everyone right now is up in arms thinking that Hassan shocked his dog.
You could see him reach over, hits the thing, the dog fucking yelps.
Initially, even Hassan's community was starting to question, did he just
I wonder if they have our favorite dog trainer.
Kaya.
I watched more of his videos last night. You know what?
Did
he's
he
got some
just
good
use
advice.
a shock collar on stream?
He zaps the poor little dog for getting up. And,
oh my God, Michael knows.
And then he says, why'd you make me do that?
Wait a minute. You care about dogs all of a sudden? How about Christine Ohm, bro? Wait a minute. Dude. Tread carefully, dude.
So what did he just do to that dog?
Today, I want to talk about something that's been all over my feed lately and has been driving me absolutely crazy. For the past week, the internet has been dominated by the conspiracy theory that Twitch streamer Hassan Piker abused his dog using a shock collar during a Twitch live stream. There is, to be clear, zero evidence that his dog Kaya was even wearing a shock collar during that live stream. Kaya is pictured wearing a canvas collar with a little AirTag holder in it in the original clip, where she yelped once after seemingly catching her nail on the dog bed. This led to a bunch of internet-pilled psychos crawling through hours and hours and hours.
I actually think that the nail on the dog bed part is still bullshit.
Of footage.
I do think that it is that he was using vibration technique, and that Doggo is a bit of a drama queen,
claiming that Piker secretly abuses his dog.
According to the dog expert that we watched. So from all the assessments that I have seen, I like the guy who has absolutely no dog in the fight. And just said, yeah, it was probably sensitive dog vibration collar.
Their evidence of this is not even the footage where Kaya yelps. It's that in totally different clips where she doesn't even appear to be in distress at all, she's wearing a collar with a small green light on it. Piker showed this collar on stream. It's an electronic vibration collar with zero shock capabilities. Attempting to debunk this conspiracy that Hassan abuses his dog, however, has become largely impossible. First of all, you can't prove a negative, which everyone pushing this crazy conspiracy theory, by the way, actually knows. It would be like asking me to prove that I've never punched someone. Again, you can't prove a negative. After Hassan revealed the vibration collar on stream, bad actors attempted to leverage the fact that he put a small piece of tape on the back to conceal his phone number, which is like written in Sharpie on the back of the little vibration box, as evidence that he somehow secretly modified.
That makes a lot of sense. If it does have his contact info, that would make a lot of sense. I got to be honest. Okay, I didn't even think about that angle.
Soldered down shock collar prongs, something that would basically be like impossible to do.
That's not impossible, and also from the model that we were looking at, they were screwing on.
Possible. I'll pause here to.
I mean, this is why I hate, dude. You're supposed to be the Wired journalist that, this is part of it. This is literally part of it, Taylor. This is why I don't like your coverage.
Say that
God damn it.
I've met Kaya IRL. I have never.
Good for you. Oh my God. I might be dipping out of this video a little early, guys.
I've never seen her in a
Jesus Christ
shock collar. I've spoken to people who have walked Kaya, babysit Kaya, probably spent hundreds of hours with this dog. And according to everyone I spoke to, in 0 instances has she ever been abused. Not a single guest on Piker's Twitch stream in the years and years and years that he's had Kaya has said that they've ever seen Piker mistreat Kaya.
It's not a shock collar. I've seen that collar. I've used that collar before. I've babysat that dog.
And the only reason more influencers aren't speaking out publicly is because the people perpetuating this vicious harassment campaign are threatening them into silence.
Well, then maybe they should stand the fuck up. I don't know. No, Taylor. It's because they don't want to do this political thing, and they know that Hassan brings a little heat. Jesus fuck.
Influencers are having their brand
way to just be like, yeah, that's fine though. This is the reason that they're not speaking up.
deals jeopardized and face
as I said, her coverage really annoys the shit out of me sometimes.
Facing serious business consequences for even suggesting that they might publicly come out in support of Hassan. It's actually happening on a scale that I have never seen before. Multiple journalists in group chats, by the way, I've been talking to people, have like wanted to report out this story, but other influencers are so scared of the harassment and abuse that they might get that they don't even want to speak on the record with their name. And yes, I know also, by the way, that making this video will definitely just put a target on my back, but I don't care because the people perpetuating these conspiracy theories already hate me. Everyone who spends any modicum of time with Hassan knows how much he loves that dog. Kaya is one of the most pampered and spoiled dogs in Los Angeles. Who knows why Kaya yelped that like one day, but she is literally a dog. I grew up with dogs, multiple dogs, that worked as therapy dogs actually in hospitals. And sometimes if a dog steps on their foot or catches their nail wrong or something or just gets startled, they'll yelp. Kaya's also literally only yelped like that once, like in all of Hassan's years of streaming. It's not like this is some regular thing. And also what's crazy to
Honestly, he didn't need this.
me too is shock collars.
He did.
Taylor, which are commonly used in dog training. They're not like tasers. They usually give like a crawling sensation on a dog's skin.
God,
but the idea that Piker is somehow secretly abusing his dog and shocking Kaya until she's in pain repeatedly is just completely made up in people's heads. This is a dog that lives a life I guarantee you is significantly better than anyone watching this video. The idea that dozens of high-profile guests on Piker's stream and every single
Can we switch places? Can you do the stream and I can just lay on that comfy bed?
person who's ever spent any meaningful time with Kaya would all be involved in some secret years-long
That was like a grunt where he was just like, no.
elaborate cover-up is insane. Like, literally, if you believe this, you have lost touch with reality. The entire thing is the most idiotic and deranged conspiracy.
Guys, we were just watching stuff about ICE taking over Chicago.
Theory that I think I've ever covered.
I really do kind of feel like, God damn it.
Like, this is literally like, it's QAnon flat earther level shit. Nevertheless, the story has been weaponized by the far right to launch a multi-platform smear campaign against Piker. Laura Loomer has posted relentlessly about it. Tech founder Palmer Luckey is offering $100,000 to anyone who can tear apart Hassan's vibration collar, which I just want to say again, Kaya's like not even wearing in that original clip. She was just wearing her regular canvas collar with the AirTag holder. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Prominent Silicon Valley venture capitalists are weighing in. Posts pushing the conspiracy theory are among the most viewed posts of all time on subreddits like Livestream Fail.
He will give me a McNugget or something for every $2
Israeli
dono.
news sites have been mainstreaming the conspiracy along
Pep gets a chicken nugget
with a slew of low-quality SEO-driven outlets. Democratic influencers who are part of Chorus
That's
and
one of the like millennialisms that I'm never letting go.
30 Funds dark money influence
are...
campaign, like Suzanne Lambert, a failed comedian who calls herself a Regina George liberal, have also been pumping out this conspiracy. Even PETA has weighed in, though to be fair, PETA was like,
Oh my God. Who cares?
Hassan said he doesn't use a shock collar. Like, what are we supposed to say? Piker has been...
She's doing the thing again. Now she's actually going, like, the Regina George liberal thing. Like, who the fuck?
Subject to politically driven smear campaigns for years. But this latest manufactured controversy reveals a toxic new dynamic that I think will define the next era of the internet. Outrage-driven, Gamergate-style social media hate campaigns combined with the 24/7 video surveillance machine. Twitch streamers like Piker are the first to experience this destructive combination, but as more and more footage of everyone becomes available online, anyone who angers the wrong group could suffer a similar fate. And of course, all of this will be exacerbated by AI. For years, we've been told that
she's odd. Yes, she is.
That constant surveillance is a good thing.
But apparently having these like, this is the thing. I have been pretty open with them, just like, yeah, I just don't like her vibe. But that's enough for people to just be like, well, yeah, well, you know what, she's not, yeah. That's a bad thing.
That it's vindicated.
I don't care.
Silicon Valley executives claim that widespread video recording will prevent abuse, harassment, crimes, etc. This has led to the mass adoption of things like police body cameras, 24/7 video capture on our streets.
How in the fuck did you get here from the Jesus Christ.
And a sprawling crowdsourced surveillance machine
bash my head with this keyboard right
on
now.
Social media. Social media platforms are actively incentivizing this surveillance, prioritizing video footage and hours-long live streams over every other type of content format. Just last month, billionaire, soon-to-be TikTok owner Larry Ellison said that
Totally not a fucking demon.
A vast AI-fueled video surveillance system would ensure, quote, citizens will be on their best
these
behavior.
Guys, they all look like, seriously, they look like dudes pretending to, or like demons pretending to, like, you know, be human.
Because we're constantly recording and
listen, Ad,
recording
I swear to God,
everything that's going
I don't know.
on. This comment is a perfect encapsulation of the delusional fantasy pushed by so many in Silicon Valley, that the surveillance state will be used for good. The narrative is seductive. If we could just see everything in 4K, disputes over what really happened would collapse, the thinking goes. If everything in life is videotaped and archived, then the real truth of these messy situations would be indisputable. But Hasan Piker's dog collar incident shows that this theory is catastrophically wrong. Almost no one is more surveilled than a Twitch streamer like Piker. He broadcasts almost every waking hour of his life. There are tens of thousands of hours of archived footage of him and his dog. When he leaves the house or goes out in public, fans videotape his every move. He documents his own life on social media too, posting videos across Instagram and TikTok. In theory, this should
Dude, we get it. You want to date Hasan, but what is this?
make it harder
Like, Jesus Christ.
for bad
If I heard somebody glazing like me this way, I'd be like, whoa, calm down.
actors to manufacture controversies. Such total visibility should make false accusations impossible. If everything is on record, then surely it would be easy for anyone to see the truth of the situation. But the opposite is true. Instead of video being used as a tool to debunk conspiracies, it's increasingly used as a tool to validate them. In Piker's case, this has meant that an endless stream of years-old clips is being repackaged and miscontextualized in
Is it though? Is it? I mean, I watched the fish clip. This is actually what's kind of insulting from both the right and the left. The second that somebody says it's not in context, it's like, you know what? Thank you for doing this thing where you're trying to dissuade me because apparently my eyes and my ears lie, and only you are the arbiter, the arbiter of truth. Man, I've been really having a struggle today.
order to further a politically driven
Brain, mouth,
hate
you
campaign.
good?
The
You good?
dozens of out-of-context video clips spreading on social media, racking up millions of views in some cases, have become a digital Rorschach test. Albert Fox-Khan, founder of the surveillance
Rorschach?
technology oversight project, said, quote, "We are always given the same lie."
This is like, I feel like I'm getting gaslit because it's when I heard somebody say symbiote, I was like, what?
That somehow video is objective. But the truth is that there's so much power in how it's interpreted and edited. Even the most trivial form of tracking, even someone's own Twitch stream, can turn into this weapon against them. Every camera is now a panopticon in the making. Josh Citarella, an artist and researcher who's
So, by her logic, don't make fucking online content, guys. Stay offline. Don't do anything. Don't watch online content because it might all be a lie. Does she ever get where, like, some of this goes? And what does she even think about how she's trying to convince people, or like what she's trying to convince people of? Or does she just, I don't know,
online communities and
Fucking just-
radicalization put it this way, quote, "Conspiracy theories and disinformation are
I mean, she seems to put a lot of work into these videos. So that's where I'm just like, at what point does she, like, through the editing process go,
flourishing because endless video archives are available. So long as the video archive exists, people can cherry pick and
all this Hasan stuff feels like it should have been an email sort of thing. Yep. A nothing burger of the internet. Oh my fucking God, this video is so long. We get it. It's exhausting.
make these new narratives. If the videos didn't exist or were
It is
closed, then the
It really
narratives
is. But again, hey man, she's the one who made it a fucking, oh my God. We're
didn't
halfway.
seem credible.
We're not even
The possibility
halfway
of people
through.
finding disingenuous clips to
What the fuck, Taylor? You're sitting here talking about other people like you got millions of views based on this. It's like,
together a false story
what are you
in
trying to do with this?
even marginally convincing way wouldn't be possible. Because each
Summary: conspiracy theorists don't believe in evidence, so we are cooked. Yes.
new clip
But she's going to pontificate on this for another 9 minutes.
has the potential to go viral, and every major
Amanda,
social
what up?
platform right now is incentivizing video. Users across the internet are incentivized to participate in these crowdsourced forensic investigations. The hate campaign against Piker has already spawned a cottage industry of video analysts and Reddit internet detectives who have been pouring
What the fuck? Welcome to the internet!
Over
What the fuck? Dude!
thousands of hours of live streaming footage, analyzing every video frame, and constructing elaborate conspiracy
Sylvie, with all due respect,
theories about what really happened. The cycle is not entirely new. The tactics being used against Piker are ripped directly from the Gamergate playbook. The goal is to isolate a target, manufacture controversy, weaponize social platforms and traditional media to spread lies, and orchestrate sustained network harassment with the event.
this is just how every leftist has been treated online for a long time. This is like, my God. Like, you are, dude, this is my problem with her, is she makes like these innocuous things again into like, oh my God, this all stems from the systematic oppression of such and such.
Eventual goal of making someone,
when in reality, no. This is pretty easy. XQC and his ilk have gotten made fun of by Hassan. They don't like the fact that somebody smarter than them made fun of them and made them look bad. So they carry a hate boner for him and the whole, like, you know, crew that follows him. You know, Asmongold does the same thing.
so controversial that they essentially end up bankrupt and deplatformed. But
Like, and this cultivated an audience of haters. And then you have the DGG aspect. Again, left eating its own on that one.
most Gamergate-style campaigns have traditionally relied on more text-based media or vague accusations about the business dealings or journalistic practices. Bad actors might use a few screenshots here and there or some out-of-context comments, but the doctored evidence presented in these campaigns hasn't traditionally been video in nature. That has all changed with the rise of clip culture, the proliferation of this new medium, and the sheer scale of this anti-Hassan Piker hate campaign shows that we're entering a new era of the weaponization of the internet, driven by attacks where video has undeniably replaced text as the raw material for conspiracy theories. Albert Fox Khan, again of the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project, which is awesome, by the way, said, quote, with more footage being taken from more places and shared more widely at a time where journalism institutions are breaking rather than being a way to bring us back down to the
You
ground,
burnt a lot of calories from listening to this?
video ends up just fueling these conspiracy theories. Influencers willingly monetize their own surveillance in order to turn their lives into content for profit. But if we continue
That's why I don't want to do IRL streams.
down this path, the experiences of Twitch
You
streamers
know how gross it is to see this too?
will become
There's nothing, I'll say this, like, iShowSpeed, it probably works for because they kind of know who he is and all this bullshit. Oh my God, 44 million.
more common in everyday life.
Fuck.
The weaponized internet will merge with
Is that his overall, like, how many people have watched him?
the surveillance
I
infrastructure
don't know, man.
that we've built, and ordinary people will live under the same microscope as
But I was just about to say, what's gross is when you see the dudes like filming out, like with their, their tiny little swivel tripod. Like, I feel cringy when I'm at even the protest doing that stuff.
influencers do today. As the couple at the Coldplay concert this past summer, or the security guard at Charlie Kirk's final Turning Point event likely realized, there is no way to opt out of this new system. AI will inevitably make all of this worse. Deepfake video generation tools
Now you're, what? What?
are being rolled out en masse, while media
She took this to I am legitimately like, what?
literacy plummets. Bad actors who are already comfortable manipulating real footage will begin fabricating videos of their targets or subtly
those
altering
webcam
them
glasses?
using AI. AI will also make it easier to search, catalog, and weaponize every video ever recorded. Finding all available clips of someone making the wrong hand gesture or wearing a specific color or moving their body in a certain way could be as easy as clicking a few buttons. If an influencer broadcasting tens of thousands of hours of his life for years
I feel like this could have been a different video.
can be
I feel like this should have been a different video.
successfully smeared by a single misleading clip, what chance does a regular person have when a few seconds of their life goes viral? What recourse do they
What? Whoa, 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 whoa. What the? Whoa. This does not. There's no correlation here because it wasn't fucking AI. And I kind of get what she's saying, where she's like, oh my God, if this is how much attention, just like one viral moment, but you're also ignoring a lot of other factors here. And you're trying to do the same thing, like, oh, this could happen to you guys. It's going to happen to you guys.
have when
dude, honestly, I can understand why so many. I understand why I'm annoyed by her, but now I really understand why other people
They're
are.
unjustly smeared by thousands online.
Like, the overall criticism I heard from her before the chorus thing was just how, like, sometimes she can come across as, number one, disingenuous, and also, like, she has this thing where if you ever cross her and say, like, no, I don't think that's right, she turns into a just a raging bitch.
Institutional.
I've seen her, like, the way that she was going after Ariana.
Fact-based reporting outlets have been all but dismantled. And even
I'm
when
sorry,
a journalist
man.
does debunk
Like, I kind of...
misinformation.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make this stop.
Like I'm trying to do right now. Hello. Audiences are primed to fall for narratives driven solely by whoever can post the loudest and clip the fastest. This type of video clip-driven harassment can be incredibly profitable. Platforms like X, TikTok, and Instagram
This is grinding my soul.
reward video views with cash payouts.
Earringer.
Bad faith actors can rake in thousands of
I'm sorry, guys.
dollars by posting a flood
Wow.
of context-free, shareable clips or dissecting video
Hey, we're
footage
2
on a
minutes
live
away.
stream. Any clip, no matter how benign, can be reframed in service of a particular narrative. For example, on Monday, thousands of X users falsely claimed that a sound made by Twitch streamer Austin Show snapping his gum was actually Hassan Piker pressing some sort of secret shock button. I'm telling you, this stuff is deranged. In other videos, bad actors simply take any small movement by Kaya readjusting her position on her little dog bed as evidence of her being shocked into submission. Again, there's zero evidence of any of these delusional claims. People have also...
and this is where I'm calling you out on this, Taylor. You're wrong. No, what we saw was hand fucking reach for something, and then she went, yipe! Dude, if you're not even going to try to be, like, a little bit genuine about this, where it's like, yeah, I could see how people, like, kind of misinterpreted that. Again, I'm glad that we saw the dog trainer video, but holy fuck.
falsely claimed that Kaya is forced to sit behind Piker throughout his
How
entire
long is
broadcast
this video?
like a
Honestly,
prop, which is
I'm
just
calling
an
it after
insanely
this.
false
Like, I'm gonna
claim
smoke
that
and
can
then
be
we're done, 'cause
debunked by
this is-
watching any of his
I'm actually getting, like, annoyed.
streams where Kaya
Like, this went from being kind of fun to just like, oh no, fuck this.
frequently moves about or goes to grab water or leaves the room. The Piker controversy might read as mindless internet drama, but we desperately need people to start caring about these things and recognizing these types of incidents as the internet bellwethers that they are. We also need to be extremely vocal in calling out bad actors pushing these extremely politically driven lies about Piker and others. The fact that so many Democrat influencers, including Instagram accounts that even claim to be anti-disinformation,
There it is. Nah, dude, she's trying to mean girl other people who have mean girled her. God damn it.
are pushing these grossly false, unsubstantiated
cheers, guys.
claims as part of an effort to smear one of the most vocal leftists online is deeply disturbing. But that's what these centrist liberal influencers do, and that's why they're so dangerous. Just as with the original Gamergate over a decade ago, liberals who happily align with fascists to attack leftists will blatantly repost and promote false far-right smears about leftists in order to launder them to a mainstream audience. It's pitiful. This cycle is pitiful. Meanwhile,
There's someone in my past that she reminds me of that's making me agitated.
we are all sleepwalking into a future defined by universal surveillance coupled with algorithmically incentivized online outrage. Our
You might be right.
internet is devoid of any meaningful privacy protections, and video content specifically is being rewarded. Profit-driven tech platforms have ensured that bad actors and extremists reign, and we've allowed tech oligarchs to dismantle all vestiges of a shared reality. And I think we're really only beginning to see the consequences of this new system. As Albert Fox Kahn said, quote, "The lesson of history is clear. This is only going to become a more prevalent problem for more people as the technology continues to get cheaper and more ubiquitous. What might seem like the absurd price of fame today may soon become the inescapable price of participating in modern life." We need to start treating this problem like the existential threat to democracy and truth that it is. And that means demanding real accountability from platforms.
No, I think that what annoys me is that she really cannot separate her biases from some, like, she would be a damn good reporter if she could shelf some of her biases. But it comes across as catty because it does come across like she goes after people that obviously don't agree with her in a very, very fucking aggressive way, and then gets surprised when somebody shows her the same fucking
profit
type of energy.
Outrage.
Again, the whole thing with Ariana, that really showed me exactly. It's like, oh, okay. That kind, like, I already had the feeling that she was like that just based on her content. That was literally the receipt I needed.
We need to fight the expansion of the surveillance state tooth and nail by killing surveillance and censorship laws like the Kids Online Safety Act. We need to fight against Section 230 reform and push for comprehensive privacy regulation. The profit-driven tech landscape that rewards engagement at any cost needs to be dismantled and broken up. We need legal frameworks that make intentional harassment committed with actual malice punishable. We need algorithmic transparency laws that force companies like Meta,
good luck,
X, and TikTok to disclose how their recommendation systems prioritize.
Might have worked if you had a fucking, like, I don't know, maybe politicians that actually gave a shit about your opinion.
Inflammatory or misleading content.
I'm sorry, man, but like, we're living in the Trump administration. If she's like thinks that like she can lay all this out there, great. And she could be 1000% right. But I'm going to just tell you right now, it's like,
AI developers and hosting platforms should be required to watermark synthetically generated video and audio content, and we should develop easily accessible tools to track when and how footage has been altered. And I know this is self-serving as a journalist, but actual journalism and civic
you be self-serving? No.
Institutions desperately need investment. We need an independent fact-checking infrastructure that moves at the same speed as these viral clips. We need public education systems that teach basic media literacy alongside skills like reading and writing. For instance, members of the public, in my opinion, should all know how to verify video footage, analyze metadata, understand concepts like algorithmic bias, and most importantly, understand and recognize how these manufactured outrage campaigns work. Of course, doing that would require for-profit mainstream corporate media organizations to stop feeding these outrage smear campaigns and laundering them simply because they're aligned with the far-right actors perpetuating them. But that's a topic for another day. More broadly,
guess which video I'm not watching.
We need a cultural shift away from surveillance culture as entertainment. I've talked about this before in my videos, but if there's one thing you take away from this, please stop filming strangers for content. Do everything you can to fight against the surveillance machine. And most importantly,
so she's saying to stop filming ICE then? And everything going on? What?
Actually, stop sharing these.
You're mad about the Coldplay. Guys, let this one sit. Let this one sit. Explain this one away.
Contextless clips that fuel these manufactured outrage cycles. Even if you don't like Hasan Piker, even if you think he's the worst person in the world, don't feed into this QAnon conspiracy crap. Call out people who you see online who are feeding into these hate campaigns too, because until we make it socially and economically costly for influencers who participate in these Gamergates.
She says don't participate in the surveillance state. So yeah, you know what? She didn't clarify it. Fuck her. No, I'm leaving her to correct this on her own. Seriously, she wants to put it out there, then fucking answer for it.
Attacks on leftists. This cycle will only get worse. As many of you who follow me know, I'm also frequently subject to these bad faith smear campaigns.
It's always bad faith with you, huh, Taylor?
Thankfully, there's not tens of thousands of hours of footage on me yet, at least. But the
not generous today? Nah.
Exact same actors lying about Hasan Piker's dog collar regularly lie about me. These are not people with any sort of commitment to the truth. They've
see what it is?
Targeted my advertising.
You see what this is, though? Nobody could ever actually criticize. Like, she's actually trumping you guys right now. She's using one of my favorite things, the pivot and the swerve. She's doing it. She's going to make sure that everybody that comes after her is a bad faith actor. You know what? Nobody has good faith criticisms. Nobody can disagree with me.
And I literally have 0 brand deals right now, in large part because I've
gee, I wonder why.
Been deemed too controversial for brands to partner with. So if you like
that legit got me.
This video, please support my work via the Patreon link below or buy a paid
what the fuck? She really is just
subscription to my
I'm sorry.
newsletter.
I'm sorry. She memed herself on that one. Holy crap.
usermag.com.
Yeah, enough of that. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. You guys are just gonna have to get used to the fact that I just cannot stand her content. I can't stand her. I can't. I fucking can't. I would have anybody else speak for this shit. Holy shit. Wow. Keep seeing from Puerto Rico to the U.S. and what Trump is doing here. I'm pissed off with the anti-immigration movement. Like my Dominican friends and my South American community is really being abused, and I hate it. Yep. Jesus. Like at the end there, I should have called it. I should have, because I was gonna say like, yeah, somehow she's gonna make this about her. Boom. I don't know if you're actually right about that, Scallywag, because I'm thinking of like even the most annoying like person in my life, and no. Yeah, she really annoys me. And as I said, I think it's even more annoying because like some of her content would be great if she could just not do that final bit. And also not try to tell me that I can't see or judge something for myself. You know, for somebody that's all like about the AI algorithm feeding you shit, she sure spoon feeds you a whole bunch of garbage and then is just like, yeah, but you know what? Don't recognize that it's garbage. Fuck me. It's all right. I know that some of these ones are the ones that people are just like. That actually ruined my appetite for the next video I was gonna play. I'm done. I'm done with that. Kind of funny that the guy from the Windy City doesn't like long-winded reporting. It's not about the long-winded reporting. It's about the fact that she can't. It's never about the reporting. Like, honestly, it's almost like she got slighted and then fucking made it her life's mission to go make it, you know, a problem for anybody. Like, I don't know, man. Honestly, it's. Because you do realize that she was doing that, right? She was trying to tell you, like, oh, yeah, you know, that... Like, she did the conflation with the AI, which was weird. She can finally rest now. She can finally rest for now, Christ. Whatever. I'm not gonna get mad. You can like her all you want. I don't give a shit. I cannot like her all I want. That's how this thing works. Trump outplayed MAGA Fox host visibly stunned. Don't care. Newly released footage shows man setting fire to the governor's residence. Fuck. What's going on here? Guys? I can't play anything right now. Weird. Fuck. There's a playback error. Huh. You guys are still able to watch me though, right? Okay. Well. Let's see. Can I do this? Okay. So this seems like there's an error over on my end here with YouTube for some reason. Let me reset this. Can't see new something went wrong with your screen? That's weird. Okay, yeah, I'm having the same thing. Did YouTube go down? Oh, I'm back.
Yeah, tear gas many times. I don't really like them here.
We felt safer when they.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. YouTube's fine on your end? Yeah, I'm definitely having some issues, and it's all like the weird part is my stream is fine. It's playing any new videos. So like I had to go through my my history to even get that. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I kind of freaked the fuck out. I was like, oh dude, did my channel just get deleted while I was on stream? It's like, no. And then I was like, oh my god, Taylor Lorenz came for me. That is okay. Well, that answers my question if there's a live stream of any protesting going on. Go with no. Yeah, let's see if X is working. It's not my internet, is it? No, it's definitely not my internet. Your feed's up. I mean, again, my feed's up, and everything's working now, it seems. Chicago characters unlocked. What do we got? We got Hulk, Donkey Kong. Now I see the comments are coming up. It's a simple question, yes or no.
That a lot of people think are the important litmus tests that are loaded and hot. My urgency is to be an effective leader in bringing an end to this crisis. And I get these questions all the time that to me undermine my urgency.
Man, I gotta say, I'm definitely encountering some issues. Give me one sec, guys. All right. I was like, why can't get any screens up
Democrats
now?
get so frustrated with where we are right now, where you see like the Zoran Mamdanis and the Grand Platinums.
I know we already watched this,
because
but
they can go on podcast and you can say, do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal? And they just say yes, and that's the end of it. It's not all of the rhetoric answering. It's like what happens to Democratic politicians, they go through this like prism, and then we can't ever get like the answer to yes or no conversations like you do with Bernie and others. And that's the frustration for the Democratic
Do I think Netanyahu is worse than Trump? Yes.
That was actually too fair. That was one of the Tamer clips that she was able to get from that. And that was released from them. That's weird.
They were not here.
Okay. What the hell? No, I'm still having problems over on YouTube. What the fuck? Hey guys, this actually might ruin the back end of stream. Oh, here we go.
So first of all, Governor, I just
do
want to
that.
get your reaction to what you about, ICE.
ICE is the one who's
Yes, when people are
All right, finally.
peacefully protesting. ICE is the one who's going into neighborhoods where they, frankly, are causing fear among people who live in those neighborhoods.
YouTube Mobile's messing up.
And so they need to.
It's not just happening on your channel. Good.
That they may have.
Okay, so that means that YouTube's experiencing some issues.
Violated the TRO that was issued against ICE.
I know that's a weird thing to say, like, good, it's experiencing issues. It's like, but it's not just my channel.
Cool. Not talking about the National Guard TRO,
I'll be right
but the one about ICE. And so I know that everybody's looking into that question, and no doubt the private attorneys that have brought that case might be going back into court in order to make sure that that those rules are enforced upon ICE.
As we saw that play out yesterday, how critical are the next steps in the TRO preventing the National Guard as they were still waiting for the next steps in that?
We obviously want to make sure that there aren't troops on the ground in the city of Chicago or anywhere in Illinois, federalized troops. And so we're hopeful. We're obviously going to go to court to try to make sure that we keep in place what has been a freezing of the situation and making sure they stay on federal installations or stop federalizing troops altogether.
There was a report, you may have been made aware of it this morning in the Sun-Times, that there's a memo out there that DHS apparently has informed Great Lakes that their intentions are now to be there through December.
Oh, is there any audio for this?
Expansion of what they were doing, which I thought originally was 30 to 45 days. Just can you address that? And what are the concerns?
No, the audio is way low on this
I want to
video.
start by saying it's hyper unusual.
And also, dude, get a microphone for fuck's
the
sake.
Federal government not to communicate with the state or local governments about what their intentions are. Very, very unusual. We really haven't seen this in Illinois or in the country for decades, to not communicate with local and state government. So putting that aside, and as you know, Pete Hegseth was supposed to call me last week. They set it up so that I would be ready for a call from him, letting me know that they were going to federalize troops. Never received a call. He was apparently at a football game and didn't have time to make a call about federalizing troops and sending them into our states to militarize our city.
He's getting pissed.
It's obviously if they plan to stay.
He's like
December,
legit getting pissed at some of this too, where there's the obvious political angles to this, but then there's the little asides where he's just like, "Nah, this is personal."
Tend to create even more mayhem on the ground. This is a decision by Donald Trump and his administration to cause the kind of disruption that they've been causing for the last 10 weeks. In Chicago and in Illinois. My bet is they're going to try it in other cities as well. And all I can say is that we've got to bring an end to this. The federal government and Donald Trump need to recognize that this is not the way that you do immigration enforcement. And you shouldn't be throwing in the idea that you're involved in fighting crime when you're not helping us with local.
I think they just updated the interface and it's fucking with everybody's YouTube.
Civilian law enforcement assistance or with federal civilian law enforcement assistance.
Is there anything lawmakers can do during the veto session?
Well, I know the legislature is looking at that, and I certainly have heard of a few bills that might move. But look, there are limits to what a state can do. There just are, and this situation really hasn't arisen since the Civil War. So
that's kind of a problem.
Challenging. It is a challenge that constitutionally difficult to overcome, but I do think the courts are assisting us, and private attorneys that are coming in and filing suits like the TRO that limits what ICE is doing are assisting us, and we may be able to make tweaks to the law.
Just came here, can't watch on. Oh, there you go.
Better in the state. Although, as you know, I think we've done a pretty good job of Trump-proofing the state.
Forget to hit that follow.
Despite the fact that
you guys can also head over to Twitch if it's not working for you right on
in ways that I find abhorrent.
YouTube.
If Cam Buckner's bill that could put restrictions on or impact the
But like I said, I'm not really able to watch many videos because, like, even this one I had to fight to get to.
I haven't read all of the bill. I understand that there are Chicago legislators that don't want the Bears to move to another location. I would like them not to move either. But I will say just broadly that it's a private business. If they want to move, they can. But yeah, the state can put restrictions on what private businesses get from the state. The state doesn't have to do anything for a private business, although we do incentivize businesses that are coming to Illinois or growing in Illinois. So that's all, I think, got to be taken up with the legislature during veto session and perhaps going into the next session.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay. It's so weird that Broadview attorney calls fence removal a resounding victory for local rights. It is. And I don't see it going back up. That's the nice part. Let's see. Can we actually bring up a new feed? Whew, man. I have to be like I was being completely real with you before. Fucking A. I thought something happened to my channel. I was like, oh boy. He's just admitting it now. Trump shocks all, casually admits major crimes on air. Whatever. Kirk wannabe gets exposed by Charlie Kirk's friends. Okay. Really, this is what's permeating the news right now? Because that's the official news feeds. It seems to be everyone live right now. Okay. So that tells me that they did an interface change, and now it's affecting everybody's channel. So a regular day for Trump? Yeah. Massive flooding. Trying to find a video that will play. Nothing is. Damn it. Okay. It doesn't look like Dean's getting hit by this. What the hell? Dude, YouTube. Oh my god. Well, that sucks. Whatever. Oh. I'll make the content. Ah. I didn't know that was a jolt that, I'm not sure if I needed that or... Yeah, it kind of feels like I needed that little wake-up call where I'm like, oh shit. Just to be like, okay, you know what I said about that whole kick thing? Holy crap. Thank you, Manda, for the updates, though. I really appreciate that because... Yeah, that calmed me down. Although that does remind me, like, no, I gotta figure this out. There's that little bit from yesterday that I have got to I gotta find it, and I gotta make sure that it ain't in the video. Because I already trimmed out the part that I thought I got it all, but I forgot that she did it twice. So I was just like, oh, damn it. So there's like a few seconds where I'm like, okay, I'm definitely gonna... Rolly miss no fun bags. And now I'm kind of obsessed with trying to get this to work. I'm doing the thing. Don't you hate when that happens, when you're like, you mentally know you should just stop and just be like, nah, whatever, I'll do this later. No, my brain's not letting me do that.
Cuomo does something.
I actually got a video. Holy crap. I can't play anything on YouTube right now. Cool. All right. Well, that's good to know. But the live stream's still up. Like, seriously, all live streams are acting up. And Twitch is fine. For once. Wait a minute. Hold on. Twitch is okay? Usually it's the Twitch feed that goes. Yeah, YouTube's being weird. Yeah, like for this one, to even get to it, what I had to do is it kept reading 0 and like refreshing, and it wouldn't play. But then I was just like, hold on, I'm going to try and fast forward. That worked. So, look at that. I actually got a video to play.
Without consent, but this time it's at a school.
Oh my God, it's Walter Matheson.
Represent the working class because you
or Masterson.
take money
Matheson.
from the Walmart family.
I am just having problems today, guys. I'm sorry.
Andrew Cuomo, I will support you if you are an oil exec. You want to talk about the 13th sexual harassment?
Amazing. When was this?
People are leaving the city. The city is hemorrhaging young families.
Oh, was this the one with all of the Hassan pictures?
Why do young families leave? Because they're looking for a better education for their children. Cuomo, I have an email from the Department of Education that says that you did not get permission to use this school. So once again, Cuomo does something without consent, but this time it's at a school.
Hey, Walter. He just... He looks back. Nice.
This is what Zoran Mandami does. These are his tactics.
That you're going to represent the working class because you take money from the Walmart family, the Murdochs, right? The CEO of Home Depot. Oh, fighting for us all the time. Ken Griffin, who owns all the penthouses in Manhattan. You tell him you say hello when you lose, right? You'll have plenty of time to do that.
He really is. He's coming across as an absolute joke.
Interest, and that is it.
Andrew Cuomo. I am the real Andrew Cuomo. And if you
they got an impersonator.
I will support your rights. I will
Shut
support
up.
you. If
This
you are
is
an
incredible.
I will support you. No matter what. This and trying to stop people from hearing the truth. I will not take no for an answer.
I will not.
Mr.
Cuomo, you want to talk about how you created a fracked gas pipeline in New
Dude, he's cooked.
You want to talk about how you stopped climate legislation? You want to talk about the 13th sexual harassment?
Oh my God, they keep going. The fact that it's a different person each time is really... Wow.
You get in my face. Mr. Cuomo,
And Steph can't keep up.
you want to talk about how you cut climate?
Amazing. Great work, guys.
The joke has only begun.
The joke has only begun.
Cuomo, I know I make people feel uncomfortable. That is my entire brand. That is
Oh my
brand.
God, he commits to the bit. I love it.
Don't approach us. They're my support. No, they're not. They're my
support.
He's a peer candidate. He's an opportunist. When is he showing up for public school parents? When is he showing up for public?
No, did you hear the guy literally say, no, they're not?
Parents other than just now. He has never shown up for public school parents.
All right.
My own supporters betray me.
I love this guy.
In front of everyone.
Who is he? Who's this guy? He's
my
amazing.
very own supporters. They all betray me. We'll see who the real ones are.
happily get out of your face. This is our response to what is happening in our country. You not talking to Donald Trump is like Donald Trump saying he was not making plans with Project 2025. This is a consolidated effort to take over our country, and this man is working for that. While our planet is collapsing, our planet and country are collapsing.
This is the email from the Department of Education saying they don't have permission to be in front of the school or inside the school.
He actually gets them. All right, man.
Homosexual. You can Google it, but just Google it as one word, not 2 words. Cuomo, tell them about the part where
Just make sure it's just one word, not 2 words.
the Walmart family is paying you money to end public education.
Like this. Yeah, great. Thank you. Scaring children.
We're scaring the children.
This man is putting our city underwater.
Please.
Our
Please.
city will
Please.
be going underwater.
Please. Yeah, okay. Thank you. How dare you? Thank you.
How dare I do your fucking platforming?
Yeah.
How dare all of you?
He's running as a conservative. What do you guys? You guys are Democratic staffers working for a Republican?
Kicked out of my
You have no principle.
Kicked out of my own rally and press conference. These are my so-called supporters here.
Andrew Cuomo's favorite pastime is grabbing fannies and killing grannies. Andrew Cuomo's favorite pastime is
Man, his staffers, they're not very good at this.
grabbing fannies and killing grannies.
Oh, wait, are there more protesters here than there are supporters?
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I just kind of like that clicked with me right before he said it too. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that the improv troupe or whatever the fuck this is, there's more of them than there are people. And because I realized that the other guys pushing him were totally Cuomo staffers, so it's just Cuomo staffers and like 2 supporters, and the rest are protesters.
I would say that's accurate.
This is wild.
We're on public property, are we not?
But this is so obnoxious.
Are we on public property?
Set an example.
You know what's obnoxious?
You're not
Set
taking
an example. Yes, you know what, you're right.
It's just
And you
spinning.
can go and speak
Supporting
wherever you want. Let the guy have 10 minutes of quiet time and let it be. It's enough.
Yo, let's get out of here.
He would trust him.
Andrew Cuomo,
Look me in the eye, tell him you would trust him.
Yeah.
Show me the sign. Show me the sign. I love it.
Dude, I love that they're like, there are children here. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, you have a rapist around children.
Yeah, there are children here. Be like, yeah, get him away.
I wish I got that on camera. There was one dad I was like, you trust him around your daughter? And he's like, I don't trust him. I got a lot of it on camera.
No.
On September 16th, that was a Tuesday, a attorney in Trump's DOJ, part of the civil rights arm of the DOJ, sent a threatening letter primarily to PEP and also the chancellor, PEP being the Panel for Education Policy.
I was about to say, I'm like, I didn't get an email.
Threatening the city's schools, the magnet school funding.
I don't know you.
Over the city's transpositive policies. And essentially, the letter gave them until the end of the week, that Friday, to roll back the city's guidelines on transgender students. PEP got help from the state AG to write back a letter essentially saying, oh, hey, first off, we legally have 30 days to, look into this and make any changes. B, we want you to explain the nexus between the magnet school funding and the guidelines for transgender students. The response back from the DOJ was, your deadline's now next Tuesday. The Thursday after that, so this is just under a week and a half after the original letter sent, PEP had their calendar meeting, and they didn't have a resolution up for it, but they pretty much unanimously said that they were not going to play ball with Trump's
I mean, if there's ever a time for, maybe cutting a sounder up.
Extortion.
Yeah. And they're going to fight him in the courts and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. They grilled you guys when you got here because they were like, this is only for press?
Oh yeah, immediately I got there and someone was saying, oh, and who are you with? Who are you with? And I just said, I'm here for the speech, here for the rally. And they were like, yeah, but this is actually just for press.
They were like, yeah, no, this is only for paid, you know, for press and paid people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Too funny. Part of the conflict right now is that Zoran wants to undo the gifted and talented program that's in kindergarten. Cuomo, and they're getting a lot of pushback because a lot of educators are like, we don't need a gifted and talented program for kindergarten. Oh no, what do you take it? Don't put me on the internet. What am I gonna do?
Hey, Mick, can I get an interview with you?
Absolutely. So I have an email that I printed out from the Department of Education.
Dude, ABC 7
saying
was...
that they don't have permission to, you know, be inside or around the school. And I thought I'd print it out and show them because Cuomo's kind of bad with consent. And I think so. What's also interesting to know that he is being bankrolled by the Walmart family. The Walmart family is bankrolling campaigns across the country, trying to end public school education in favor of charter school, homeschool. They want big corporations faith-based corporations, to be in charge of public education. That's where they want your tax money going. If you guys haven't heard of school choice, it is a wealth transfer where you can take your tax dollars and it goes to wealthy parents already sending their kids to private school. And it's amazing. I mean, you could speak more about it. This guy's from Cuomo's campaign. He could really speak more about the defunding public education part. But you know what? I'll let the rest of you talk. Oh, the group that organized this is Climate Defiance. We're not affiliated with Zoran's campaign
Interesting.
at all.
He's actually there just like...
So yeah, Cuomo does not have a climate policy. He is
big up
drill
to the
baby
protesters,
drill.
hell yeah.
If you live in New York and you're drill baby drill, he is your candidate 100%. So yeah, anytime there's a big storm, hurricane, nor'easter, MAGA and people like Cuomo like to blame it on woke and not on, climate change. They talk about weather machines and, there is this weather machine that exists where you can control the weather. It's this thing where they release a lot of fossil fuel into the air and that causes, the weather to condense and, all this bad weather we're having. So, the weather machine, there is some truth to that, really. But yeah, let's let everyone else talk.
Be well, guys. Have a good one.
Oh. 1,
Moms
2,
for Liberty.
3.
I had them say earlier. Now the camera's off.
Thank you. Were you talking about Cuomo? I agree.
You are fucking disgusting.
Yeah, how you doing?
Walking around scaring children.
You're letting your children around Cuomo. Yeah.
You guys are fucking racist is what you are.
Did she really just butt that children?
You're racist,
really?
Yeah.
Racist white assholes that sit there and record children and harass Asian families that are wanting a better education.
They're Asian family. This guy, if you voted for Trump, you do not get to talk to us about racism. If you're voting for Trump and you're voting for Cuomo, you do not get to turn around and talk to me about racism. I love that. That is hilarious. This guy is letting ICE into your community. He is working with Trump to let ICE into your community, and we're racist.
Them calling us racist is just blatantly hilarious.
Yeah. It's stage one. It's just fucking top level projection. How you doing? Don't put me on the internet, okay? I can't. But if you may, it's Walter Masterson on all platforms.
On all platforms. Wonderful. It's Walter Matheson on all platforms. Or Masterson. I keep saying Matheson. Here. I will do my part. Copy link address and paste. There you go. If you guys do not already follow, please do. Also, if you guys are not already subscribed to the channel, I really would appreciate if you guys could do that. It really helps me out. Also, leave a like on the stream today. I know that we're having some technical difficulties with YouTube right now, so apologies for that. That's not on my end. Honestly, I don't know why I'm apologizing for YouTube having issues. But apologies if you could not watch my stream. Just yeah, because I'm actually like genuinely kind of sad that you guys couldn't. But the Angry Ginger is live, and I have to get going. I did say that I had a heart out at I've never seen it go down like that. X-Files theme. I mean, I was convinced that Taylor Lorenz came for me. I was just like, that's it. You know, I criticized her during the her last thing, and then this was a bridge too far. No, it's still not up. Error. Please load playback error. Weird. But either way, I actually do have to go. This kind of sucks that it's just so happens to be when the internet goes down. But here, you know what? I'm going to do this with you guys. For some reason, have not been able to fix this. So check it out. Boom. Yeah, I'm going to need to center it. So tomorrow, I'm going to be on later. It's going to be around like 7:30, 8 o'clock even. What you guys can do is tune into this space. I'm going to be on the the debate coverage with Cuomo and Zoran Mondani. It's going to be a cavalcade of talent over on this space, and then I'm going to go live after I do that. At least that's the tentative plan. The only reason that would not happen is because we got some other stuff going on tomorrow. So keep your notifications on. I will let you guys know what's up, and I will see you guys tomorrow. If not, if I don't, see you on Friday. But take care, guys. Love y'all. Go to Angry Ginger if you guys haven't already. Here. Cue that music.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.